10 years ago, in the middle of a city, some people were scared wanting to know what they were seeing in the sky, since suddenly, above Tokyo, the inverted castle appeared, and simultaneously, dungeons manifested all over Japan, and people awakened mana. With that, those particularly blessed with talent, such as mages, challenged the dungeons and gained wealth and fame. The talent of a mage is judged by the color of their mana. Normally, they show aptitude for a single color, but rarely bearers of two colors appear. For example, the younger brother of the MC, and this guy called Kurosaki Kai, is a bearer of two colors, blue and red, and at the moment, he is facing a demonic creature that then begins to unleash its power, and Kurosaki Kai gets excited realizing that the demon will not run away. Thus, the creature charges at the mage, who in turn activates his demonic spear skill and throws it at the demon, which, having no way to dodge, is hit directly. After the beast falls to the ground, Kurosaki Kai goes to the monster and picks up the drop it left. Meanwhile, someone is standing in a corner lost in thought, and Kai throws the drop on his head and asks him to be more attentive. As he approaches, he tells the guy to pick up the drop quickly. Kurosaki Kai is also called the Purple King and is at level 89, being one of the strongest mages. Meanwhile, the guy who is with the mage thinks that he, the older brother of the Purple King, is an incompetent without aptitude, being a complete colorless, something rare in the world they live in. Kurosaki Rei, level 1. But he knew that even so, he could not give up on becoming a mage, and that was why he had to work as a porter, since he had in mind that thanks to his brother's pity in his group, he was clinging to the naive thought that maybe, someday, he would awaken an ability. So he knew that believing in that thread of hope, he accompanied his younger brother into the dungeons. And as they explored the dungeon they were in, they arrived at a huge door. The other people in the group commented that they had finally reached the boss room, and that they thought, the way things were going, the boss should be easy. As soon as they passed through the door, they quickly began to observe their surroundings and soon noticed a being ahead. It was Kronos, the god of time and space, of unknown level. Kai, without paying any attention, got excited saying that the boss did not seem like much, then prepared his Demoni Mortis skill and then launched it at the boss, who in turn took something from a subspace and easily, with the sword he picked up, managed to completely repel the Purple King's attack. And worse, Kronos did not show any reaction when doing this, which left Kai very frightened, not understanding how his attack was so easily repelled. Then, Kronos releases an intense pressure with his gaze, and Kai feels this incredible pressure and is terrified. Unable to do anything, he is hit directly by an attack from the boss. His friends, at the same time, are horrified to realize that the incredible Purple King was easily defeated by a single attack. Rei, seeing his younger brother being eliminated, begins to panic, trying to understand what is happening. Then, he looks back and, observing Kronos, questions whether the Purple King was really defeated. The others start running from the boss room in great fear, but they are also attacked and eliminated. Kurosaki Rei falls to the ground, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Kronos calls out to the MC, laughs, and wants to know if he is not a complete colorless. Rei clenches his fist tightly and thinks that it is not over yet because he has achieved nothing. Then he grabs his sword, and while standing up trembling all over, he thinks that he still cannot die. Kronos, with his overwhelming presence, comments that he found it very interesting that a nobody dared to face him, even being a colorless. Rei tries to remain calm and keeps thinking that he cannot give up there. However, the boss does not care and prepares his attacks. Then he comments that he will perform a test, but without giving the MC time, he strikes him with a powerful attack. Rei cannot believe that he has already been severely struck and cannot do anything, but the boss, in the blink of an eye, ends up eliminating him as well. However, he comments that he thinks he went a little too far. Then he uses his rewind skill, which makes the MC return intact before being eliminated. Rei does not understand and questions whether he was healed or something like that. The boss prepares his firepower and quickly launches his Flames of Despair skill. Rei faces a huge wave of flames coming his way, and while trying to do something, Kronos comments that this time he will give him some time to think. Then, he starts laughing and wanting to know what the boy will do. The MC looks back and sees a sword, and thinks that he knows mediocre attacks will not work. but that he believes the sword that the boss himself created could have an effect. Thus, he runs to it, grabs it, and prepares for the impact of the Flames of Despair skill. With this, Rei realizes that the blade of the sword can dissipate the flames, so he charges at Kronos. However, while advancing, his body begins to be burned by the intense heat of the flames. Rei tries to resist the pain. The boss just watches from afar until he is surprised by something. It is the MC driving the sword deep into the boss's chest. Rei, with much of his body burning, thinks he struck Kronos directly with his attack, but he, in turn, laughs and activates his rewind skill again. Rei is frightened to realize that he has returned to before striking his attack on the boss. While his wound is healed, Kronos comments to the MC that it was fine entertainment. Rei drops the sword on the ground, falls to his knees, and as he begins to panic, he thinks that everything he did was absolutely useless. Then he questions whether this is how he will be eliminated, until out of nowhere, he is very surprised by a system screen right in front of him, warning that the presence of a god of time and space has been confirmed, and the seal of the black skill is released. Kronos notices something strange, but the system continues warning the MC that the extra skill, Steel skill, has been acquired, and that the rewind skill of the boss, Kronos, has been stolen. Rei cannot believe the warnings and skills of his system, while the boss begins to suspect something, but without thinking twice, the MC uses the stolen rewind skill. With this, he manages to break the space and time he is in, and the boss becomes furious and shouts, calling the MC an insolent brat and wanting to know how a mere human dares to steal his skill. Then the system warns that regression will be executed. Thus, time begins to regress, and Kurosaki Rei is thrown back to some time of his choice. As soon as he awakens in a bed, he thinks that he desperately used the rewind skill, but questions what really happened. Then he sees his own reflection in the mirror and finds something strange, and as he approaches, he observes himself and, very surprised, questions whether it is his younger version. Then he wonders if it could have been a dream, until he looks outside through the window and, seeing the inverted castle in the sky, questions whether it is still white, since he knows that the previous night the inverted castle was dark, because he has in mind that the castle was completely white until 7 years ago, but was gradually stained by darkness, and that when it was completely dyed by darkness, the door of the inverted castle opened, and through the door was the god of time and space. Thus, Rei begins to understand. Then he remembers that in the fight with Kronos, he stole the rewind skill from him. Then, he takes his phone and as soon as he sees the date, concludes that it is as he had thought, and looking at his reflection in the mirror, thinks that he has gone back 7 years, for he rewound to the past. Rei calls for his skill window, and as soon as he sees the list, it contains only one, being Steel skill, but he knows that the rewind skill is no longer there. However, still excited, he knows that at least his Steel skill remains. The MC also has in mind that for 10 years, he never managed to gain a single skill, but at the moment, he knows that if he has this skill, everything will be different until a message arrives, and as soon as he sees it, he becomes a little apprehensive since he has regressed to the day of the mage exam. In the municipality of Chiyoda, in front of Tokyo Station, headquarters of the Mage Association, Rei has in mind that this is the national agency that supervises the mages who carry out missions in dungeons. And as soon as he enters it, looking around, he realizes that the agency looks brand new, since there is a 7-year difference. And so he thinks it makes perfect sense, until someone approaches calling him colorless and wanting to know what he is doing there. They are Oik and Goto. Rei thinks that he knows these guys are his brother's lackeys. Goto hugs the MC and asks if he is going to take the exam again, while Oik makes it clear that no matter how many times the MC takes that test, a colorless will always be a nobody. Rei thinks they are right, since he knows this is not the first time he has taken the mage exam. And as he was unable to give up on becoming a mage, he kept taking the exam again and again, even knowing it might be useless. Thus, he forcefully removes Goto's hand and asks them to stop bothering him. And as soon as he walks away, Oik wants to know how a mere colorless is ignoring them like that, while Goto wants to know what has gotten into the MC. Elsewhere, the exam inspector and rank B mage, Hina Reina, is analyzing some papers, and as soon as she sees a certain person, she wants to know if he is there again. Then she takes a deep breath and makes it clear to the MC that even if it is just an exam, she thinks he may end up dying one day. Ray laughs and comments that this time everything will work out. As soon as they enter the exam site, the inspector wants to know if he really will not want her to explain the details. He keeps looking at the portal entrance and replies yes. As soon as he passes through it, he thinks that he needs to collect 3 magic stones from goblins to pass, and that normally, for someone who has awakened an ability, it would be a piece of cake. Then, he thinks this will end once and for all. It does not take long for a sinister creature to begin to approach. Ray reflects that, with an incident that also happened in the future, he knows that the appearance of a monster that should not be in a level 1 dungeon, since he is facing a Red Hood goblin of level 37. Hinata cannot believe it and screams, wanting to know why a level 37 monster would be there. Thus, she equips her sword and, while charging at the creature, yells for the MC to run. Frightened, Ray thinks not, because the level difference is far too great, since he has in mind that in the world before rewinding, Inspector Hinata could not win against the Red Hood. Thus, she begins to have difficulty defending the creature's attacks, and as soon as she realizes she cannot continue defending, she becomes frightened. Soon, the Red Hood goblin manages to break her defense and throws her far away. Ray keeps thinking that before, she fought to buy time for him to escape, and that, because of this, she was so injured she had to retire as a mage. Thus, Ray thinks it was his fault, that because of his own incompetence, Inspector Hinata's career was ruined. However, he becomes serious, and, while the Red Hood comes his way, prepares himself, and thinks that this time will be different. Then, he throws his dagger and thinks that he knows that the Red Hood goblin has a skill that increases physical capacity, and as soon as the creature blocks his attack, he thinks it is because it is so strong that ordinary attacks have no effect. Thus, he jumps and delivers a punch right in the middle of the Red Hood's face. Then, he hopes it worked, but the creature becomes even more furious and prepares its attack. However, the Red Hood feels something strange and becomes confused, trying to understand what happened. At that moment, a system notification appears, informing the MC that he has stolen the body enhancement skill from the Red Hood, and that now his physical capacity has increased. Then he observes the Red Hood, and right after strikes it, and as soon as he eliminates it, he comments that now that he has stolen its skill, he thinks it is nothing more than a worthless piece of meat. The inspector, seeing this, is perplexed, and questions how the MC managed to defeat a Red Hood with a single blow. Ray takes a deep breath and thinks that, as expected, his ability to steal other abilities is truly an incredible power. Hinata goes to him, calls him, and asks how he managed to do that. He feels very embarrassed and thinks that for now, it is better not to mention anything about his black abilities, so he replies that it was just a coincidence, which makes the inspector furious, asking him to stop lying. However, she changes the subject and comments that since irregulars have emerged, she thinks it is better for the exam to be canceled because she needs to report this to the agency. Until the MC turns as he notices something on the ground, and, while picking up a drop left by the Red Hood, he knows that it is not yet the time for irregulars to appear, but he comments to Hinata that he still needs 2 more mana stones. She immediately turns and, furious, yells that now is not the time to think about something like that. However, something begins to approach slowly, and as soon as Ray turns to see what it is, he sees some goblins and thinks it was just at the time he needed it most. The creatures do not care and charge forward, but before they can launch any attack, they are completely eliminated in a single blow. Hinata is once again surprised. Ray picks up the dropped mana stones and asks the inspector if he can keep them. She does not know what to answer. Later, at the entrance of the main headquarters of the Mage Association, Inspector Hinata hands the mage license to the MC, and as soon as he takes it in his hand, he keeps observing. Then he begins to think that it took a long time for this moment to arrive, since he knows he was not capable of giving up on his dream of becoming a mage. He also knows that he was just a porter for 10 long years, but now he thinks he has finally become a mage, until he hears Hinata asking him to see the details about exchanging the mana stones. Ray has in mind that mana stones drop from monsters, and that they are also a valuable source of energy that does not emit carbon dioxide, and that they can also be sold to the association. As soon as he observes the details, Ray thinks that since he defeated a rank A monster, he knows this would be a generous source of profit. However, upon realizing the value he is earning for defeating the Red Hood, he widens his eyes and shouts, wanting to know if he will really receive 3 million won. Hinata replies yes, because after all, he defeated a Red Hood. Ray, still in disbelief, comments that he had no idea that mages earned such a huge amount of money. The inspector laughs and makes it clear that if it is him, she thinks he will receive even more soon. While she keeps laughing, the MC remembers something and comments that he has a request to make. After going to a reserved place and before a portal, Ray raises his hand and sees that the place is indeed reserved for him. Then he thinks that until now, he could not even dream of entering a solo dungeon. Then he remembers the inspector hospitalized after facing the Red Hood before rewinding, and that now she is safe and sound. Thus, he is glad and thinks that now he can change the future. Until, out of nowhere, someone uses a mana hand skill and grabs the MC. Someone approaches wanting to know what Ray thinks he is doing there. They are Godo and Oik, who want to know how a colorless like the MC thinks he has the guts to face a solo dungeon, and if by any chance he knows that this is against the rules. Ray says that he passed the mage exam and that therefore he has permission to enter a solo dungeon. Goto does not like hearing this at all and asks the MC to stop talking nonsense. Oik, however, grabs Ray's head and, furious, demands that he show his abilities then. Ray, while channeling his power, thinks that Oik's ability is one that compresses mana into physical form, being the mana hand, and that is why he knows that the extreme body enhancement he stole from the Red Hood will not be enough to get rid of it. However, he thinks of something, plants his foot firmly on the ground, and jumps, headbutting Oik right in the face, injuring his nose badly. Then the system informs that the MC managed to steal the mana hand ability, and that, because of this, the enemy's mana hand was deactivated. While the magic is dissipated, both Oik and Goto keep trying to understand what the hell is happening. Without hesitation, Ray activates his stolen mana hand technique and grabs Oik with full force. He begins to sweat cold and in disbelief asks the MC if he really awakened abilities. Goto takes advantage of Ray being occupied and charges forward, saying that he should not think of getting excited over so little, and as he approaches, he prepares his fireball. Ray activates his extreme body enhancement ability and completely dissipates Goto's fireball attack. He cannot believe that his attack was so easily dissipated. The MC takes advantage of the opening and charges with full force, landing a punch on Goto and throwing him hard against the wall. Oik is even more surprised to see that the MC also obtained body enhancement. Thus, the two keep watching Ray unleashing his incredible power and ask if he could really be a two-colored mage. The MC takes a deep breath and replies no, and, while channeling a new power into his hand, the system notifies that he has stolen Goto's fireball ability. With that, Ray, while holding his fireball, makes it clear to both of them that they forgot to mention one more ability. Goto cannot believe that the MC apparently possesses a third color, as he has never heard of such a thing. Ray prepares his attack and then launches it at his opponent, who has to jump to the side to avoid being hit. At that moment, Oik realizes that the mana hand skill that was restraining him has been undone. The MC, while preparing his fireball skill again, wants to know if they still want to continue the fight. Oik and Goto look at each other for a brief moment and then run away, screaming and begging the MC to forgive them. Ray breathes a sigh of relief and thinks that if his brother finds out about this, it will not end well, as he has always been treated like his brother's little dog. Then he thinks that if Kai discovers that he awakened a skill, he will surely come after him, especially since his brother has already reached level 50, making him one of the strongest of the modern era. However, he also knows that Kai is not the only one he needs to be careful with, as soon a certain dungeon will be unlocked. Thus, he stands before the dungeon entrance and concludes that for now, he needs to raise his level by any means possible. And as he enters the portal, he thinks that he knows that level is the basis of strength, and that leveling up allows one to learn skills and increase mana capacity. However, he reflects that more important than that is the amount of mana one can control. Then, out of nowhere, an explosion happens right in front of him, and a level 38 flame mage appears. Ray, while preparing his fireball, knows he can barely control it. The Flame Mage prepares his skill, and the MC thinks that the difference in level makes a huge impact even when it comes to the same technique. Without giving Ray time to think of a strategy, the Flame Mage launches his fireballs. Ray also attacks, and some of the attacks collide, but others head toward him, so he jumps to avoid being hit, and as soon as he positions himself, he thinks that he cannot win in a head-on fight. But something comes to his mind, and then he jumps, and while going toward the Flame Mage, he thinks that no matter how high his level is, there is one thing that never changes, which is that after someone uses a skill, there will always be an opening. Therefore, he uses body reinforcement and thinks that he will only have 2 seconds, since his opponent will be defenseless. With that, he delivers a powerful punch right in the Flame Mage's face and sends him flying far away. The system notifies the MC that he has successfully stolen the Fireball skill. As soon as the Flame Mage hits the ground, he quickly stands up and tries to prepare his skill again, but becomes confused when he realizes he cannot use it. Ray, while preparing his skill, thinks that he knows that once he steals an opponent's skill, they cannot use it for a brief moment and become less intimidating. Thus, without wasting time, he unleashes his new Fireball skill on the creature, and it is engulfed in a powerful wave of flames. Ray looks to the side and sees more notifications from his system, informing him that he has leveled up 4 times. He then concludes that defeating monsters at a higher level than his own grants more experience, but normally defeating stronger monsters is a difficult task. With skill stealing, he believes everything will become easier. Then the system notifies him that the MC has advanced to level 12. Ray clenches his fist tightly and, looking at a passage, thinks that for now he will focus on reaching level 30. Thus, he begins battling monsters, going from one to another and always leveling up until he pauses for a moment and thinks that he has managed to level up at an incredible speed. However, he is still at level 27. Then he thinks that this was already expected, as leveling up gradually becomes more difficult, and if he wants to reach level 30, he knows he must defeat higher level monsters. After some time walking through the dungeon, Ray reaches the deepest part and stands before the boss room entrance. With that, he thinks that the boss in front of him is the perfect opponent for this. As soon as he opens the door and enters, he sees the boss waiting for him. It is the level 45 skeleton demon along with its level 30 imps. Ray gets ready for battle and thinks that all the monsters are higher level and that if he steals their techniques, he might have a chance to win. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately charges at the boss, jumps, and prepares his punch with body reinforcement. But as soon as he strikes, the boss blocks the attack with a barrier. Ray is very surprised and quickly jumps back. Then he thinks that this was already expected because it will not be easy to get close to the boss, since he knows that mana barrier is in the way and that using skill stealing will be useless. However, the skeleton demon becomes furious, lets out a piercing roar, and with incredible speed gets very close to the MC, who in turn has to dodge at the last moment from the creature's attack. He then thinks that he will have no choice but to use what he is thinking. Ray notices that the imps are coming at him as well, so he jumps and delivers a punch to one of them. With that, he activates skill stealing and steals Ice Stake. Ray prepares his fireball and launches it at another imp, and as soon as he sees another coming his way, he prepares the Ice Stake and throws it, completely impaling the imp. Ray lands back on the ground, but the skeleton demon uses his skill and summons more imps. Ray thinks that the boss will summon these creatures whenever he wants, and, while seeing one of them coming toward him, thinks that normally this would be quite problematic, but he knows it will be very convenient, so he confidently charges forward and eliminates the imp. With that, the system notifies him that he leveled up to 28. Ray has in mind that if the boss keeps doing this, he will have an infinite source of experience, until he notices another notification from his system, informing him that the MC's mana mastery has reached the required point, and because of this, the synthesis skill has been unlocked. At this moment, the skeleton demon loses his composure and starts screaming loudly. Ray prepares his Ice Stake again along with his fireball, and then activates his synthesis skill and begins to fuse the two skills. Then he jumps and goes all out at the boss while using the Fire Spear skill. The skeleton demon uses the mana barrier, resulting in a powerful clash between the two skills. But the boss's mana barrier begins to crack, and soon after the MC manages to break it. He then uses his body enhancement skill and delivers a powerful punch right to the skeleton demon's face. While the boss is dazed from the blow, Ray thinks that the enhancements protecting the boss are gone, and without thinking twice delivers his fire spear strike, completely burning the boss, who then drops a mana stone, and the system notifies that the MC leveled up several times, reaching level 33. Ray breathes a sigh of relief and thinks about his synthesis skill, which is an advanced technique that combines skills to create even stronger ones, and that it becomes usable around level 30. Thus, after picking up the drop left by the boss, he sits on the ground and thinks that he had his doubts about whether he could defeat his opponent, so he feels very relieved thinking that in the end everything worked out, until he is surprised to see a system notification informing him that the required level was reached and that the limit of skills acquired through skill stealing increased, and now the available skill slots have increased to 5. Ray is happy thinking that now things will become even more convenient. After some time, as soon as he leaves the dungeon and returns to the agency entrance, he hands in the mana stone he obtained. Hinata is very impressed and shouts, wanting to know if the MC really managed to defeat the skeleton demon alone, and is even more surprised to learn that Ray is already at level 33 in just one day. He becomes embarrassed and comments that he thinks it was just a matter of luck. Hinata becomes a little suspicious and comments that leveling past 30 in a single day, that so-called luck he is talking about, is a little beyond the existential plane they live in. Ray just gives an awkward laugh. The inspector also emphasizes that with his current level, he can become a rank B mage without delay, until Kurosaki Kai arrives and is surprised to see his brother there. Then, arrogantly, he wants to know if his brother is really a rank B, because he does not think a mere little dog could achieve such a feat. Ray does not like hearing this from his brother at all. Then Kai tells the inspector that Ray is not capable of using a single skill since he is a complete colorless. Therefore, he wants to know if she is really saying that his brother is now a rank B. Hinata replies no, but says that Ray was able to defeat a Red Hood and the skeleton demon alone. Kai does not like hearing this very much, and soon gives his brother a nasty look. With a sinister gaze, he wants to know if it is really true. Then he prepares his powerful punch, and an explosion happens at the agency entrance, leaving the people around very frightened. Kai's punch was blocked by his brother's mana barrier, who in turn laughs and tells him he needs to be more careful. Hinata shouts to get Kai's attention and tells him to stop causing trouble. He, in turn, tells Ray that it seems real that he has awakened his skills. The MC replies that yes, and Kai makes it clear that just because he has a skill does not mean his brother can get all excited. Then Kai begins channeling his power and emphasizes that he will see for himself if his brother is really capable. Hinata becomes worried and shouts, wanting to know if Mr. Kurosaki is really planning a fight there. Kai says that if his incompetent brother had reached rank B on his own merit, that would not be a problem. Therefore, he asks Ray if his skills to reach rank B were lies. The MC clenches his fist tightly and thinks that even if he refuses his brother's requests, it will only delay the problem. So he fills himself with confidence and says that he already understands. Kai does not like his brother's attitude and calls him a damn insolent. With that, they go to an arena at the Mage Association Agency, and Ray thinks that when fighting someone stronger, you always need to be cautious of the difference in mana that can be controlled. Kai gets ready for the fight with his brother, and Ray keeps thinking that he cannot let his guard down even for a moment, since he knows that with his level 30, his combo is limited to 3 basic skills. But he knows that Kai is level 50, and his combo capacity must be around 5 skills. So basically, it would be a certain defeat if he only relied on those numbers, and that is precisely why he knows he must reduce that gap somehow. Therefore, he decides to deliver the first strike with his ice stake. Kai wastes no time and prepares his fireballs, and both launch their skills, which collide, and an explosion happens right in the middle of the arena. Kai waits for the dust to settle, but ends up very surprised since he sees his brother coming at him with the body enhancement skill. Then he comments that judging by the yellow color enhancement skill, his brother can only be a 2-color wielder. Ray figures that after his brother's 4th skill, he must have enough mana left for only 1 more, so he prepares his skill synthesis, creates the fire spear, and charges at Kai, who in turn observes his brother's skill and comments about a skill that combines the blue and red colors, and that in the end, Ray might be a 3-color mage. However, he gives a sinister smile and launches his fireball skill at his brother, slamming him hard into the ground. Ray is frightened and questions how his synthesized fire spear of 2 skills lost to a basic skill. Kai, seeing his brother able to use 3-color skills, comments that now he understands why his brother was so excited, but makes it clear that he is on a very different level compared to him. Then he prepares his fireball again and shouts, telling Ray to start dancing. Therefore, he launches several fireballs at him, who in turn has to run to the side to avoid being hit by the fireballs. But while running, he prepares his fire spear again and throws it. Kai prepares his fireball and launches it against his brother's skill. His fireball manages to neutralize Ray's and goes straight at him. The MC is forced to quickly use his mana barrier, but Kai's fireball is stronger and manages to break the barrier, throwing Ray hard to the ground. Kai just laughs, seeing that his brother is having difficulties, while Ray starts to get nervous, until Kai makes a sign with his finger asking his brother to bow his head, as that way he could forgive what he did. Then he shouts, ordering Ray to ask to be forgiven for being so showy. The MC, sweating cold, thinks that he cannot defeat his brother with his skills and limited mana capacity, and remembering how it was before, thinks that it is better to give up and questions if he will really continue living his life as his brother's dog, until he stands up and full of confidence, shouts, saying that he will not do it. Kai says he understands, and that it seems his brother wants to learn the hard way, and that because of that, he thinks he has no choice. Therefore, he uses Overclock on his fireball skill, which makes the user consume a large amount of mana to temporarily double his mana control capacity. With that, he creates several fireballs simultaneously and makes it clear to his brother that this is the power of a king, being a combo of 10 attacks. Ray is very scared, thinking that this is the strength that allows Kai to be so strong, and that he also knows he can use an absurd amount of mana compared to other kings temporarily. However, he shouts warning Kai that he was actually waiting for him to use this skill, then charges at his brother thinking that 10 consecutive skills can only be performed in the world by Kai through Overclock. As he gets closer, he jumps high and Kai laughs, calls Ray an idiot, and asks if he thinks he can dodge in midair. Then he launches his fireballs, but Ray activates his mana hand technique and throws it, embedding it into the ground. Kai cannot believe that his brother used another skill, while the MC thinks that even if they are 10 consecutive attacks, it will be worthless if he can dodge, but that still his brother is limited by cooldown even if he is a king. Thus, he takes advantage of his mana hand being stuck in the ground and pulls himself to Kai's back. With that, he quickly turns around, plants his foot firmly on the ground, and, while landing a punch right in the middle of his brother's face, thinks that in that moment, he knows Kai is completely defenseless. Because of the punch he took, Kai is thrown hard to the ground. With that, the system notifies that the MC stole the Overclock skill. Ray thinks that now that he stole his brother's strongest skill, there is nowhere for him to run. Kai tries to stand up and shout, calling his brother an idiot. Ray is a little surprised and questions if he will really continue fighting. Kai becomes enraged with his brother and makes it clear that he will eliminate him, then creates his ice stake, combines it with the flames of the fireball, and creates his demonic spear skill. Ray cannot believe it, thinking that it is the strongest purple skill and questions if his brother has already learned such a technique at this point. But he knows he has no time to think about it since a powerful attack is coming his way. So he jumps to the side at the last second, but Kai does not care and prepares 2 more demonic spears. Ray, seeing this, thinks that he landed a hit because his brother underestimated him, but as soon as the Purple King gets serious, he knows that his brother becomes something beyond his reach. Thus, he has to quickly jump back to avoid being brutally hit by the demonic spear skill, but he does not realize that he has reached the edge of the arena and is cornered against the wall. Kai makes it clear to his brother that he has not reached his limit yet, and asks if Ray knew that. The MC, seeing himself without an escape, uses his fire spear skill, just as Kai throws his demonic spear. And as the attacks collide, a huge explosion happens, but due to the strong impact of the skill explosion, Ray is thrown hard against the wall that was behind him. The MC tries to stay on his feet, but Kai says that this is why he is called the Purple King, proof that he is the strongest. Ray breathes heavily and thinks that his brother is right since he knows that the demonic spear is one of the strongest. Kai asks his brother not to be so boastful just because he can use several skills. Hearing this gives the MC an idea, who, looking at his hand, knows that at the moment he does not compare to his brother, but he clenches his fist tightly and questions himself about finding the potential of purple skills. Then he keeps watching Kai from afar and thinks that until now, he was limited to synthesizing only 2 colors of skills because of his mana capacity. With that, he decides to test something and activates Overclock, the skill stolen from his brother. Kai cannot believe it, seeing Ray using his technique and questions if this is really possible. The MC, while seeing a system screen appear in front of him, thinks that now his mana capacity has doubled. The system notifies that the MC's mana capacity has been increased due to the activation effect of Overclock, and the black synthesis skill has been unlocked. Ray becomes excited to know that he unlocked a new skill at the moment he needed it most. Kai, while preparing his fireball, keeps watching his brother and wonders what he is planning. Ray keeps watching the power flow into his hand, as he has in mind that this is the 3-color synthesis that no one has ever achieved before. Thus, he begins to merge the red skill with the blue, and finally the yellow skill, forming a new dark power, the Abyssal Flame. Kai cannot believe he is seeing a black mana power. Ray thinks that the basic mana colors are blue, red, and yellow, and that he always heard from people that he was not suited for any of these 3 colors, but he knows that was not the case since he already consumed this mana. Then he knows he is a black mage. Kai becomes worried, and while launching, his skill asks his brother to stay away, but Ray does not care and goes against the skill until he realizes the right moment to make a move and completely dissipates his brother's attack with his skill. And, while charging at Kai, he keeps shouting that it is impossible. Ray keeps advancing, and Kai becomes even more worried and creates his skill again, but before he could throw it, Ray is very close, prepares his Abyssal Flame attack, and as soon as both skills collide, Kai cannot believe his skill was useless, and an explosion happens. Ray waits for the dust to settle, and as soon as it clears, he sees his brother fallen on the ground. Very exhausted, he falls to his knees and thinks that he finally managed to defeat him until he sees a system notification informing him that the Abyssal Flame skill was obtained through black synthesis. Ray keeps thinking about its tremendous power until Inspector Hinata opens the arena room door and immediately wants to know if Ray is okay. A little embarrassed, he replies yes, but very surprised she wants to know what skill he just used. Ray thinks that it was already expected that he could no longer hide his situation, so he extends his hand, and as he channels his new power, he comments that he thinks it seems to be a black skill. Hinata is very surprised and then says that she thinks that if it is true, it could be the first in the world. Ray wants to know if he will be obliged to report to the association about the black skill, as he wanted, if possible, to keep this power a secret. Hinata becomes confused with Ray's request, but emphasizes that this would be the same as losing a great opportunity. Ray also does not understand and asks her to be clearer. Hinata says that the strongest mage of each color receives the title of king, but that, in short, since the MC is the only black mage in the world, he would be considered the Black King. Ray keeps thinking about it, but ends up saying that for now, he thinks he is not interested in that, and thinks that it is not as if his level would suddenly rise just by becoming king, until he looks to the side, and seeing his brother defeated on the ground, wants to know if he will be okay. Hinata says that he is a king, and therefore will recover soon, even with all the injuries, but she makes it clear that even so, she will take him to the medical wing, until both their phones receive a message, and Ray cannot believe what he is seeing, as it is an alert of a dungeon that appeared at the west entrance of Ikebukuro Park, and the recommended level is 70. Hinata cannot believe it either, but Ray knows the time has come because he has in mind that it is the Ikebukuro dungeon, and its recommended level is 70, and that even though most kings are around level 50, in the first week they realized how weak they were, and as a result, the Ikebukuro dungeon was abandoned. However, this was the starting point of a tragedy since the dungeon break occurred. Ray knows that at that time something like that was still unknown, and that if a dungeon is not conquered within a certain time, the monsters will come out of the portal. With that, the Ikebukuro dungeon was the first recorded break, and because of that, the city of Tokyo became filled with monsters. Many people lost their lives. Rei knows he cannot allow that tragedy to repeat and that he needs to stop the dungeon collapse somehow. So he tells Hinata that he will conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. She is very surprised and says that even if it is him, it is still dangerous. Then she explains that only mages of at least rank A are allowed to enter a dungeon with a recommended level above 50. Rei thinks he is lucky because there is still some time before the dungeon collapses. So he wants to know if the next rank A exam is next week. Hinata, a little intrigued, replies that yes. Therefore, the MC says that he will reach rank A in time for the exam. Hinata is surprised and says that it makes sense because with his skills, she thinks he would have no problem passing the exam. Rei wants to know if there will be any problem. Hinata explains that to take a promotion exam for rank A, it is necessary to clear a rank B dungeon in a group first, and that in other words, the MC will need to find a group in 1 week and clear a rank B dungeon. After that, some time passes, and the MC is devastated with no hope at all, since he completely forgot what Inspector Hinata had said about him having to form a group. And as soon as he clicks on the messages on his phone, he sees several people wanting to know why they would join him, a complete colorless. Then he thinks that apparently news about being colorless has already spread. He also knows that he has 1 week to explore an unexplored rank B dungeon, and that he thinks it will most likely be difficult to clear it alone. Therefore, he takes a deep breath and questions what he will do, until he hears someone calling another person. It is a woman with 2 more friends telling another person that she can bet she will make her work hard. The MC watches the 3 speaking rudely to the other and questions what is happening. The woman makes it clear that she allowed the other girl to join them since she heard she was a 2-color wielder, but that her fire skill is garbage. The girl apologizes. Rei stands up and thinks that he ended up seeing something very uncomfortable since he has in mind that he was also treated the same way not long ago. The woman continues being rude, telling the girl named Ichinos that she is dead weight. Rei, as soon as he hears that name, questions if the girl is really Ichinos Aya, since he remembers that she would be known as the Scarlet Queen in the future, but that currently she is still an incompetent mage. However, he thinks that he never imagined she would have been treated like that by her own group. Ichinos says that if she is kicked out of the group, she will not be able to cover her sister's medical expenses. So she shouts that she will do her best next time. The woman tells Ichinos to prove it during the raid they will have later. Otherwise, she will end up on the street. Ichinos replies that yes, and that she will do her best. Thus, they start to leave, and Rei keeps questioning if everything will be okay. After that, the MC is heading back to his house, and quite intrigued, he thinks that Ichinos will become the Scarlet Queen in a few years. But he knows that before reaching that point, it seems she went through several hardships because, as he remembers, she experienced an incident around this same time when she was seriously injured during a battle against a boss and fell into a coma for several years, until, while thinking about all this, he remembers one more thing and questions if probably that incident would not happen in the raid she was going to do with the others. He knows he is not sure about it, but it does not seem that she was normal. Thus, he concludes that it is better to hurry. After some time already inside the dungeon, Ichinos' group stands before the boss who drives his huge sword into the ground. This is the level 45 Dullahan. The woman smiles and says she had an idea, then pushes Ichinos forward and tells her to face the boss alone. Ichinos is terrified and says there is no way to defeat a Dullahan alone. The woman replies that if that is the case, then Ichinos better pack her bags. She says no and that she will try. The woman says she hopes she gives her best and asks if Ichinos will do all this for her little sister. She becomes thoughtful, but soon turns to the boss and replies that she understands. Ichinos trembles all over, but still prepares her fireball and throws it at the Dullahan. However, the attack has no effect on the creature who just stands still. Ichinos becomes very worried, seeing that her skill had no effect at all. At that moment, Dullahan jumps up and comes down, striking his attack on the ground, and due to the strong impact throws Ichinos far away. While lying down, she sees the boss coming at her, and as soon as Dullahan approaches to strike his blow, Ichinos closes her eyes and thinks that she knew she was really useless. However, someone arrives shouting while using the extreme body enhancement skill. It is the MC who appears preventing Dullahan's attack. Echinos is very surprised while the MC exerts great force and throws Dullahan hard against a wall. Ray turns and asks if she is okay. Echinos' group watches the MC from afar, and their leader wants to know who he is, because she knows that Dullahan is a heavy-type monster, and even so, the MC threw him away with one blow. Then she becomes frightened and really wants to know who he is. At that moment, Dullahan stands up and lets out a piercing roar. Ray thinks that this was already expected, that his blow was not enough to defeat the creature. Then he observes Dullahan and notices that his armor has a reinforcement ability and that normal attacks will not be able to penetrate it. So he charges forward, and as soon as he dodges Dullahan's attack, he thinks that he will steal his ability and nullify it. Then he uses his skill absorption technique. But as soon as he focuses on Dullahan, he realizes that it did not work and ends up receiving a blow that throws him back. Echinos wants to know if he is okay. Ray replies that yes, and says that he managed to block it with his sword. The MC thinks that he already understood and concludes that Dullahan's armor is merely an external part and that he will need to touch the inside of his body. The creature in turn raises his huge sword and delivers a powerful attack aimed at the MC. Ray shouts, asking Echinos to stay back, and activates his magic barrier, blocking the creature's attack. The shockwave is so great that it throws the two girls who are with the leader far away, who in turn activates her skill and launches an ice stake. However, Dullahan counterattacks with his blow and completely destroys the ice stake. The woman cannot believe it and is hit by the attack, being thrown hard against the wall. Ray looks at the boss and questions if his ice stake really did not work. Thus, he prepares his skill synthesis and thinks that he needs one that will go beyond Dullahan's reinforcement power. Echinos is very surprised to see that the MC is using black mana. Ray prepares his attack, as does Dullahan, but the boss attacks first, and the blow goes straight at the MC, who waits for the attack to get a little closer and immediately uses his Abyssal Flame skill, completely dissipating Dullahan's attack. And due to the powerful strength, the attack continues toward the creature, who as soon as it is hit head-on, has his armor beginning to crack, and a huge explosion happens around him. Dullahan, with not much left to do, ends up being defeated and soon drops an item as it disappears. Echinos, very surprised, questions if the MC managed to defeat Dullahan with just a single blow, and, as she observes him, thinks that he is quite amazing. Then she calls him and thanks him for saving her life. Ray says that he is happy to see that she is fine. The MC picks up his drop and, looking at the girl, thinks that he managed to save Echinos in the end, until the leader of the girls' group stands up and shouts, wanting to know what the hell is going on. Very apprehensive, she thinks that the boy in front of her is really strong, then gives a sinister smile and thinks that the reward should be hers. Therefore, she goes up to the two, asking them to wait, and makes it clear that the reward goes to the person who registered for the dungeon. So she asks the MC to hand over the mana stone. Echinos asks her to wait and says that the person beside her saved everyone. Ray emphasizes that he does not mind giving her the drop, but in exchange he wants Echinos to be part of his group, which leaves both her and the group leader confused with the sudden request. Ray smiles and, looking at Echinos, stresses that he only wants that if she wants it. The group leader starts laughing and says that she was worried about what he was going to ask, then replies that she accepts his request. Then she puts her hand on Echinos' shoulder and wants to know if she accepts the MC's request. She is a little hesitant, but replies that she is in his care from that moment on. The group leader quickly grabs the mana stone from the MC's hand and, while leaving, says that she never thought she would get so much money from dead weight. Ray does not like that at all, and since he knows who Echinos will become, thinks that he can hardly wait to see the leader's face when that happens. Until Echinos asks the MC for permission and thanks him for the invitation. He becomes embarrassed, apologizes, and explains that he ended up making her leave the group so suddenly, then wants to know if she is sure that everything is okay. She replies that she is just a burden, but ends up being surprised when she hears the MC saying that it is okay, and sees him extending his hand and saying that she will become much stronger than those who abandoned her. Echinos wants to know if she will really get strong. Ray nods, implying yes, and then says that before going there, he had seen her at the association and ended up overhearing her whole conversation. She remembers the scene she had to go through and feels a little sad. The MC notices this and quickly apologizes, but explains that it was by coincidence. although he thinks he can help her. He says this and extends his hand once again. She is a little reluctant, but soon replies that it is okay and that she is under his care. He is happy to know this, and as soon as he takes her hand, he comments that he feels the same. Therefore, the next day they go to the entrance of a dungeon, and while stretching, Rei comments that it is time to conquer a rank B dungeon. Ichinos wants to know if by conquering the dungeon they are going into, they will be able to take the rank A exam. Rei replies that it is exactly that, but emphasizes that it is not just that. He then explains that inside the dungeon they are going into, there is a key that can make her stronger. She is intrigued about the key and thinks that as long as she gets stronger and raises her rank, she should be able to gather money for medical expenses. She then raises her head and calls the MC to move forward. Therefore, both enter the rank B Crystal Cave dungeon, and it does not take long for something to catch Ichinos' attention, who quickly points ahead and asks the MC to look, since they are facing several black wolves. Rei steps forward and asks her to leave it to him. Then Rei uses body enhancement and charges at the creatures in front of him. He lands his first blow on one of the black wolves, and with his incredible speed, keeps eliminating several very quickly. Ichinos is impressed watching the way the MC fights, and thinks that the Isoyama group she was part of was strong. But seeing the way Rei fights, she thinks he is on another level, and by observing him more closely, concludes that they are not even close to Rei. After dealing with the black wolves, they keep walking through the dungeon, and Rei turns and tells her about their objective there, and that he will give her full support. Ichino steps forward and replies that she understands. Therefore, while positioning herself, she thinks that defeating several monsters is the strategy to level up quickly, but keeps in mind that at first she can only use basic attacks. However, seeing several creatures approaching, she thinks she needs to try to change this, so she casts her fireball at the creatures that are approaching. Rei watches from a distance as she fights, and thinks that this is a test for Ichinos, but he really wants to know if she will realize her true weapon. Then, he notices some creatures approaching from behind her, and as soon as he equips his sword, he makes it clear to the monsters that he will not allow them to interfere with Ichinos. She, on the other hand, keeps fighting alone, but does not notice one of the creatures behind her and ends up being attacked. Ichinos looks around and thinks that no matter how many she defeats, they keep appearing and attacking. Then she takes a deep breath and reflects that if she keeps going at this pace, she fears her mana will run out quickly. Then something comes to her mind, and she immediately turns and sees Rei fighting some monsters. As she watches him in action, she thinks that she knows he is trying to make things easier, so she concludes that she needs to stop lamenting because she has to meet his expectations. Therefore, she prepares her fireball again and keeps eliminating several monsters whenever she can. In this way, she starts leveling up several times, until while casting her skill, she begins to notice that her mana is not running out. Rei notices this too and thinks that it was already expected since he had in mind that Ichinos was made for long battles, and that her greatest weapon is her amount of mana. At that moment, Ichinos notices a system notification and is very surprised at what it is since the system is notifying that the furnace has been unlocked. After that, it does not take long for them to reach the boss room of the Crystal Cave, and they come across the great level 52 slime. Rei steps forward and charges at the creature, and while striking his attacks, he shouts, asking Ichinos to use the skill she just unlocked. Without hesitation, she uses the furnace and her body is enveloped by an intense flame. She is very surprised to notice this and questions if it really is her power. Then she clenches her fist tightly, and Rei, watching her, thinks that the furnace is a skill that increases the firepower of her abilities in exchange for a high mana cost. Because of that, he has in mind that it is something that suits Ichinos perfectly, who in turn casts her fireball ability intensified by the furnace. And the MC is very impressed with her power and thinks that she is even more incredible since he knows that with her tremendous amount of mana combined with the furnace, with that power, he thinks that Ichinos will definitely become the Scarlet Queen. After defeating the Great Slime, Rei comments to Ichinos that she did a great job. She takes a deep breath and says that she was very surprised to begin with, then laughs and makes it clear that this is all thanks to him. She says this while the MC keeps looking at the damage she caused to the cave wall with her power. After leaving the dungeon, Ichinos comments that they finally completed the condition to participate in the Rank A exam. Rei replies yes, but thinks that finally it is time for his promotion and that he knows he will achieve it no matter the cost. On the day of the promotion exam for rank A, Hinata is explaining that first they will evaluate the combat potential of each one and pair them with someone for a simulated battle. Rei thinks that he is finally at the promotion exam and knows that he needs to pass and become a rank A mage. While walking through the agency, Rei comments to Ichinos that it is almost time for the exam. She comments that both will do their best. The MC emphasizes that first, it will be a test to evaluate the potential of each one until someone arrives saying that they never imagined that an incompetent like Ichinos would take the exam. She is startled to see who it is. It is Dainmond Isoyama and her group. Ichinos immediately wants to know what she wants, but the MC steps forward and makes it clear that his friend would never lose to someone who sends another person alone to the front line. Isoyama does not like that and comments that the MC can say whatever he wants, then turns and emphasizes that unlike having someone like Ichinos, her group has the best members. Therefore, she introduces Aono Yuri and makes it clear that she is someone that neither the MC nor Ichinos will ever be able to defeat. Rei is surprised and questions if it really is Aono Yuri since he has in mind that he remembers hearing that name in his past life, and that there was an occasion where she completed a very difficult dungeon without even realizing it, and that after that, her name became known. While continuing to think that at the moment he believes her ability should still be around rank A, she quickly approaches, calls the MC, and comments that he seems to be an interesting person. Rei is a little surprised to hear this, and Ichinos notices and immediately wants to know if the MC is finding something strange. Aoonyo, as soon as she hears the name of the MC, is intrigued and wants to know if he is Kurosaki Kai's brother because she heard that the Purple King was defeated by someone. Then, she points her finger at the MC and asks if it was him who defeated the Purple King. While Rei thinks that she knows things, Ichinos cannot believe what she just heard and asks her friend if it is true. But Aono turns saying that she does not care about that and emphasizes that it is not as if the MC would be able to defeat her. Therefore, she leaves saying that there is a rumor circulating about the Purple King and that she thinks maybe he is not even a match in the end. Rei smiles and thinks that Aono is a very intriguing person. After that, already at the training field of the Mage Association Agency, a guy comments that they will evaluate the combat potential of each one using the artificial golem at his side. He then explains that the golem in question is coated with a special stone much stronger than common stones, and that therefore everyone should give their best without fear. That said, he calls Kurosaki Rei to be the first. As soon as the MC approaches, the golem immediately enters battle mode. Rei prepares his fireball, and some people around start laughing, wanting to know if the boy is really going to use fire magic against a golem. While charging at the golem, Rei has in mind that he knows very well that any ordinary fire magic would not be able to defeat such a thing, and as soon as he dodges the golem's attack, he prepares his skill synthesis and unleashes the fire lance that hits the golem right in the head and opens a tremendous hole in it, which soon after falls hard to the ground, and the examiner shouts saying that the golem's destruction has been confirmed. The people who were laughing cannot believe what they just saw, and question if what they saw was a two-colored attack. Aono says that the MC fused fire with blue mana to increase the power of fire magic. After that, Ichinos is at the mana evaluation, and the examiner asks Ichinos to put her hands on the crystal to assess her mana quantity. Isoyama comments that she should be ashamed of herself. Ichinos, after placing her hand on the device, releases an incredible amount of power throughout her body. Isoyama and the others are left open-mouthed, not believing what they are seeing. Then, Isoyama starts thinking that Ichinos must at least be cheating because she does not think Ichinos could have that tremendous amount of mana. It does not take long for the simulated battle test to begin, and the examiner announces that they will start, thus announcing that the first battle will be between Ichinos and Isoyama. While Ichinos takes a deep breath to focus on the battle, Isoyama is thinking that she will show everyone the fraud that Ichinos is. As soon as the instructor shouts asking them to start, Isoyama wastes no time and casts her ice stake magic. Ichinos waits for the attack to get a little closer, and as soon as she prepares her fireball, she throws it towards the ice stakes, and the skills collide, and a huge explosion happens, completely shattering the ice stakes. Isoyama is shocked and comments that she never expected Ichinos to have a skill with such firepower, then wants to know what the hell is going on. However, Ichinos does not want to afford to prolong things and prepares her fireball, which makes Isoyama very scared. Then Ichinos casts her skill, but Isoyama uses her magic barrier blocking the attacks and shouts asking Ichinos not to underestimate her. While she keeps blocking the attacks, Isoyama thinks that Ichinos really is an idiot because her attack is too simple, and she thinks she will just wait for her to finish and then counterattack. However, the attacks keep coming without stopping, and Isoyama finds it strange and questions why Ichinos has not stopped attacking yet. Rei, watching his friend fight, has in mind that once Ichinos, with her massive amount of mana, starts an attack, he knows that it is not a simple magic barrier that will stop her. Therefore, Ichinos intensifies her attacks more and more, and Isoyama's magic barrier starts to suffer several cracks, and it does not take long for the barrier to be completely broken, forcing Isoyama to run so as not to be brutally hit. However, due to the impact of the explosion, some debris ends up hitting Isoyama's head hard, knocking her out. With that, the instructor shouts, announcing that the winner is Ichinos. She, in turn, is very happy to know that she actually managed to defeat Isoyama in the end. Rei goes to her and congratulates her for the great job, highlighting that it was a beautiful battle. Ichinos, all excited, comments that this is too good to be true, and while wishing him good luck, someone approaches. Rei thanks her and sees who the person he will battle is. With that, the instructor shouts, asking Kurosaki Rei and Aono Yuri to get ready. The MC comments that in the end, his simulated battle opponent will be her, because he thinks it will be very interesting. Aono points her finger at the MC and asks if there is any reason for him to be taking the exam, because she feels as if he is more prepared for this than the other participants. Hence, the reason for her question. Rei says that he has something he needs to do more than anything, so he gets serious and makes it clear that is why he cannot lose there. Aono becomes thoughtful, but soon smiles, and releasing her power, says that she is very strong and asks if the MC knew. Rei grabs his sword and replies that he knows very well, but still wants to win. Aono comments that she already expected that and that she thinks he really is an interesting guy. Therefore, the instructor shouts, asking the two to start the battle. Aono uses her skill and says she will attack first, then launches her ability at the MC, who in turn tries to defend himself by countering the strikes coming his way. While defending, he thinks that mana conversion is a rare skill that allows the user to manipulate mana freely. Then, he notices something coming from above and quickly jumps to the side to avoid being hit directly by Aono's skill. She laughs and makes it clear that he did well to dodge that attack, but Rei does not care and charges at her. She makes it clear that she cannot allow him to reach her so easily, so she launches more attacks. Rei uses his magic barrier to block the attacks and then delivers a counterattack, but she manages to dodge. The MC tries to take advantage of her being in the air and uses his skill synthesis, throwing his fire lance. Aono creates a shield with her mana conversion and blocks the MC's skill. As soon as she lands, she comments that it was close. Rei has in mind that her defense is flawless and that she is someone strong, just as expected. Ichinose, at this moment, is very apprehensive watching her friend's fierce fight. Then Aono prepares another skill and while launching it, wants to know what the MC thinks. Rei has to run to avoid being hit by the attacks and thinks that this really is a problem. Aono wants to know if Rei really thinks he will defeat her by running from side to side, then fires her skill again in his direction and shouts that it is checkmate. However, he uses extreme body enhancement and counters all the attacks coming his way. She watches him closely and realizes that he is using body enhancement, so she gets very excited and starts smiling. She then says that it is the first time she has seen someone with 3 colors of mana, but makes it clear that she can also use body enhancement. After using the skill, she creates a mana scythe and emphasizes that they will settle this once and for all. That said, she quickly advances and appears right behind the MC ready to strike, but Rei turns at the last moment and repels the blow, thinking that she is very fast. Aono does not care and starts delivering several consecutive attacks with her mana scythe, forcing the MC to defend as best he can until she strikes with more force and the MC has to jump to the side to avoid being hit. Rei realizes that her power is really absurd, but moves very quickly close to her, grabs her arm, and she makes it clear that it was a terrible choice for him to do that. However, Iono feels something strange and becomes confused. The system notifies that her extreme body enhancement has been absorbed, so she jumps to the side realizing that her power is fading, but Rei takes advantage of the opening and advances, then lands a direct hit on her. Iono starts coughing from the strong impact of the strike, and before falling comments that in the end, the MC was hiding his power. That said, she falls to the ground, and the instructor shouts announcing that the winner of the simulated battle is Kurosaki Rei. After that, in a medical wing, Iono begins to wake up and Rei is happy to see that she finally woke up. Iono comments that she truly lost the battle, but Rei emphasizes that he did not expect her to be someone so strong. She wants to know if she really is because she bets he is not about to brag about the promotion. Rei becomes serious and says that he will be very honest, then wants to know what she thinks about joining his group. Iono is very surprised by the sudden invitation, and the MC says that according to the result of the simulated battle, she was also promoted to rank A, so he emphasizes that in order to conquer the most difficult dungeons, he needs her power. However, Rei is left not understanding anything when he sees Iono laughing. As soon as she stops laughing, she emphasizes that he really is an interesting guy. Therefore, she says that it is fine, and that she thinks things may become more interesting if she follows him after all. And as soon as they both take each other's hands, she makes it clear that she is under his care. Then, suddenly, a strong tremor happens. Ichinos, very frightened, wants to know if it could be an earthquake. Rei looks outside and, very scared, questions if it could be what he thinks it is. Meanwhile, Kronos, the god of time and space, is completely sealed, but he smiles and thinks that the time is finally near. Back where the MC is, as soon as the tremor stops, Ichinos wants to know if it really ended. Rei keeps thinking about the earthquake he just felt, and remembers that in his previous world, there were many earthquakes before the collapse of the Ikebukuro dungeon, and that basically he knows that at the moment they are reaching the time limit. Besides that, he has in mind that the difficulty of the Ikebukuro dungeon is unprecedented in the era he is in. Therefore, he tells the two that he has something to say to them. After telling everything he knows, Ichinos is very surprised and wants to know if he is really serious about wanting to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon, since she knows that it is the hardest dungeon on the Japanese peninsula, and therefore wants to know if, even so, they need to conquer it with just the three of them. Aonyo wants to know if the MC is suggesting this because of the previous earthquake. He becomes serious, replies yes, and explains that he has a bad feeling about it, since there have been many reports lately about the appearance of irregular monsters, and also thinks that it seems like a prelude to something threatening. Iono makes it clear that she is fine with any situation that the MC decides to face, and also thinks that it is an interesting place to go after all. Ichinos fills herself with confidence and promises that she will try her best not to be a burden to anyone. Rei breathes relieved and then thanks the two and says that they will conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. The next day, at the reception of the Mage Association agency, someone arrives calling Inspector Hinata and saying that they have a favor to ask. It is the MC and his group, and Rei says that they want to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. After that, already in front of the dungeon, Iono says that she is really excited to know that she will have to face a super difficult dungeon with a recommended level above 70. Ichino suggests that if possible, it would be better if they could work together with other mages. Rei says that this cannot be done since they do not have any rank A mage who can be dispatched immediately. Then he emphasizes that it would be nice if someone named Oikawa were there. The MC has in mind that before his regression, Oikawa was known as the highest ranked in Japan, and that he thinks this person should be a great help at such a moment, since he has in mind that if the dungeon collapse happens again, the god of space and time, Kronos, will appear, and precisely because of that, he needs to prevent such an event. Therefore, he calls the two to go right away, but Iono raises her hand and says that before that she has a favor to ask. Then she wants to know if the MC can also call her by her first name, since she thinks him using her last name is too formal. Ichinos thinks the same and asks the MC to think about it. Then Ichinos smiles and wants to know if in the end they are not all friends. Rei likes to hear that and comments that she is right. Therefore, he calls Aya and Yuri to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. As soon as they enter, Rei notices something ahead and sees a level 71 skull demon, which does not take long to notice their presence there. The MC, while preparing himself, thinks that it is a boss monster in other dungeons, but that there, the skull demon appears as if it were other normal monsters. Then he calls Aya and Yuri. The two immediately shout that they are ready. Therefore, while the three charge at the creature, it creates a mana barrier. Rei, while using his skill synthesis, thinks that they need to destroy the mana barrier first. So he casts his fire lance and realizes that a single hit is not enough to destroy the barrier, but then shouts asking the two to act. Therefore, he jumps to the side while Yuri and Aya prepare their skills, and as soon as they clash with the skull demon's barrier, they finally manage to break it. Rei runs to take advantage of the opportunity and strikes the demon, defeating it and making it drop a mana stone. The MC is happy that they defeated the first creature of the dungeon, then goes to his friends and says that they had great timing. Yuri comments that she has been wondering this since the fight the two of them had, so she wants to know how the MC can use so many skills. He is a little surprised by the sudden question, but ends up saying that he has a skill called Skill Steal. They are a little confused and ask him to be clearer. Rei says that just by touching his opponent, he is able to steal another person's skill. Yuri remembers when they were fighting and thinks that was what happened that day. While the MC says that he already returned the skill to Yuri, Aya is impressed and questions if Rei can really do that, since she knows that although she was surprised when he mentioned the plan to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon, now she understands better. At that moment, Rei calls the two to continue moving forward. Aya thinks that as long as Rei is there, she believes they will be fine, and that she is sure she will not be a burden to them. After that, the MC keeps defeating some creatures, as do Yuri and Aya. It does not take long for them to reach the boss room. Aya, a little apprehensive, comments that the rumble of the ground is getting louder and that she knows a boss monster is strong, but wants to know if they will really be fine. Rei says that everyone's level there went up while they were on their way to the boss, and that is why he thinks it should be possible. Aya comments that she thinks he is right, but stands still for a brief moment, thinking that she knows it is true that Rei is getting stronger after each fight and that Yuri is also getting used to fighting, and because of that, she knows that at least she needs to support them. Then suddenly, something crashes hard on the ground right behind Aya. Rei and Yuri turn around scared, and something quickly goes toward Aya, who with nothing much she can do is grabbed by something and taken away from her friends who are left shouting in concern for her. What took Aya is the enormous boss of the Ikebukuro dungeon, the level 89 Reaper. The MC is very scared, thinking that he knows the boss should not be able to leave its own room, so he questions what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, in the place where Kronos is sealed, he only laughs. Yuri wants to know if the MC thinks what is happening really is something bad. He says that it is true that the situation is critical, but shouts that despite everything, they will have to save Aya no matter what happens. Meanwhile, in the domain where the god of time and space is imprisoned, he says that apparently the monsters have been released, and that he knows this is the limit of what he can do with his current power. So he hopes the MC becomes the first victim of the grand opening. Rei shouts, wanting to know if his friend is all right. Imprisoned, she tries to answer that somehow she is, but she thinks that although she can block, she cannot escape, and that she did not want to be dead weight for her friends. Rei notices that she managed to conjure a mana barrier around herself, but thinks that even for Aya, who has a great amount of mana, there is a limit, and by observing her from afar, he knows that he needs to use his abyssal flame, but thinks that Aya might get caught in the crossfire, and because of that, he has to find a way to save her. Therefore, the MC makes it clear to Yuri that he will try to draw the boss's tentacles' attention, and that she should try to save Aya in the meantime. She replies that it is fine, and emphasizes that it is not as if she had another choice. That said, the two charge at the boss, who quickly tries to strike the MC, but he manages to dodge at the last moment. Rei is frightened to realize that a normal attack from the creature has such destructive power, so he thinks that there is no way he can afford to be hit directly. After returning to the ground, something begins to happen on his back, and a tentacle bursts from the ground heading toward him. Aya is frightened, worried about Rei. The MC uses his mana hand, grabs the wall in front of him, and pulls himself to dodge the tentacle, then thinks that it was close. At that moment, Yuri comments that this amount of distraction is quite enough so she jumps near where Aya is and strikes one of the tentacles, trying to imprison Aya with her mana scythe. However, both the MC and Yuri are surprised by something since the boss is using a strengthening skill on one of the tentacles. With that, Yuri is forced to retreat, and as soon as the MC goes to her, he wants to know if Yuri is okay. She replies yes, but while the two face the boss, she wants to know if Rei does not think something is strange. He agrees with her and thinks that monsters with tentacles normally have low defense. However, he has never heard of one having a strengthening skill, and besides that, the creature also left its own room, and therefore he really thinks something is strange. Meanwhile, the god of time from where he is continues just observing. At that moment, the MC notices the boss preparing its next attack, and comments that unfortunately, they do not even have time to think. Then, both Rei and Yuri have to defend themselves as best they can from the boss's tentacle attacks. Aya watches this, and thinks that it is all her fault, since she knows she always relied on Rei and that he made her battle easier. Then, she hits her barrier and thinks that she needs to do something to help them, until Yuri tries to apply more force in her attacks, and ends up losing her mana scythe, and comments that she thinks things are getting really complicated. Rei starts to get worried, thinking that both of their mana is almost exhausted since they are fighting all the time. And looking at Aya, he thinks that if everyone's mana were in perfect condition, things would be different, until he gets an idea. Then he shouts, asking Aya to use her mana fusion on them. She is a little confused, and Yuri wants to know if that skill is not useless because it consumes a large amount of mana, while they keep defending themselves from the boss's attacks. Rei has in mind that he knows it is true that mana fusion was considered useless in his previous life, but that thanks to a certain mage, the value was reversed, and the one who proved it was Aya herself. It was she who did it in his previous life. She, in turn, thinks about mana fusion, and that she never used this skill because she thought it was useless. But she knows that if Rei is asking her to use it, then she will fully believe in his words. Therefore, she wastes no more time and uses her mana fusion skill, which quickly starts going toward the MC and Yuri. She is surprised and questions if her mana really is being restored. Rei becomes excited, thinking that he knows mana fusion has an effect that shares the user's mana, being a skill that only a mage with a large amount of mana can master, but he also knows something else. Aya is impressed to know that she can share her mana with her friends, but seeing them only defending against the attacks, she knows it is still not enough, so she concludes that it must be because she is still using her barrier. Therefore, after realizing this, she quickly dispels her barrier, which draws the attention of her friends. Rei is very frightened, wanting to know why Aya dispelled the mana barrier. Then she is immediately grabbed by the boss's tentacles, but while still trying to resist, she uses her furnace skill, which quickly amplifies the powers of her mana fusion skill on her friends. Rei shouts, worried about his friend, but Aya, almost without strength, says that she will leave the rest to them, and as soon as she is completely wrapped by the boss's tentacles, Rei becomes serious, calls Yuri, and without saying another word, both charge with everything at the creature. Yuri has in mind that Aya showed such dedication, and that is why she will have to do the same, while the MC thanks his friend for granting them more strength. Therefore, the two go straight to where Aya is being held by the tentacles, and with both of their powers replenished, they easily cut through the boss's tentacles as if they were nothing. With that, Rei shouts that now they can simply forge the path they want. Rei keeps clearing the way toward Aya and, while doing so, thinks that thanks to her, who recovered everyone's mana, they can now pierce the enemy's defense with the skill enhancement. Then he calls Yuri and says they will save Aya with the next boost. However, she is already almost out of strength and still completely trapped. Rei continues moving toward her, but struggles to advance because of the boss's tentacles, and is forced to retreat briefly. He thinks that at the current pace, he fears they won't reach her. Then Yuri releases her power, calls out to the MC, and makes it clear that she will open a path for him. With that said, she begins shaping her ability and creates a staircase toward Aya. Without hesitation, Rei starts running and thanks Yuri for the beautiful move she made, but still, the boss refuses to allow the MC's advance and keeps using his tentacles. This time though, Rei activates his body coating and dashes forward at high speed, cutting through the tentacles as if they were nothing. Once he reaches his friend, he picks her up in his arms and jumps away. Rei looks back to see if the boss will make any move while he's in the air, but upon seeing that he didn't, he lands with Aya and asks if she's okay. Aya laughs and says she already expected that from the MC. Rei is happy to see she's fine. Yuri goes to Aya and thanks her for saving everyone by restoring their mana. Yuri also remarks that she is very brave. Aya smiles and thanks Yuri, but then turns to the boss and says she doesn't think they're done yet. Rei agrees and emphasizes that the boss's body still remains. At that moment, something strange starts happening with the severed tentacles, and suddenly they all regenerate, launching rapidly toward the MC's group, forcing them to jump back to avoid being hit. Rei comments that it will be a big problem if the monster keeps regenerating like that. Then one of the tentacles bursts from the ground and tries to hit Yuri, but she dodges, counterattacks the tentacle, and then yells, wanting to know what the MC has in mind, since at this pace she thinks the situation could get much worse. She is surprised to hear the MC calling her and telling her to leave things to him. Therefore, Yuri says that although it's frustrating, she will leave it to him as long as he has a plan, because she doesn't think they'll have much time to deal with the boss. Rei stabs his sword into the ground and agrees with her. Then he rushes forward at full speed, saying he will definitely finish this soon. Yuri looks at his sword and wonders if he will really attack using only his body without any weapon. At that moment, a tentacle attacks, but Rei dodges and thinks that he knows the boss can still regenerate even after being hit once by his abyssal flame. Therefore, he activates his overclock and considers that if he doubles his firepower, things might turn out differently. Then he begins preparing his power and creates his abyssal flame. The boss doesn't stay still and lets out a huge roar. Rei waits for the right moment, and as soon as he sees an opening, launches his abyssal flame skill at the creature, which becomes terrified upon seeing a powerful attack approaching, but unable to do much, is brutally struck and has a hole blasted through its body. With that, the boss is defeated and crashes hard to the ground. Rei breathes in relief, seeing that his attack succeeded. Elsewhere, the god of time and space is very surprised to see his creature defeated. He thinks he never imagined the Reaper would be beaten. He then becomes angry and, still observing them, decides that he will make sure none of them leave alive. While Aya is excited to see that the MC managed to eliminate the creature, she doesn't notice something strange happening behind her, and a strange power begins emerging from the defeated creature, rapidly advancing toward the MC's group. As soon as he senses something approaching, he shouts for everyone to be careful. However, the thing moving toward them stops midway. Rei comments that the strange thing is coming out of the body of the defeated Reaper, and suddenly the entire body of the boss begins to release a strange, dark energy. The MC shouts for everyone to run away immediately and says that he doesn't know what it is, but is sure they need to get out of there as fast as possible. While they run from the strange thing chasing them, the MC thinks he needs to prevent the dungeon from collapsing. Then he looks back worried, thinking there's no way he can die there, until they see a light at the end of the tunnel and shout that it's the exit. However, the dark energy catches up, and Aya, Yuri, and Rei become frightened when they realize they won't escape. But a voice shouts for them to move aside, and a huge magic shield is created, blocking the dark energy from doing anything. Aya is surprised, and the MC looks to the side to see who it is, also becoming surprised. As the person who created the shield gets closer, Rei immediately wants to know who he is. The man cancels his skill, laughs, and says they were almost attacked. Aya thanks him, but asks who he is. The blonde guy says his name is Oikawa Hikaru, and Aya is quite surprised to learn who he is. Oikawa keeps laughing and asks if she knows him. Aya tells the MC that he mentioned Oikawa was the guy before they entered the dungeon. Rei confirms and emphasizes that Oikawa was the person he wanted help from. He thinks that Oikawa is currently stronger than any of them since he is a rank S mage, and he also remembers that Oikawa was known as the Yellow King in his previous life. Then he reflects on his barrier skill and thinks it's really powerful, since without it, the situation could have gotten out of control. The blonde guy says that when he entered the dungeon, the situation looked bad, but he's glad he arrived in time. He also explains that he went to another dungeon at the country's request, and that someone there told him about the situation. Rei becomes intrigued and wonders who could have told him, but quickly remembers Hinata yelling at him for being reckless, and concludes it could only have been her. Oikawa becomes serious and asks if the MC is the brother of the Purple King. Rei is surprised to hear that he knows his brother, so he immediately asks if Oikawa knows him. He replies that he's heard of him many times but wasn't very interested, though he adds that the MC doesn't need to worry about that. Ray says he understands and thanks him for the help. Oikawa laughs and says it's fine, and that he didn't do much. Then he emphasizes that the MC did well in defeating the dungeon boss. At that moment, the drop left by the boss begins to shine intensely, and a dark stone falls to the ground. Oikawa walks to it, picks it up, and says that if the mana stones are this large, the boss must have been strong. With that said, he tosses the stone to the MC and congratulates him. Ray is surprised and immediately asks if it's okay for him to keep the drop. Oikawa says that regardless of what happened, it was the MC who conquered the dungeon. Before leaving, he says he looks forward to the MC's future achievements and is sure he'll get even more excited soon. After Oikawa leaves, the MC's group is very surprised by this entire turn of events, and afterward, they all head to the association building. As soon as they enter, Aya says Oikawa is quite peculiar. Ray agrees and emphasizes that he thinks Oikawa might just be an easygoing person or someone with too much free time. Hinata sees the MC and shouts his name, very worried, wanting to know if he's okay. She says she was worried since he took too long after requesting permission that morning. Then she makes it clear that, besides that, the dungeon he went to is recommended for level 70 and above, making it more dangerous than the others. However, she changes the subject and asks how his conquest progress went and if he has already cleared the area near the entrance. Ray places the boss's drop on the counter and says they ended up completely conquering the dungeon. Both Hinata and the other inspectors are shocked when they see the drop. Then she shouts loudly, wanting to know how that's possible. After that, some people are watching the news that someone has conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon and are surprised, wanting to know who did it since it's a level 70 dungeon. Elsewhere, a bald man yells for someone to schedule a meeting with the dungeon conqueror and also with the association. Later, Aya is thinking that she can finally cover her sister's medical expenses after conquering the dungeon, and while giving an interview at a press conference, she knows she's very grateful to the MC who invited her. Isoyama sees Aya's interview on a big screen, and one of her colleagues calls her, asking if that's Aya. Isoyama is completely stunned, thinking this must be a lie. Kurosaki Kai sees the news that his brother is the dungeon conqueror, and immediately becomes furious, thinking his brother is a bastard. Meanwhile, someone is receiving a message from another person, asking if it's really true that a colorless one conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon. Then that same person comments that the MC has become a huge scandal and that apparently he's grown stronger. The conversation continues for a while, and finally, the mysterious person sends another message saying that the weakest person conquered the hardest dungeon, which is quite interesting. Oikawa, standing atop a building, messages someone else saying it's exactly as he expected. Meanwhile, the MC is walking through the city and looking up at the dungeon he conquered, thinks it's a good thing he managed to prevent the Ikebukuro dungeon from collapsing. But remembering the help he received, he clenches his fist tightly and concludes he only succeeded because everyone helped him. Then, he turns around and, very serious, thinks that he needs to get stronger no matter what. With that, 3 days pass, and at the association, Hinata sees the MC and immediately informs him that the association is full of people talking about him lately. Ray feels embarrassed and says that's quite shameful, but he changes the subject, calls Hinata, and wants to know if she had something to tell him. She says his group received a request to conquer a certain dungeon. They're surprised, and the MC wants to know why since they've just advanced to rank A. Hinata replies that yes, and showing a document, she explains that it's probably because of their Ikebukuro dungeon conquest. Ray knows that dungeon explorations are usually requested by mages themselves, and that the association only allows such requests to be made to a limited number of mages. Aya gets excited and says she's sure they're counting on the MC's strength. Ray smiles awkwardly and says no, since he wasn't the only one requested, but he turns, intrigued, and wants to know who the requester is. Hinata apologizes and says the superiors ordered everything to remain secret. Yuri says that since it's an interesting mission, she wants to know why they can't accept it. The MC emphasizes that it's a request made through the association, so he doesn't think it seems suspicious. Hinata calls the MC and also tells him that, in addition to what she mentioned regarding the request, It seems that a rank S mage will accompany them. Thus, the next day, everyone is gathered, and the MC says the place where they'll meet the mage accompanying them is there. Aya wants to know what kind of person it could be. Then they turn as they hear someone calling them. It's Oikawa, who arrives saying they'll be working together on the dungeon conquest. Everyone is very surprised to find out that Oikawa will be joining them. After everyone enters the dungeon, Rei says he never thought Oikawa would be with them. He laughs and says he knew from the start and just wanted to surprise them, but adds that he's still excited about it since the whole world is paying attention to the conquest they'll achieve together. Aya emphasizes that she thinks Oikawa is a very carefree person. Rei says that regardless, he knows Oikawa is a rank S mage, but he calls him and says he heard there's a complicated mechanism inside the dungeon they're in. Oikawa confirms and explains that, based on the patrol team, they said there was a wall of fire blocking the way. Aya is intrigued to hear that, and the MC wants to know how they'll handle the situation. Oikawa starts showing off and says it will be with his barrier skill, since that means while he's there, a wall of fire will be nothing. Watching him brag nonstop, Rei thinks that so far, Oikawa seems to be a pretty friendly guy, but wonders why he finds everything so easy. Then the blonde guy emphasizes that everyone there will understand once they see him in action, and asks them to think of him as carrying them on a big ship. However, something catches the MC's attention as he sees several huge insects coming at them. So he shouts to everyone that a monster wave is approaching and they'll have to fight. The MC becomes serious and thinks it's the perfect time to see how strong a rank S mage really is, but ends up stunned when he sees Oikawa trembling in a corner. The blonde guy, shaking all over, says he's terrible against insect-type monsters. Aya shouts for him not to say that so proudly since he had claimed he would carry everyone there like a big ship. Rei makes it clear that they have no choice but to handle it themselves. With that said, as the insects get closer, the MC shouts for everyone to get ready for battle. Aya wastes no time and activates her fireball, and as soon as she throws it at the creatures, Yuri takes the opportunity to move forward, saying that these insects are nothing compared to the monsters they fought before. With that, she activates her mana conversion and begins defeating several insects. Rei watches the remaining ones closely, prepares his skill synthesis, and creates the fire spear, then throws it and hits multiple insects at once. Oikawa, still in the corner, is impressed by the MC's power. Aya gets excited and says they did it. Rei replies yes, and comments that everyone did a great job. A bit embarrassed, Oikawa walks up to them and says that apparently he ended up being saved, but while trying to explain that he really hates insects, something watches them from afar, and Rei feels like he's being observed. He quickly shouts for Oikawa to be careful because several monsters are charging at him. The blonde guy becomes serious, activates his skill around the wolves, and in the blink of an eye, all the creatures are severely struck. The blonde guy smiles and says that this is his square box skill. Then he shrinks it around his ability, forming a magic cube, and when it falls to the ground, everyone is surprised by Oikawa's skill, who then picks up the small cube and says he hates surprise attacks. Rei quickly approaches the blonde guy and asks for an explanation about the skill. Oikawa says his skill is called Square Box and that it's one of his barrier abilities. Then he emphasizes that it can't be used against a very large enemy, but in return can neutralize the creatures that appeared there. He smiles and says it's quite convenient. Rei recalls having heard of it before, but thinks the skill he just saw is truly amazing. Then the blonde guy calls everyone and says they need to keep moving, and while walking away humming, the MC thinks that so this is the strength of a rank S mage. After walking a bit through the dungeon, they reach where the fire barrier is, and the blonde guy emphasizes that this is the place reported by the superiors. Aya says it's really hot there, and the MC wants to know if they really have to go through it. Oikawa replies yes, but tells everyone to stay calm because he'll handle it. He then creates a barrier over the wall of flames, opening a passage. He smiles and tells everyone to proceed. As they pass through, everyone finds what he did amazing. And once they cross the barrier, the MC tells everyone that the hole ahead is the passage to the boss room. Then he turns and asks if everyone is ready. After everyone answers yes, he gets excited and says they're going in. With that, the group heads toward the boss room. But Oikawa is thinking about the MC and wanting to see if he lives up to what the report stated, as he's quite eager for that. As soon as everyone enters the boss room, they realize the place is very hot, and the MC becomes worried because it's truly unbearable. Then a creature slowly approaches. It's a level 68 Flame Claw Tiger. Ray quickly draws his sword and thinks the boss is quite intimidating. The creature starts releasing power and creates a massive fireball. The MC shouts for them to set up a magic barrier, but Oikawa says it's unnecessary. The boss wastes no time and fires its attack, but the blonde guy defends it with his skill, and the MC is very surprised to see Oikawa's ability. He smiles and says he'll keep up with their pace using his barrier and leave the creature to them. Ray turns and says he understands and that they'll take care of the boss, but he thinks they shouldn't underestimate the creature since even the barrier could be destroyed if hit too many times. He then wonders if he should attack with his abyssal flame, but upon observing the boss more closely, he realizes that won't be possible since flame claw tigers are fast, and besides that, it's a high-rank monster, and the mana cost of using a dark ability is very high. Therefore, as he advances, he thinks he needs to finish the boss with another magic, and that for this reason, he'll act first, but tells his friends to try to find an opening and attack. Ray activates his extreme body enhancement, jumps, and as soon as he faces the boss, it tries to hit the MC, but he dodges the attack and counterattacks the creature. Yuri and Aya prepare their abilities and launch the fireball and mana conversion. The attack goes straight toward the boss, but it dodges the abilities by jumping to the side and then starts to take distance. Very worried, the MC thinks that this was expected, that the creature is indeed strong, and that a long battle would be disadvantageous due to the heat they're feeling. So if possible, it would be better to defeat the creature as soon as possible. The blonde guy observes the MC's performance and thinks that at the pace he's going, his physical strength will run out quickly, so he really wants to see what the boy will do. Ray takes a deep breath, calls Aya and Yuri, and explains that they don't need to hit the boss directly, but can aim for its feet. Yuri says that means the MC has a plan, and Aya shouts that she understands. Thus, both prepare, and Yuri launches her ability, forcing the boss to move. While channeling her power, Aya thinks that in exchange for increasing her mana cost, the furnace effect greatly boosts her firepower. Then she creates her strengthened stone bullet and quickly throws it at the boss, but it dodges again. However, the MC notices the opening and thinks that no matter how agile the boss may be, it won't be able to dodge in midair. Therefore, not wanting to waste any more time, he jumps toward it and imbues his sword with his skill. Okawa is surprised to see the MC covering his sword with ice. The boss is startled upon realizing it can't move, and Ray manages to land his attack, hitting the creature squarely. The Flame Claw Tiger can't react and crashes hard to the ground. With that, they manage to defeat the boss. The girls go to the MC and say he did it, but he emphasizes that it was all thanks to them. Oikawa smiles and thinks it was a wonderful team effort, and that the MC truly is a talented mage, just as the report said. However, he thinks that perhaps the MC hasn't yet shown his true power. Ray calls everyone and says they'll return to the association and record the report, but Okawa activates his magic and asks everyone to wait a moment. The MC says it's the same ability as before, and the blonde guy confirms and says he wants to test the MC. He becomes confused and asks the blonde guy to be clearer. Okawa explains that his box can be used both to capture monsters and as a training method. Then he asks Ray to allow him to be honest, and says he wants to see his true power, and that's why he wants him to defeat the monsters sealed inside his skill. Oikawa makes it clear that if things get dangerous, he'll seal the monsters back, but obviously, it's the MC's decision whether to accept or not. Ray clenches his fist tightly and thinks that he still doesn't understand Oikawa's reasons, but even so, he also wants to gain more experience. Therefore, he says he'll accept the challenge. The blonde guy positions his ability in front of the MC and then says he'll begin. When he opens the box, dark energy starts coming out and quickly begins to take form. Ray is intrigued when he sees a black shadow. Okawa knows that the monster inside changes appearance depending on the fear its opponent feels, so he wonders what kind of monster will appear. After the creature takes form and releases its power, the MC becomes very frightened as he sees that the monster before him is the god of space and time, Kronos. Oikawa is impressed and says it's the first time he's seen such a monster, but he thinks the MC really has something hidden within him. As for him, He's paralyzed with fear upon realizing that he'll have to face an opponent he never imagined encountering there. Aya is intrigued and comments that the Black Shadow has taken on a humanoid form. Yuri emphasizes that it also does not seem to be a normal monster. Oikawa becomes thoughtful, since he has in mind that the training monster takes the form of its opponent's greatest fear. But he questions what kind of monster he is seeing, and, observing the frightened expression on the MC's face, also wonders whether the MC has fought this monster before. Rei, in turn, thinks that the creature he is seeing is not Kronos for real, but that even so, the aura he is sensing is quite intimidating, as he still remembers the overwhelming feeling just before his regression. Yet regardless of that, he thinks he cannot stand still and do nothing. Thus, he charges at the creature without hesitation. The copy of Kronos blocks the MC's attack without much trouble. Rei, as he crosses swords with the creature, thinks that for now, he does not feel intimidated and then applies more force to his sword, forcing the copy of Kronos to retreat. The creature raises its face, and the MC becomes frightened, since the copy of Kronos is about to activate its ability, which quickly attacks the MC, forcing him to dodge so as not to be hit head-on. Aya, watching the fight, wants to know what the attack she just saw was. Yuri comments that it might be an invisible shockwave. Rei keeps in mind that he saw this ability before his regression, and that apparently he can also dodge it. Next, he imbues his sword with his power and makes it clear that now it is his turn. That said, he charges at the copy of Kronos. Rei starts shouting that he will eliminate it once and for all, but the creature merely gives a faint smile, which frightens Rei as he sees that the copy of Kronos has completely blocked his attack and also dissipated the ability. The creature does not miss the chance and strikes Rei with a counterattack, sending him flying far away. Aya becomes worried about her friend and shouts, asking if he is okay. Rei tries to break and wonders whether his attack was really nullified and what it could have been. Aya asks Oikawa if he does not think the situation is getting dangerous. He agrees and comments that he thinks it is becoming too much for something like this. Thus, he raises his hand and says that he will retrieve the shadow back into the box, but ends up being surprised by something. Yuri goes up to the blonde boy and asks what happened, since he is supposed to retrieve the shadow right away. Oikawa replies that he is trying, but points out that for some reason, the shadow fighting the MC is resisting, which frightens everyone when they hear it. The blonde boy starts to worry, thinking that this has never happened before, and, observing closely the creature the MC is fighting, really wants to know what kind of monster it is. At that moment, Aya and Yuri run forward, saying that either way, this is no time to run a test. That said, they call out to the MC and say that they will help him in the fight. Rei shouts, asking them to wait a minute, but Aya activates her High Furnace ability, and Yuri her mana conversion. Thus, as Yuri advances with her monstrous scythe toward Kronos' shadow, Aya amplifies her partner's ability. Yuri tries to land an attack, but has her power completely nullified, leaving her unsure of what is happening. Kronos' shadow, without thinking twice, counterattacks Yuri, hurling her straight into Aya, and due to the force, the two are violently thrown against the rock wall. Rei shouts in concern for them. Oikawa calls out to the MC, apologizes for how things ended up, and while channeling his power, emphasizes that he will try to stop what he did, no matter the cost. That said, he activates the restraining ability of the resistance inhibitor on Kronos' shadow. The blonde boy comments that he managed to contain it, but the creature opens a wide smile and completely shatters the resistance inhibitor. Both Rei and Oikawa are shocked to see the ability broken so easily. As Kronos' shadow approaches them, the blonde boy comments that at this rate, he thinks they will all be annihilated. Rei also starts to worry and reflects that Kronos' shadow can only be using some kind of ability, but he wonders whether it is recreating Kronos' appearance and abilities from his memory, until he has an idea after questioning himself. Thus, he calls Oikawa and asks the blonde boy to leave Kronos' shadow to him, as he will deal with it on his own, since he has an idea. Next, as he puts away his sword, Rei thinks that in his past life he only ever ran from Kronos, but he knows that if he hesitates there, he will not be able to move forward. Then, he charges at Kronos' shadow and thinks that the black shadow changed its appearance because of a certain ability. The creature tries to strike the MC with a sword slash, but he manages to dodge at the last second and then shouts that he will simply steal Kronos' shadow's ability. That said, he activates the draining ability and an intense black energy erupts around the two of them. Soon after, Kronos' shadow begins to have its sword dissipated, as well as part of its body. The shadow, realizing it has been defeated, starts screaming as its body is dismantled. It does not take long for the shadow to disappear completely. Oikawa is quite surprised by what he has just seen, so he wonders what that ability was, and, observing the MC closely, also wants to know who he really is. After that, 3 days pass, and Oikawa and Yuri are kneeling before a person seated on a throne. Yuri says they are there to report the incident and then calls the man seated there the Blue King. Moments earlier, Yuri had been standing in a corridor when someone approached, and she commented that the person was late. It was Oikawa, and, a little embarrassed, he apologizes to Yuri for making her wait. As they walk away, Yuri emphasizes that she was almost eliminated last time because of him. He comments that he never thought it would end that way. Nervous, Yuri points out that the blonde boy should be grateful that the MC forgave him. Oikawa comments that he knows that very well, and then adds that the MC is still an incredible guy, as he is much better than she had reported. But as they approach the door, the blonde boy wants to know whether that guy will ignore the MC or not. When they reach the door, it opens, and as soon as they enter, the person seated thanks the two of them for waiting. This is the Blue King, Hojo Itsuki, who comments that the two did a good job and that they can make themselves comfortable. Yuri apologizes for meeting him right after returning from exploring a dungeon abroad. The Blue King tells her not to worry about it, and says that he was just exploring some in 10 different countries. Oikawa wonders whether Itsuki does not think that is a bit too much. He replies that the association's superiors are quite strict with their employees, and that someone has to do the job, so there was no other way. Yuri comments that she remembers that well, and since Itsuki is the Blue King, thinks he was summoned. Itsuki says that the difficulty of the dungeons is around the level of the Ikebukuro dungeon that she and the king were conquering together. Yuri is surprised, thinking that dungeons of that difficulty exist in 10 different locations, and, observing the Blue King, concludes that, as expected, he truly is a monster. At that moment, Itsuki stands up and asks whether the two of them can talk about the young man named Kurosaki Rei. Both answer yes, and after telling everything to the Blue King, he comments that he understands and that he finds all of this truly incredible. Oikawa emphasizes that he is also very surprised and thus points out that the MC may actually be as strong as him, an S rank, or perhaps even stronger. Itsuki comments that, apparently, the MC's combat abilities are excellent, in addition to him having an ability that allows him to steal an enemy's ability. Yuri thinks that the truth is that there is more to it than that, but that she would feel bad if she said more than that. Itsuki comments that if the MC is such an excellent mage, he truly piques his interest. That said, he makes it clear that he has a favor to ask of the two of them there. After that, elsewhere, Aya is happy, commenting that they did well in conquering the dungeon that day. Rei thanks Aya for the support she provided, but Aya wants to know where Yuri was that day. Rei replies that she had said she had some matters to take care of. Hinata, as soon as she sees the MC there, calls out to him. Rei goes over to her and wants to know what happened. She comments that she really wants to know what he got himself into this time. Rei is confused and asks what is wrong. Hinata explains that he was summoned by the Blue King and that he wants to meet the MC in person. Thus, Rei goes to where the Blue King is. After arriving, Itsuki thanks the MC for coming to meet him. Rei is quite surprised to discover that Hojo Itsuki is the Blue King, who in turn wants to know if the MC is Kurosaki Rei. Rei keeps in mind that in his life before the regression, Hojo Itsuki was known as a true color king even among kings, and not only that, but he also admired him greatly, since there were many reports of the Blue King achieving great feats, and one of his words, that the strong should guide the weak, attracted him. That is why he wanted to become a great person like Hojo Itsuki, or at least, that was what he thought, since last time the Blue King was caught in the torrent of a dungeon collapse and was eliminated in battle. The MC thinks that this happened because he became a shield to protect civilians during the evacuation, thus becoming a hero who saved millions of lives. After remembering all of this, Rei wonders why the Blue King is calling him. At that moment, someone appears asking to reveal a secret. The MC is surprised to see that it is Yuri and asks what she is doing there. Aya is surprised to see that Oikawa is also there and asks what they are doing. Itsuki replies that he will explain. That said, he explains that the two there are recruiting talented people around the world and that they are members of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. Rei comments that he has heard of this before. Aya says she heard that it is an elite group under the direct command of the Blue King. Itsuki explains that it was actually he who requested that the MC conquer that dungeon, and that he was also the one who had Oikawa accompany them. Rei comments that then the blonde boy had a reason to fight that shadow-made monster. Oikawa looks embarrassed, replies that yes, and emphasizes that he wanted to see the MC's strength, even knowing that he caused some problems. Yuri says that she also joined their group because it seemed quite fun. Next, the Blue King goes up to the MC and says that, to be honest, he is interested in him, and that if he truly has such powers, he would like the MC to join them. However, he makes it clear that there is still much unknown regarding multicolor users, and that is why he needs to see the MC's humanity first. That said, he emphasizes that, as the Blue King, he wants to ask a question first. Thus, as a mage, he wants to know what the MC truly wants. Rei thinks about what he will answer. Then he remembers that he used to admire Itsuki in the past, and becoming a mage was his dream. In addition, at the time, his younger brother, Kurosaki Kai, despised him, and that was precisely why he wanted to change. But at the moment, he knows that, to be able to fight Kronos, he needs to become stronger. So he answers that he wants to become stronger than anyone else. Itsuki asks whether, then, basically, the MC wants to be the strongest mage, become a king of a color, and be stronger than even him. Rei clenches his fist tightly and thinks that, in his previous life, he did not think he could stop Kronos even with the Blue King's help. Then, he strikes his fist hard against his own chest, thinking that this is why nothing will change if he only admires someone, and thus he answers Itsuki that he does indeed want to be stronger than him. The Blue King takes a deep breath and, smiling, comments that it was a good answer. That said, he asks whether the MC would like to join the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. Both Rei and Aya are quite surprised by the invitation. Itsuki states that he is sure the MC will be able to go further with competent people, and, therefore, does not think it would be a bad thing for him. After that, Rei and Aya are walking down the corridor. Oikawa asks the two to follow him, and as they pass through a door, the MC is quite surprised, as he finds himself facing several people from the elite of mages under the Blue King's command, the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. One of the members laughs, slams both feet onto the table, and says he was eager to see the new member, but that, from the looks of it, he is just a kid. The blonde girl laughs, and says that the MC is the same age as him. Another member laughs as well, and says that, apparently, Kurahashi is quite excited. The guy next to them asks everyone to please stop provoking people. The first guy looks a bit embarrassed and replies that he understands. Oikawa asks the others to sit down, as he will explain the Blue King's request. After giving a summary, Oikawa emphasizes that they will need to conquer 2 dungeons, and that both are high level, with recommendations above level 65, and therefore, they will split into 2 teams to conquer both. That said, he explains that he will go to Makuhari together with Yashiro, Shiroi, and Azuma. Then he says that Rei and his group will go to Tama, as well as Kurahashi, who will be going with them. The redhead cannot believe it, and asks Oikawa to wait a moment, then wants to know why he is going along with the MC's group. Yuri asks whether he did not like it. Kurahashi shouts that, of course not. Oikawa asks whether the redhead has seen the report, and then emphasizes that Rei is skilled enough and that he possesses 3 colors of mana. Kurahashi makes it clear that having a wide variety of mana does not mean the MC is strong, pointing out that Kurosaki Kai was also like that. Rei is surprised to learn that the redhead knew his brother. Kurahashi comments that apparently the MC has not heard, so he explains that Kurosaki Kai used to be a member of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, and that people used to call him the Purple King, but that, in reality, he was not comparable to them there. Rei is intrigued and thinks that, as far as he remembers, Yuri had also said that his brother was disappointing, so he concludes that this is how everyone there sees Kai. Kurahashi continues, saying that having many colors of mana is illusory, because he believes that alone is not enough to prove whether someone is strong or not. That said, he turns serious and emphasizes that, although there was a great commotion when the MC conquered the Ikebukuro dungeon, he thinks that might have been because Oikawa helped clear it, and, looking directly at Rei, asks whether he understands that the weak should simply stay quiet in the corners. Aya does not like hearing her friend being called weak and shouts that Rei is not weak and that Kurahashi can only make that judgment after seeing his strength with his own eyes. Rei smiles after hearing his friend defend him. Kurahashi, on the other hand, does not like it at all, sits down in his chair, and says that it is fine and that he will do that. Yuri thinks that the redhead is always weak against girls, as always. Oikawa asks for everyone's attention and informs them that the groups are exactly as he had said before, since they will give their best to conquer the 2 dungeons he mentioned. That said, he calls Kurahashi and comments that he should witness Rei's true power for himself. The redhead laughs and says that the blonde boy does not need to emphasize that, since he will see it for himself. After the meeting ends, Rei thinks that he knows he has to show his strength to the redhead, but as things stand now, he thinks it will not be enough, since he knows that to be able to face Kronos, he needs more strong companions. Thus, he reflects that even knowing Kurahashi's words were harsh and degrading, he greatly hopes they get along well. The next day, inside the Tama dungeon, many terrifying creatures are everywhere. Rei realizes that the creatures did not waste any time and are already coming at them. And as he was about to say that this was good and that they would need to work as a team, the redhead interrupts him and says that working together is very boring. That said, he activates his blazing explosion ability and charges straight at the creatures. And with just a single punch using his ability, an explosion occurs, easily eliminating the creatures. Aya sees that the redhead's mana is red, specialized in offensive combat, and that the feat's range and firepower were incredible. Kurahashi looks at the MC and laughs. Then, still with a provocative laugh, he comments that he bets Rei cannot do everything he did. However, he jumps and says that anyway, he will hunt all the creatures by himself, and that the color-filled MC should just stay there sucking his thumb. Rei laughs, but apologizes to the 2 of them. Then he turns with a frightening expression and says that he does not want to lose to the redhead. Aya was about to ask her friend to wait, but he dashes off at full speed, and as she watches him run, she comments that apparently even he is going all out. Yuri asks Aya to let the boys do what boys like to do. The MC keeps defeating several creatures he encounters along the way, and while trying to catch up to the redhead, he laughs and says that the MC's movements are getting a little better. Meanwhile, Aya and Yuri are watching the 2 fight frenetically against the dungeon's creatures. Aya comments that somehow this seems like a mess. Yuri agrees, but wants to know if Aya does not think the MC is amazing, since he is managing to keep up with Kurahashi. Then Yuri says that the redhead is an idiot and that, because of that, he is not good at fighting other humans or working in a team, but emphasizes that the redhead's ability is special, since his mana is used for consecutive attacks and spreads over a wide area, which is precisely why Kurahashi is very good against a large number of enemies, since at that very moment, he still holds the title of the man who eliminated the most monsters. Even so, she thinks that even against a man like that, Rei is managing to keep up. That said, she smiles and comments that she really knew he would be amazing. After some time in the dungeon, everyone heads to the front of the boss room. Aya is left open-mouthed, wondering if they are really about to face the boss already, since only 10 minutes have passed since they entered the dungeon. The MC thinks that he seemed able to draw out more power while competing with Kurahashi, and that he has never felt like this before. Then he reflects that, compared to what he was before, this is a great improvement. At that moment, the boss room door opens, and soon everyone enters. Rei asks for everyone's attention and informs them that they will all focus on the battle against the boss. The redhead laughs and asks the MC to just not get in his way. Then Rei is surprised by something above, as he sees a terrifying creature with tentacles and a sinister eye at the center. Thus, the MC quickly prepares for the confrontation until he is surprised to feel a shockwave coming from behind him, and suddenly, several monsters he had defeated outside are thrown into the boss room. The creatures start moving toward the boss and are soon absorbed. After the boss absorbs several creatures at once, the Tama dungeon boss becomes a chimera beast of unknown level. The creature's eye opens and quickly focuses on the MC's group, and it soon starts heading straight toward them. Aya is frightened, wanting to know if the boss really absorbed the monsters. Ray reflects that apparently the chimera is growing stronger by absorbing the other monsters, but observing the creature more closely, he concludes that he has never seen a monster like this, not even in his time before the regression. Thus, he tells the redhead that they need to be careful now. He does not care at all, channels his power, and says that it is not like he would be intimidated by a little monster like that. That said, he charges forward, saying that whoever attacks first will win. Then he unleashes his powerful blow, and a huge explosion occurs at the spot. Aya is surprised and asks if the redhead managed to defeat the chimera by himself. However, Kurahashi is quite surprised, as he sees that the boss blocked his powerful blow with just one arm, and to make matters worse, the other arm is counterattacking. On the verge of being hit, he thinks that he will not be able to dodge. Ray does not waste time and activates his mana hand, which rushes straight toward the redhead and grabs him so that he is not struck by the boss. After the redhead retreats, the MC asks if he is okay. Kurahashi replies with a trembling voice that he will not lose to a colorful like the MC, since he thinks that would be the biggest mistake of his life. Then, Ray notices the chimera trying to do something with the very arm where the redhead had landed his blow, and suddenly, the creature rips off its own limb, which leaves Ray quite perplexed. After that, something starts to happen at the spot where the limb was torn off, and quickly another arm is created. Kurahashi does not like at all seeing that the chimera can regenerate, which, in turn, begins to channel a focused attack. Ray becomes frightened, thinking that something big is about to happen, and while the chimera continues charging the attack, the MC shouts for everyone to dodge. Thus, the boss fires its powerful barrage of energy. Everyone jumps to the sides to avoid being hit, but due to the powerful attack, a huge explosion occurs. The shockwave is so strong that Aya ends up being hit. She tries to get up and sees the damage the boss's attack caused. The redhead asks Yuri what kind of firepower that was that they just witnessed. She replies that she thinks that, apparently, the creature cannot fire another shot. That said, she shouts that they need to seize the chance and activates her ability. Next, she launches her ability at the chimera. The boss closes its arms and wings and withstands the attack. Yuri realizes that the chimera is resilient and that it is quite incredible that Kurahashi managed to burn something like that. Ray reflects that they are in a very bad situation because he thinks that if they continue on the defensive as they are, the boss will fire that laser again. Then he starts observing the chimera and considers that perhaps he needs to attack the main body, but that the creature's arms will hinder him, and that if it is not an all-out attack, the boss will use another arm to protect itself. Thus, he shouts to Aya and asks if she can use her mana fusion on Kurahashi. Aya is surprised and asks if the MC really wants her to use the ability on the redhead. Ray shouts yes. Aya replies that it is fine and soon begins channeling her power. Then she activates mana fusion on the redhead, who is quite surprised by the power he feels flowing through his body. Next, Kurahashi releases his enhanced power and shouts, wanting to know what the hell kind of mana this is that he is feeling. Ray shouts, warning that they will not have more time, and asks the redhead to attack the boss's main body. Without thinking twice, he launches the attack, saying that he knows. The chimera throws out its arms to try to block the attack, but Kurahashi intensifies his power even more and unleashes his blazing explosion ability, causing massive destruction. Aya is impressed by the redhead's immense firepower, who in turn, as soon as the dust from the explosion settles, is completely shocked, since he sees that the chimera not only withstood his powerful blow, but is also already channeling the laser to fire. Yuri shouts for the redhead to be careful. He becomes nervous and comments that not even his empowered attack was able to defeat the boss, but the MC passes by him saying no, and that the redhead opened the way very well. That said, Ray prepares his Black Flames attack. Kurahashi is surprised, and observing the MC's power, wonders if it could be black mana. Ray moves to deliver his blow, just as the chimera fires the laser. Thus, the MC uses his Abyss Flame ability and hits the chimera squarely. As the creature collapses to the ground, the redhead wonders about what he just saw and what that ability was. And, watching the MC from behind, he has in mind that he could not even destroy the monster with his ability, and that, moreover, he felt the MC's determination to break through in that situation. Then he laughs and, very excited, wonders if the man he is seeing is real. After that, already on the next day, Kurosaki Kai, walking through the city center, sees on top of a building a news broadcast saying that his brother conquered the Tama dungeon and that he continues conquering another high-difficulty dungeon. The people around are surprised, since the MC conquered yet another high-difficulty dungeon. Kai listens to people saying that his brother is really incredible, until he also hears one of them commenting that his situation is only getting worse. Thus, Kai just leaves quietly on his own, but he does not like this at all. Meanwhile, at the organization of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, Itsuki comments that everyone did a good job conquering the dungeons, but emphasizes that apparently the Tama dungeon was much more problematic. Rei replies that yes, and informs them that they encountered a new type of monster. Azuma laughs and comments that he really heard it was a very strong monster. Shiroi comments that she should have gone there to see it with her own eyes, until Oikawa calls Kurahashi and asks what he thought of Rei based on his observation. A bit awkward, the redhead says that the MC is not that bad, since he even came up with a very good strategy. Rei is surprised hearing this, but Shiroi comments that the redhead usually looks down on him, and because of that, wants to know if now he is going back on what he had said. Kurahashi immediately tells her to shut up, then takes a deep breath, and pointing his finger at the MC, apologizes for having underestimated him, and for calling him colorful, or whatever, admitting his strength. Rei laughs, replies that it is not like that, and makes it clear that the redhead also helped him a lot, and, because of that, he thinks he does not need to apologize. Kurahashi is stunned hearing this, and soon turns around saying that it is not like he is happy to be praised by him, since he only did it for his own sake, and that the MC should not get the wrong idea. The older members of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff laugh and think that the redhead is cold and calculating. The Blue King comments that he is happy that both are friends now, and also thinks that no one will complain about the MC anymore. Having said that, he hands something to Rei, who is surprised and asks what it is. Itsuki says that it is the symbol of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, and then, as the Blue King welcomes Kurosaki Rei, he then emphasizes that the MC can continue working with his group as usual, as he is sure Yuri will agree, but that, aside from that, he really wants them to fight together. Rei clenches his fist tightly, and when taking the Blue King's hand, replies yes, and that it will be a great pleasure. Aya, surprised by how things turned out, thinks that she knew her friend was incredible, since he was even recognized by one of the strongest mages. At that moment, Kurahashi laughs and says that he will train the MC well, since he is their companion now. But Yuri emphasizes that it seems it is the redhead who needs to be taught. Kurahashi tells her to mind her own business and stop being annoying. Itsuki thinks that it seems Rei has already formed bonds with the others, and that, apparently, it was worth putting the two on the same team. Oikawa looks at Itsuki and thinks that if they had recognized Rei from the beginning, he is sure Kurahashi would have been against it, and because of that, he thinks the Blue King was clever, as always, who in turn comments that it is good to feel that everything is going according to plan, but that, even so, he would like to make a suggestion. Rei becomes curious and asks what it would be. Itsuki extends his hand forward and asks if the MC would like to acquire the title of Black King, which leaves him very surprised by the request. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Kai is nervous, since inside the dungeon, his partners are having difficulties with the monsters, until Goto shouts asking Kai to use his overclock, and he quickly tries to use it, but nothing happens, and he becomes nervous. Oik calls Goto stupid and says that Kai can no longer use that ability since the day he faced the MC. Kai cannot stand still and tries to attack with another ability. After some time in the dungeon, his partners are very exhausted, commenting that, somehow, they managed. Kai wants to know what they are doing, because they are supposed to keep moving forward. Goto, worried, comments that they have already been inside that dungeon for 5 consecutive days, and, because of that, wants to know if Kai does not think it would be better to stop. Kai tells Goto to shut up and walks away, saying that they need to keep going. Goto is astonished by his friend's attitude and asks Oik if it is really okay to keep following Kai the way he is. Oik asks what kind of nonsense Goto is talking about and then starts running, saying that they need to support Kai in this most difficult moment. Meanwhile, Kai is walking through the dungeon, thinking that he needs to conquer it quickly, until he remembers a few days earlier of a girl approaching him and wanting to know if he had a moment. At the time, he replied that he was not accepting interviews, but the girl answered that it was not that, and said that she just wanted to hear Kai's opinion about his older brother, which left him perplexed when he found out. And, on that same day, Kai heard more people wanting to know about his older brother, and after remembering that, he becomes even angrier, thinking that, based on the rumors, he believes his brother was recognized even by the Blue King, since when he was there, they were always talking nonsense about teamwork and other bullshit. In addition, he knew that everyone was looking down on him, but he knows that he will show them who is the strongest in this shit. Meanwhile, in his dimension, Kronos, the god of time and space, is observing the anger of the MC's brother and gives a slight smile. Then, he thinks that he has found an interesting pawn. After that, on the next day, Kai is thinking about when the dungeons appeared and how the entire world changed. It became an era in which strong mages achieved social status. And this also became a turning point for him, since 1 in a million people is the probability of someone having aptitude for 2-colored mana, and he knows that he is one of them. Besides seeming to have a special ability, something truly satisfying, since he even gets away from the teachers, because they, upon realizing who he is, end up keeping to themselves, and that is precisely why he likes this social status. Or even the people at school, since they were always hovering around, flattering him, and even his own parents, those who used to keep their distance, began to praise him. Kai thinks that even the apostles of the sacred staff, who claimed to be the elite, let him in as the youngest member. However, over time, those people were rude, and because of that, he decided to leave, since that showed that they did not recognize his abilities. But one thing he knew, because one day, while he was in his room, his older brother did not treat him differently, even knowing that he had no talent and was weaker. And even so, his older brother's gaze almost said that he would catch up to him someday, and that made him hate him, since, as someone chosen by the world, his older brother should not dare to look at him as if they were equals. So he knew that was why he wanted to prove to his idiot brother that he was the strongest, because he really wanted him to know that they lived in different worlds. However, he ended up being surprised, because the unexpected seemed to have happened, since his older brother seemed to have surpassed him, until he decides to stop thinking about it, because it no longer matters, since he is a king. And, as he walks through the city, he reflects that he should not sit around doing nothing. At that moment, Kai hears someone calling him. It is Kurahashi, commenting that, apparently, Kai seems to be quite upset. Then, the redhead comments that it has been a while since they last saw each other, because he thinks their last meeting was when Kai was kicked out of the apostles of the sacred staff. The Purple King becomes furious and makes it clear that he was not kicked out, but rather left that group of his own free will, and that, despite the Blue King's words that he would treat him equally, he acted like his boss, giving orders. While Kurahashi does not care at all about what the MC's brother says, Kai continues saying that, in the end, the Blue King was just jealous of his talents, and that, because of that, he did not want people like him as one of his companions. Having said that, he calls the redhead and comments that he heard that Rei became one of them. Kurahashi wants to know what that has to do with anything, and Kai replies that his older brother is a real dead weight. Kurahashi becomes serious, interrupts Kai, and tells him to shut up for a moment, which leaves him surprised by the expression he sees on the redhead, who continues by saying that he does not care what Kai thinks, but emphasizes that Rei's ability is real, and that, despite being a 2-colored mage, he remains discreet, unlike Kai. Kai in turn becomes nervous and shouts for the redhead to stop talking nonsense and emphasizes that he is still the Purple King. He then makes it clear that it is the highest title a mage can achieve, and therefore, he does not want to be compared to the trash that is his brother. Kurahashi laughs and comments that, apparently, Kai does not know anything. Thus, he says that the MC was recommended to become a king, and that it is a recommendation from the Blue King himself. Kai is stunned upon hearing this, and then, with great difficulty to ask, wants to know if his brother will really become a king as well. The redhead replies that Rei has not yet given an answer, and that, unlike Kai, he is not intoxicated by the notion of titles. He then asks if Kai had said that his brother is weaker than him, because he thinks that is a big joke, and then makes it clear that Rei is already much stronger than Kai. Kurahashi approaches the Purple King and continues by saying that he finds Rei much more suitable than Kai to be a king, and having said that, asks if the Purple King does not agree. He becomes furious and soon begins to remember the feeling he had before his older brother surpassed him, and, upon realizing this too late, he is taken by the feeling that he could never catch up to him again. After the redhead leaves, Goto and Oik appear calling for Kai. Then Goto informs that the items were restocked, and that, with that, he thinks the preparation for the next day's dungeon is complete. Oik adds that, for now, he thinks they can leave, but Kai says no and calls them to do one more dungeon. They keep calling for Kai, asking him to change his mind because they need to rest. But he, consumed by fury and after having heard everything Kurahashi said, did not care at all about his companions, because he thought that he would never admit that his older brother was stronger. After that, and already inside the dungeon, Oik and Goto still insist on leaving. Kai opens the boss room door and shouts, telling his friends to shut up because he is the strongest and will prove it to them. When they enter the room, they see a strange creature. This is a level 20 malignant slime. Kai becomes nervous when he sees that the boss is just a level 20 slime. Goto is surprised and comments that he has never seen a monster like that before and that he has a bad feeling about it. Kai does not want to know, prepares his demonic spear skill, and says that he will eliminate the creature instantly. Having said that, he launches his skill. The malignant slime is hit directly and is obliterated. Goto and Oik are pleased to see that Kai managed to eliminate the creature with just a single blow. However, in the blink of an eye, the two are eliminated in a completely unexpected way. Kai sees his friends' bodies falling to the ground like sacks of potatoes, and, while he is shocked trying to understand what just happened, the malignant slime moves toward him at high speed. As soon as Kai realizes something coming from behind him, the malignant slime expands, spreading its body, and with that, the Purple King is completely enveloped by the creature. Kai tries to resist by creating his purple flame, but has his ability dissipated by the malignant slime. Then, the creature begins to enter Kai through his mouth, eyes, and ears, and, after completely enveloping the Purple King, in his reality, the god of space and time simply laughs and thinks that he has finally obtained a new pawn. Back to where Kai is, he stands up and comments that he is feeling very good, and meanwhile, inside the dungeon, where Kronos is being kept sealed, one of the chains that imprisons him breaks. He laughs and thinks that finally, part of the seal has been broken. Later, at the outdoor training facility of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff, Rei and Kurahashi are training, fighting against some creatures. After defeating everything, the creatures return inside the crystals. Oikawa comments that they can take a short break and then says that their movements were great. Aya goes up to her friend and says that he did a good job, also saying that she learned a lot by watching Kurahashi. He gets embarrassed but says that it was nothing special until he tells the MC that he remembered meeting his brother earlier in the city. Having said that, the redhead comments that the idiot Kai still thinks he is stronger than the MC and says that he told him everything. Yuri tries to tease the redhead, saying that he got upset because Rei, whom he personally approved, was being looked down on by Kai. Kurahashi gets nervous and shouts saying that it is not that. The MC, on the other hand, becomes intrigued, thinking that he has not seen his younger brother since the duel they had, so he wonders when they started drifting apart. Then, he remembers the past, and also wonders if he will end up like he did in his past life, and if everything will be fine if he just leaves things as they are, since he knows that, even so, they still need to resolve this as brothers. At that moment, Shiroi appears shouting, asking everyone to listen, because she has bad news. Oikawa becomes worried and asks what the problem is and what made her run all the way there. Shiroi informs them that the Shinjuku dungeon has collapsed and that a bunch of monsters are already coming out of it. Rei is quite shocked to hear this. Thus, after some time in the city center, true chaos sets in, as several monsters are attacking people and spreading terror throughout the area. The Apostles of the Sacred Staff immediately head there, and Shiroi, upon seeing how the situation is impressed, saying that this is unbelievable. Yashiro wants to know why the monsters are coming out of the dungeon. Asuma comments that the situation is very delicate because there are many people there. Kurahashi also wants to know why this is happening. Rei reflects that the collapse of the Shinjuku dungeon in his previous world should have happened much later in the future. So, completely surprised, he questions why this happened earlier. Oikawa calls everyone and makes it clear that, in any case, that moment was not the time to be thinking, because the Blue King is on his way there, coming from a distant place, and it will take some time for him to arrive, so they will have no choice but to deal with the situation themselves. Having said that, he emphasizes that evacuating the civilians is their top priority, since they need to achieve that no matter what happens. Everyone responds that they understand and spread out. Nearby, a huge shadowy wolf leaps to attack a woman and a child. Yuri appears, completely eliminating the creature with her scythe. Aya goes to the woman with her child and asks if she is okay. The mother replies that she is and thanks her. Meanwhile, Kurahashi is excited, fighting against some creatures. Shiroi asks the redhead to be careful not to hit the people he is evacuating. Elsewhere, Oikawa is using his ability and shouting, warning people that inside his barrier it is safe. Rei, while fighting against the creatures, realizes that the elite group under the Blue King's command is incredible, as expected, since they do not waver in the face of so many monsters. Then, he reflects that, in his previous world, there were many casualties during the first dungeon collapse, but he is sure that now they will be able to handle it together. Until, suddenly, a huge stone hand emerges from the ground, and a sinister creature appears in the middle of the chaos. Yuri comments that, apparently, the creature that appeared must be the boss. The redhead looks at the giant monster and comments that, even so, it is just an easy target to hit, getting excited to fight the creature. However, the MC does not care at all and charges at the boss with his black ability, hitting it directly with the Flame of the Abyss and completely destroying the enormous creature with just a single blow. Shiroi and Oikawa are impressed upon seeing the MC's ability, who in turn thinks that apparently things are going very well, until he is completely shocked upon hearing a familiar voice telling everyone there to stop getting excited. Rei immediately turns to see who it is, and sees that it is his younger brother with a very dark power. Kai approaches Rei and, with a sinister expression and laughing, says that he finally found his older brother. The MC, completely perplexed, asks Kai why he is like that. Kai laughs and asks if his brother is talking about his current state, or perhaps about being there to crush him. Then, he suddenly appears behind the MC to attack him. Rei dodges his younger brother's powerful blow at the last second. Kai comments that Rei dodged well, but wants to know how long he will hold out. Having said that, he charges at the MC again, wanting to know if he thinks he will really let him escape. Rei tries to block Kai's blow, and while he continues trying to block his brother's attacks, he realizes that he is clearly not normal. After being struck in the face by one of the blows, the MC continues questioning his brother's current state, since, seeing him up close, it even seems that Kai has become a terrible monster. He, in turn, tries to deliver an even stronger blow to the MC, but he ends up jumping back to avoid being hit. Kai becomes disappointed, and looking closely at Rei, comments that he thinks his expression is saying that he is in denial. Thus, he begins to walk toward him, saying that all of this is his fault, since the reason he is like this is so that he can eliminate him. Rei becomes confused by this, questioning whether his brother really wants to eliminate him and why, until Kai disappears out of nowhere and appears right in front of the MC, ready to deliver his attack. But Kurahashi appears, landing a kick on Kai and throwing him away, telling the MC that during an emergency, he should not stand there doing nothing. Then, he shouts for Kai to stop with the nonsense, because he would never let him do whatever he wants. And, having said that, he shouts even louder that the MC is his brother. Rei is surprised to see that the redhead defended him. However, Kai makes it clear that he does not care about this brotherhood talk, since he is there to make his brother realize, once and for all, who is the strongest between them. Thus, he prepares his power and launches it against the two, but there are so many attacks that they begin to spread near the people who are being evacuated. Kurahashi and Rei notice the enormous blast radius of the attacks that pass by them and become nervous, until Oikawa steps in front of the people and creates his barrier to protect them. Then, he keeps in mind that he really wants to help the MC's group with his barrier, but he knows that he cannot simply undo it there because of the number of people who would be caught in the crossfire. Rei shouts, asking his brother to stop the attacks, but he does not care and tells the MC to shut up. Ray continues shouting that he knows Kai is a bit violent, but that he is not the type who would go this far. The Purple King smiles and emphasizes that his brother keeps talking nonsense even in a fight, being a completely naive person, until, out of nowhere, he begins to feel something strange in his head. Ray notices this and shouts to his brother, but Kai ends up losing his head even more and, while firing several consecutive attacks, shouts that this will be his brother's punishment for having looked down on him. The MC's group watches the attacks coming, and soon, everyone has to move to avoid being hit. Still feeling something inside his head, Kai wants to know what they think of his power. Ray remains worried about his brother and says that they need to stop him quickly. Kurahashi channels his power and says that although he understands how Kai feels, he thinks that it seems talking to him is a waste of time. Having said that, he leaps into the air, activates the blazing explosion ability, and goes all out against Kai. A huge explosion happens. The redhead laughs, but soon becomes incredulous, since Kai easily blocked his attack with one hand and, with the other, is preparing a powerful ability. Kai gives a sinister smile and then attacks the redhead, who in turn becomes worried, thinking that there will not be time to do anything. Thus, he is hit directly in the middle of the stomach. Ray cannot believe what he is seeing, since his brother delivered a terrible blow to the redhead. Kai drops Kurahashi's body to the ground and, while preparing his demonic flame, calls the redhead trash and tells him to get lost. Ray shouts, very worried about Kurahashi, but Kai does not care at all and unleashes the attack. Suddenly, Oikawa's barrier appears out of nowhere and blocks Kai's attack, which he does not like at all. The blonde approaches Kai and says that he has reached that point. Then, he becomes very serious and makes it clear that, in that case, he will be the one to face him. Having said that, he activates the square box ability around Kurosaki Kai. Yuri asks Oikawa to wait and emphasizes that if he uses such an ability against a human, the blonde interrupts her, saying that he knows, and that this will also place a huge burden on the user. But he emphasizes that he cannot simply forgive someone who hurt his friends. However, Kai tries at all costs to break Oikawa's ability with pure brute force, and the blonde is surprised by the damage he is suffering just from the simple fact of trying to continue using the ability on Kai. Aya realizes how much Oikawa is suffering and shouts worried about him. The blonde reflects that this is being more difficult than he expected, since he did not imagine it would be such a heavy burden. But even so, he concludes that he needs to seal Kurosaki Kai, no matter what happens. The Purple King tells Oikawa to go to hell and completely breaks the blonde's ability. While Oikawa is very tired because of his own ability, Kai begins to approach him and says that he will not let things happen the way he wants. However, Kai ends up feeling his left arm tremble a lot and comments that it seems his body is not in perfect condition. This leaves Yuri very worried upon hearing it, because she knows that Oikawa did not hold back, and, even so, Kai said that he is not in perfect condition. Kai turns his back and says that he is leaving, but before that he calls out to Ray and, with a terrifying look, swears that he will definitely eliminate him next time. Having said that, he flies away and, as he leaves, shouts telling his brother to just wait for that moment. After that, already on the following day, a news broadcast is showing from the top of a building the scene near the Shinjuku dungeon, since, as on the previous day, monsters appeared in an abnormal manner. A woman is interviewed and, very frightened, says that there were many monsters. Although they were saved by the mages, everything was a complete mess. People, upon seeing the news, comment that they knew this day would really come, but they never expected monsters to appear in such a way, until someone, in the middle of the crowd, shouts that all of this is nonsense and that they need to evacuate immediately to places with fewer dungeons. Oikawa, from afar, merely observes the commotion and then thinks that society is beginning to panic because of the monsters. But what he has in mind is that the true current problem is the fallen Purple King, wondering what they will need to do, since, apparently, things seem to be getting worse. A few moments earlier, someone was informing the Blue King that they would leave the matter to him. Itsuki replies that yes, and states that he will definitely resolve the matter. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, Rei is waiting outside. Aya calls out to her friend, but he does not respond, as he is thinking that everything that happened was his fault, since it is because of him that Kurahashi ended up in such a state, in addition to not having managed to persuade his brother, much less stop him. At that moment, Yuri appears calling out to Rei and then informs him that they need to go, as the Blue King is summoning everyone. He takes a deep breath and, even though he feels heavily burdened by what happened, replies that it is fine. After everyone arrives, the Blue King comments that their situation is quite critical and that, although they managed to eliminate the monsters outside, the Purple King escaped and they cannot simply leave him at large. Yashiro and Azuma comment that they believe Kurosaki Kai's transformation must be unnatural and that not only Kurahashi, but the civilians are also badly injured. Shiroi then wants to know what they are going to do. Itsuki says that he spoke with the primary color kings, which leaves Aya quite surprised to hear. Yuri says that they are the ones who have the power to give orders in this situation, yet she feels intrigued, thinking that, in any case, such an incident involved a king who went mad, being a situation in which even the best mages felt threatened. Itsuki rises from the throne, walks toward the MC, and says that Kai is his brother and that what he is about to say may even sound cold, but he makes it clear that they will subjugate Kurosaki Kai. Rei is quite surprised by such a decision. Shiroi explains that this is a term they use for monsters. Oikawa responds that no, and emphasizes that what the Blue King said is correct, continuing by saying that the indiscriminate act Kai committed was the same as that of the monsters, since both the Red King and the Yellow King reached the same conclusion. Having said that, he stresses that before any other victim succumbs, they need to put an end to this once and for all. Next, he informs them that they know where Kurosaki is hiding and that this time he will also take part. Rei becomes desperate and shouts, asking the Blue King to wait a moment, then asks if there is another way, as he thinks they could imprison his brother instead of subjugating him. Itsuki becomes serious, replies that there is not, and makes it clear that even Oikawa's square box ability was powerless against Kai, and that they cannot simply let this happen again, and because of that, the subjugation will be carried out the next day, as it has already been decided. Rei is completely perplexed by the Blue King's decision. He then thinks that it is true that Kai has some negative points, and, as he watches them talking, he also knows that his brother likes to look down on people. But when he remembers their childhood, he recalls that Kai also has his positive points. Rei finds himself wondering if there truly is no other option. At that moment, Oikawa hears a message arriving on his cell phone and, after checking it, becomes excited and says that he received news from the hospital that Kurahashi has regained consciousness. Rei feels very relieved upon learning this. The blonde boy also says that the redhead left a message for the MC, and then says that Kurahashi asked Rei not to worry about him because he wants the MC to hurry and make his brother come to his senses. Rei freezes upon hearing this, and, as such, clenches his fist tightly. Thinking of Kurahashi, he knows that he cannot simply give up, since he is Kai's older brother. He then calls out to the Blue King and asks if he would give him a chance, as he knows that Kai is currently in danger, but that he could see that his brother was suffering when he called him the day before. Having said that, he emphasizes that he is certain there is a possibility, and therefore eloquently asks the Blue King to at least let him try. Itsuki merely comments that the subjugation of Kurosaki Kai will begin the next day in the late afternoon, as this is the final decision of the primary color kings. Rei does not like hearing this very much, since he faithfully hoped that he would have an opportunity. However, the Blue King points out that the other primary kings said nothing about doing nothing before that, which leaves the MC quite surprised, who soon thanks the Blue King for the opportunity. At that moment, Yuri and Aya look at each other, making a nodding gesture, and Yuri comments that she has something to say about the subjugation. Aya wants to know if this order they received was not given to the apostles of the sacred staff, then emphasizes that before joining the organization, they were in the same group. Yuri completes by saying that if Rei wants to do such a thing, they will join him. The MC immediately turns around, surprised by the decision of the two. Itsuki laughs and says that it is fine, and that the two are free to go help the MC. However, he makes it clear that the deadline for the subjugation of Kurosaki Kai is the next day in the late afternoon, and that there will be no further extensions. Rei replies that he understands and thanks the Blue King once again for the trust. Then he turns around confidently and, looking at the skies, thinks that he will rescue his brother no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on a remote island surrounded by strong waves, Kurosaki Kai is sitting under a huge tree. On the following day, the MC's group docks with a speedboat near an isolated island in the south of Tokyo. Then Rei comments that he is sure his brother is somewhere there on that island, until he is surprised to see that Oikawa is also there. He smiles and greets everyone. Aya wants to know why the blonde boy is on the island as well. Rei comments that he already understands and says that Oikawa is there to check on things. Okawa smiles, replies that yes, and says that these are orders from the Blue King. He then explains that his role is to watch over the island, in addition to participating in the subjugation as a member of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff. Having said that, while using his power, he points out that he will not be able to take part in what Rei is doing at the moment. The MC's group is enveloped by a kind of barrier and asks the reason why the blonde boy is doing this. He says that although he is not in the best condition after the battle of the previous day, he points out that he thinks the magical barrier he used should be great to protect them for a minute. Rei thinks that they arrived on the island at the right time, exactly as Itsuki had said, then wonders if that was the reason after all. Thus, he thanks Oikawa and makes it clear that he is quite confident that he will bring Kurosaki Kai back. Until the blonde boy remembers something and shouts, asking the MC to wait a moment, then says that he can say that Kurosaki Kai's power is real, but that he is not sure if he will listen to him. Having said that, he asks the MC to allow him to intervene one more time. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island, in the midst of a dark forest, Kai is on the ground grumbling. Then he begins to feel a strong headache and thinks that he immensely hates his older brother. With each passing second, Kai feels more pain and thinks that he hates everyone, then delivers a punch to a tree, cutting it in half easily. After the tree crashes heavily to the ground, Kai is taken by a dark fury, which makes him begin to think that he needs to destroy everything. This dark fury takes the form of something that soon begins to try to influence Kai, asking him not to restrain himself and to destroy everything. The dark fury in question is the personification of the god of time and space, Kronos, who is still imprisoned in his dungeon. But due to one of the imprisonment seals having been broken, he begins to try to manipulate Kai even more. At that moment, the Purple King is enveloped by a powerful energy, which soon explodes into the sky. The MC's group manages to see this power, and soon everyone wants to know what this intense energy is. Oikawa becomes very frightened, imagining that it cannot be what he is thinking. Back at the place where Kai is, he begins to smile, and then releases the dark energy, saying that the power he just gained is wonderful. Next, he begins to hear a voice asking him to rule the world as the new king of destruction, becoming a demon king. He is surprised by the voice he just heard, but then laughs and finds this talk of becoming a demon king interesting. Kronos asks Kai to eliminate all the mages and continue advancing until he destroys the entire world. Meanwhile, Rei is intrigued, looking in the direction of the power he just saw. Then he calls out to Aya and Yuri and asks if the two of them are ready. Immediately, they reply that yes, and that they will do everything he tells them to do. Thus, the MC calls the two to go get his brother and get out of the island. It does not take long for them to find Kai, who soon comments that he knew Rei was there, and emphasizes that, to be frank, he thought he would join the Blue King. Rei says that Itsuki trusted him and that he wants to bring Kai back. The Purple King becomes confused by this, but while releasing a dark power in his hand, says that he has already decided that he will destroy all of them. Having said that, he launches his ability, which goes toward the MC's group. Rei is impressed by the magnitude of the power, and, looking around, reflects that compared to the previous day, his brother has become stronger. Kai uses his power to fly, and says that he declares war on humanity, and that he will begin by eliminating his older brother. Rei begins to break out in a cold sweat upon seeing Kai's power, but smiles, and, as he prepares himself, points out that he has always been selfish. Kai is surprised and asks what his brother is trying to imply. Thus, Rei shouts that he will face him and emphasizes that it is his duty as the older brother to stop him. Kai asks if his older brother's role is to stop him, because if that is the case, he wants him to stop acting all-powerful. But he emphasizes that hearing him say such a thing only makes him even more irritated. Yuri comments to Aya that she does not think it will work. since the MC's brother does not even want to listen to him. Kai conjures his fireball, and while throwing it and creating a path of brutal flames, tells his brother to get lost already. Ray, seeing that the flames surrounded his friends, shouts worried about them. Yuri comments that the firepower he is seeing is indeed overwhelming. Aya emphasizes that in this way, they cannot get close to help the MC. Kai makes it clear to his brother that he will sacrifice him there, and that he made sure the rest of the people would not interfere. Having said that, he comments that this way, the fight will be 1 against 1, and now he will be able to prove his power. Ray asks what his brother wants so much to prove, and if that is why he fights. Kai comments that, as expected, he does not understand. Thus, he says that power is justice, and that everything changed when the dungeons appeared in the world, and that when that happened, he was recognized as a talented mage, but that later people's attitudes changed. And because of that, no one notices a person if they are not strong. No one will even pay attention. Having said that, while preparing his evil spear, he emphasizes that he will change his opinion about his brother after they have this battle, and that, because of that, he will make it very clear. Ray prepares his abyssal flames, and thinks that the power he is feeling from his brother is much stronger compared to the day before, and that, because of that, he cannot use just any ability against it. Thus, Kai throws his demon spear, and the MC launches his abyss flames, and both abilities collide. Kai realizes that the ability his brother just used is the same one he used in their duel before. Then he prepares another ability and shouts that he will finish him. Ray does not stand still, activates his body coding, and jumps toward his brother. However, he becomes very startled when he sees Kai with a hand full of claws anticipating his movement. Just as he is about to be hit, a barrier is created between the two, preventing Kai's attack, who becomes surprised, thinking that the barrier that just appeared can only be Oikawa's. Ray takes advantage of the chance while his brother is distracted and delivers a powerful punch combined with body enhancement to his brother's stomach. He is thrown hard onto the ground, and Aya, seeing this, asks if Ray managed to win. The MC returns to the ground thinking that he cannot steal his brother's ability, so he wonders if it might have something to do with his transformation. Then Kai stands up, and the MC is very surprised to see that he endured his attack. Then, noticing a strange dark energy in his brother's chest, he starts wondering what that could be. Kai wants to know many things since even Oikawa appeared with the barrier ability and his brother's friends followed him there. And that, including Kurahashi, all of them chose to follow his brother. He then starts getting nervous, wanting to know why his brother is trying so hard to stop him. Then he lowers his head and thinks that this is indeed very irritating. Then he shouts furiously and releases tremendous power. Ray, seeing this, wonders if the power he is seeing coming from his brother could be reacting to his emotions. Kai prepares several dark orbs, and the MC thinks they are several abilities, but he knows that the current Kai will not be able to use his overclock. Then, he becomes very startled, since Kai has just prepared several other abilities with the Triss Decade. Ray wonders how his brother is using so many abilities without even activating overclock. Kai launches the powers he created and shouts, telling his brother to go straight to the depths of hell. Ray watches the attacks coming toward him, and a huge explosion happens. Kai, very tired from having used too much of his power, breathes heavily and thinks that he finally won. Then he starts laughing and asks how Ray dared to act like his older brother, because he is nothing if they compare their power. As the dust settles, Ray comments that despite his brother's victory, he wants to know why he still looks so sad. Kai is surprised, trying to understand what is happening, and, seeing the power in his brother's hands, asks if it is not the same power Kurahashi uses. Ray channels the power he took from the redhead into his fist and makes it clear to Kai that he will not allow him to end everything like this, and that he will bring him back no matter the cost. Kai comments that he knows Kurahashi's ability, Blazing Explosion, has a wide area of effect, so he thinks his brother used it to stop his demon spear. Ray closes his eyes thinking about the redhead, and soon begins to remember the conversation he had with him earlier in the hospital, where he asked if he would really entrust his ability to him. Kurahashi replies that yes, since in the end he cannot fight in the current situation he is in, so he asks Ray to use his draining ability. Thus, he extends his fist forward and tells the MC to do it for him. After remembering the conversation he had with the redhead, Ray calls his brother to finish this already. Having said that, he applies the blazing explosion ability. Kai has to fly away to avoid being caught by the explosion, but soon sees his brother using mana conversion, which he then immediately launches. Kai, while trying to dodge the attacks, thinks that this time his brother is using Yuri's abilities. Rei concentrates and creates a huge fireball. Kai blocks the last attack launched by his brother and shouts that this is becoming very irritating, until once again he becomes surprised, since he sees his brother preparing the explosive furnace. And, as soon as he is hit by the fireball, while trying to resist, he thinks that this is impossible since the power is too much for a simple fireball, and a huge explosion happens in the air. Rei breathes heavily since he used many abilities one after another. As soon as the dust settles, Kai smiles and then begins to laugh like a madman. Rei becomes confused by his brother's attitude, who comments that now he knows why he cannot use his overclock. Then he says that he now understands that his brother can steal other people's abilities. Having said that, he emphasizes that he is not impressed that Rei can use so many different abilities, because others simply give their abilities to him. He then comments that if those abilities become part of his brother's power, he thinks that means he agrees to sacrifice others. Rei shouts saying that Kai is wrong and that he completely misunderstood, but Kai interrupts him and says he did not, and that he will say one thing. Then he says that 2 of his companions were eliminated and that what happened to those 2 was because he stole their overclock ability. Since then, his group became weakened. Thus Kai shouts that this is the result of his brother stealing other people's abilities, because of him, his friends were eliminated. Then he thinks that this is the same as saying he feels fine sacrificing others as long as he becomes stronger, and because of that, he thinks they are both the same. Rei was about to shout, explaining himself, but stops, clenches his fist tightly, and reflects that he cannot think of anything since he never thought all of this would happen because he stole his brother's ability. But he knows he needs to change the way he uses that power in the future. Otherwise, he thinks humanity will be defeated by Kronos and end up condemned. But he wonders if he can really accept that power. Kai prepares to attack and shouts that it is already too late for his brother to regret it, but emphasizes that he will give him a hand. Having said that, he rushes straight at Rei. He then launches several attacks in his direction and then charges forward to get close. Kai begins delivering several consecutive attacks and asks what his brother thinks of his power, until while preparing the next attack, he shouts that in the end, they both think exactly the same as each other. Having said that, he delivers his powerful punch. But something happens, and Kai becomes very surprised by what just happened since his punch hit Rei directly. He then asks why he did not dodge or do something to avoid being hit. Rei calls out to his brother and, touching his arm, apologizes. And while returning the overclock ability to his brother, he comments that he knows it is true that he stole that power from someone else, but that even so, a power should be used to protect others. Then, as he releases power throughout his body, he makes it clear that he also needs power, but emphasizes that what his brother is doing is completely wrong. Kai is thrown back by the power his brother is releasing. Rei thinks about Aya, Yuri, Oikawa, and Kurahashi, and, while channeling a new type of ability, comments that all of them entrusted their abilities to him. And, as he extends his hand forward and places it into the power, he emphasizes that this is what happens when he unites their powers. Having said that, he pulls a black sword from within the energy he was concentrating. Kai becomes very startled, asking what is happening since he is seeing a strong and dark power coming from his brother. Rei swings the sword and calls his brother to finish the fight once and for all. Having said that, he points the black sword forward and tells Kai to fall into it. Kai tells Rei to shut up and, while preparing his demonic spear, shouts that his brother is only collecting the power of others and that he cannot do anything more than that, until a black slash completely dissipates his demonic spear, which leaves him surprised, wondering if his brother really managed to dissipate his ability. Rei thinks that it is exactly as he imagined, that the strange energy in his brother's chest is the source, since he can feel a sinister power being emitted from the core he is seeing, and that this is probably the reason Kai is the way he is. Thus, he closes his eyes, firmly grips the sword, and reflects that in this case this is not for his victory, nor to prove what is right or wrong, since the power in his hands is to save his brother, and that Kurahashi's destructive power, Blazing Explosion, Yuri's shape-shifting mana conversion, and the resistance of Oikawa's barrier ability, together with a black ability that combines the powers of all of them, create the Abyss Blade. Kai calls his brother a loser and makes it clear that he will not depend on anyone and that he will do this with his own power. Then, while channeling his power, he emphasizes that he will make his brother regret returning his power. Having said that, he activates his overclock ability and a powerful dark energy is released throughout the entire place. Rei becomes startled, wanting to know what this is that he is seeing and if it is the result of the overclock in his brother's form. But then, he gives a slight smile, and Kai immediately asks why the loser of his brother is smiling. He replies that he always knew his brother was incredible, and that without a doubt he is powerless against him with his own power, but that even so, his weakness should not be a reason for his brother to abandon his current state. Thus, as he rushes forward at high speed, he emphasizes that from that moment on, it does not matter how strong Kai is, because he will wake him up no matter how many times it is necessary. Kai tells his brother to try to do that if he can, and, while preparing his ability, he comments that he will still be the winner in the end. Then, he launches his power at his brother. Rei clashes head-on with the ability, and Kai shouts that he will not lose to him, and that he will never allow that to happen again, and that the reason for that is that this is the reason for his existence. Rei concentrates and thinks about Aya's power. Then he activates the explosive furnace. With that, the power of the Abyss Sword is amplified. In this way, the MC manages to cut through the ability launched by his brother. Then he advances toward Kai and hits him directly. He is thrown far away with great force. While he is being hurled away, he wonders why, even in the form he is in, he still cannot defeat his brother. And as he falls to the ground, he wants to know what he should have done to change that. Rei calls out to his brother, and as soon as he approaches him, says that everything is fine, and that no matter what had happened, he would be the only one left standing. Then he smiles and explains that the reason is because he is his brother. Kai begins to think about his past and soon remembers when Rei was younger and that he had always been very capable, was good at what he did, and was also kind. He knows this because both of them naturally spent a lot of time together, and that the moment he looked away, he would already be far ahead, and because of that, he did not want to be left alone by him, and he always did his best to stay with his brother. But Rei was talented at everything, and no matter what he did, he never defeated him. Besides that, his brother was the pride of the family and was popular with everyone. Naturally, people gathered around him, and because of that, he could not enter that circle. So he tried to keep his distance and stopped insisting. And thinking that he might hurt someone because of his pain, he continued distancing himself. But even so, Rei was always by his side. Without knowing what he felt, he knew that he did not care about expectations, disappointments, or even about winning and losing. Kai knew that Rei had always been his big brother, but thinking about the current events, he wonders if they are really still the same. Then, as he returns to normal, he begins to cry and thinks that such a thing must be wrong. Then he calls for his brother, and while crying, apologizes. Rei feels relieved when he sees that his brother returned. Then he feels a strong pain and falls to his knees on the ground. Aya runs to him worried, asking if he is all right. Rei laughs and replies that he just thinks he is a little tired. At that moment, something begins to happen with Kai. Then a powerful dark energy begins to come out of his body. Rei becomes worried, shouting for his brother. And as soon as the energy completely leaves his body, a huge creature takes form behind them. Rei, upon noticing it, becomes terribly frightened since he is seeing a huge level 91 evil sludge and wonders if that creature was the one possessing his brother. Then he remembers that 3 years in the future, before his regression, there was an incident in which an S-rank mage attacked his colleagues. And despite the incomplete information released to the public, it was shocking. After executing the crazed mage, a giant monster that had possessed him suddenly appeared, and that monster destroyed an entire city, and that same monster was the evil sludge that just appeared. Rei tries to stand up, but he feels a strong discomfort throughout his body. Yuri and Aya step forward, tell him not to move, and say that from that moment on they will fight. The MC comments that he can help them, but he is quickly interrupted by Yuri, who tells him to just shut up and emphasizes that he cannot fight in the condition he is in. Aya agrees with Yuri and tells the MC to get out of there. He replies that he understands, but first, he returns mana conversion to Yuri and the furnace to Aya. Thus, both of them release their powers and prepare for combat. Yuri comments to Aya that she will go first and asks for cover. Then someone arrives asking them to wait and asks if they are perhaps forgetting someone. It is Oikawa, who says that he will give them a hand. Then he laughs and tells the MC that it seems he really managed to bring his brother back. Rei replies that yes, and then returns the barrier ability to the blonde guy. Oikawa looks at the creature and says they need to expel it quickly. The evil sludge lets out a loud roar and prepares to attack. Aya activates her mana fusion and says that she will provide support. Yuri comments to Oikawa that it has been a long time since she fought alongside him. The blonde guy tells her to feel free to do whatever she wants because he will follow her lead. Thus, she rushes toward the creature and asks Oikawa to provide good cover. He prepares his ability and says she can stay calm. Yuri creates a staircase with her mana conversion to climb toward the evil sludge, but as soon as she begins to approach, the creature prepares to attack her, but Oikawa blocks the attack with his magic barrier and says he will not let the monster act however it wants. Yuri reflects that since Oikawa will block the giant sludge's attacks, she will be able to focus only on attacking. Then she jumps high into the air and thinks that no matter the size of the creature, she will eliminate it as soon as she crushes its head. Thus, she activates mana conversion once again and creates a huge hammer. Then, she strikes the evil sludge's head directly. Aya becomes happy, thinking they managed to defeat the creature, but Yuri becomes surprised since she sees that her attack had no effect on the evil sludge, which then moves to counterattack. Yuri becomes frightened when she realizes that if it were not for Oikawa's protective barrier, she would have been hit directly by the blow. However, due to the monstrous strength of the creature, it manages to break Oikawa's barrier and land a hit on Yuri, who is thrown hard onto the ground. The blonde guy shouts, worried about his friend. Then he comments that he knows this is the side effect of the battle from the previous day, but he never expected the creature to break his barrier with just a simple physical attack. Rei, while taking care of his brother, thinks that during the investigations in the world before his regression, it was discovered that the evil sludge absorbed the mana of its host. So, he keeps in mind that the reason the evil sludge's damage was so great in the future is because it was parasitizing the body of an S-rank mage. Thus, since the creature already absorbed his brother's mana, he thinks that the current limit of the evil sludge's power is immeasurable, and the creature soon prepares to deliver another attack. Oikawa shouts warning that if the creature hits them with that monstrous power, it will be the end for all of them. The evil sludge rushes forward, but a glow coming from very far away appears, and a guy comes at high speed and hits the enormous creature directly. Everyone becomes very surprised, not understanding what just happened. Rei looks to the side and sees a guy landing heavily until they discover it is Azuma, who greets everyone. Then he laughs and tells Shirai that he knows she has good aim, but she threw him too hard. Aya asks why Azuma is there. Yuri takes a deep breath and replies that apparently he is not alone. Shirai and Yashiro appear, saying they arrived in time. Shirai, seeing Yuri's condition, comments that she looks pretty beaten up. Yuri tells her to shut up and stop being annoying. Azuma laughs and comments that indeed Shirai has no tact. Meanwhile, Yashiro takes a deep breath and tells Azuma that he is exactly the same. The MC thinks that there should still be some time before the operation begins, so he asks Oikawa if he was the one who called the rest of the group. The blonde guy replies that it is a good thing they arrived in time. At that moment, the evil sludge begins to stand up again, and Azuma comments that apparently now the creature seems to be the main culprit behind the chaos. Thus, he calls Shirai and Yashiro to avenge their friends, since they are late and therefore need to put on a good show. Then the evil sludge moves to attack Azuma, but he grabs the blow of the enormous creature and, laughing, makes it clear that he will not lose a contest of strength. Shirai runs to the side and, creating her claws, advances against the evil sludge. She jumps and delivers several slashes at once until she notices the creature looking at her. Shirai retreats and comments that she did not manage to make even a scratch on the monster. Yashiro replies that no, since she drew the evil sludge's attention very well. Having said that, he activates his ice ability and freezes half of the creature's body. From afar, Rei thinks they are incredible and that it almost looks like they are playing with the evil sludge. However, he knows the creature still has not taken any damage, so he wonders what they will do about that. Then Oikawa stretches and says the fight is over. The MC becomes confused and asks the blonde guy to be clearer. He looks to the side and, laughing, asks if the Blue King does not agree. Itsuki appears behind the MC carrying his power. Rei turns around immediately, very surprised. Itsuki replies that yes, and that it is over. Having said that, he launches his ability toward the evil sludge. The creature is hit directly and completely eliminated. Rei and Aya are surprised to see the enormous creature defeated with just one blow from the Blue King. Then, the MC turns around and, observing Hojo Itsuki more carefully, concludes that this is what the true power of a king of the primary colors looks like. After that, already the next day at the hospital, Kai wakes up and immediately asks where he is. Kurahashi comments that he finally woke up. Then he emphasizes that Kai does not seem to think so highly of himself anymore, but that it is understandable since he was unconscious for an entire day. Kai becomes frightened upon hearing this, and immediately remembers before when he was possessed and brutally attacked the redhead. Then, he begins to question why he did that. Kurahashi comments that he was defeated by him, and that there is no way to deny that. However, he emphasizes that what he heard was that Kai's body was taken over by a monster, so he thinks it was not as if he had done all of that alone. While Kai does not like what he is hearing very much, the redhead continues saying that the monster that took over his body was defeated by the Blue King, and that he does not care whether Kai regrets it or not, but that the incident has already been resolved. Kai gets off the bed, and while passing through the door, asks if Kurahashi thinks he will simply accept all of this calmly. The redhead asks where he thinks he is going. Kai replies that he can go wherever he wants. Kurahashi takes a deep breath and, while using his phone, comments that he is a pain in the neck after all. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Bastions organization, the Blue King is commenting to everyone that they did very well resolving the difficult situation from earlier, and that although it is cliché, that incident was resolved thanks to the effort of all of them, but especially the MC, since he did very well. Rei replies that no, but Itsuki asks him not to be modest since the incident was resolved without any casualties thanks to him, and that this even includes the Purple King, his brother, and because of that, he thinks Rei should be proud of what he accomplished. The MC becomes happy upon hearing that and immediately thanks the Blue King. But when he asks about his brother's situation, he hears his phone ringing. So he apologizes and says it is Kurahashi, but he ends up surprised by the message. Later, inside the Shinjuku dungeon, Kai is apologizing to his friends Oike and Goto. Then Rei appears calling him. Kai asks what he wants. Rei comments that he was worried about him and that he heard that as soon as he woke up in the hospital, he was suddenly discharged. Then he becomes surprised by something, since he sees some flowers in his brother's hand. Kai asks if it is not pathetic, because this is the result of someone who only sought power and even made his brother clean up his mess. Then he begins to cry and says that he really is someone pathetic and that he already understood the reason his friends were eliminated since it was all his fault. Then he begins to remember before when he was returning from school, and along the way, Oik and Goto were being beaten by some guys. But he soon beat up the guys who were doing that, and immediately Oik and Goto wanted to become his disciples. At the time, Kai remembers that he did not want that and told them to do whatever they wanted. However, they continued to follow him until graduation, and it did not stop there. Oik and Goto even followed him into dungeons, until one day, he stopped caring about that and realized something. They were happy being by his side. Thus, after remembering that he clenches his fist tightly and, crying a lot, asks what a Purple King or even a Demon King is, since no matter how many titles he has, he could not even protect his friends. Having said that, he calls his brother and says that he has given up being a mage, which leaves the MC very shocked to hear. Kai laughs and asks how much his brother thinks he should bow his head to continue being a mage, because those who lost their lives will not be able to rest in peace if he continues living comfortably. Then he thinks he will go abroad to a place where no one knows him, and that in that way they will never see each other again. Rei shouts saying that he will absolutely not allow that to happen, but Kai asks if his brother understands that a mage or even a king will not be forgiven so easily by society, but that even so he thinks it would be fine if it were only inside a dungeon. but since he caused damage in the city, he thinks things will never be the same because there is no way to get away with it. Ray closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and asks if his brother is going to run away. Kai becomes nervous and asks if his brother even heard everything he said. Then he shouts, saying that he is not running away, but that Ray should look at reality because he cannot do anything. The MC shouts, asking who will fight the next time a monster like the evil sludge appears, because only a few mages are capable of fighting such a creature. So he asks if his brother is not the Purple King. Kai shouts that he was possessed and failed, and that it would be even more dangerous if someone like him continued being a mage. Ray also becomes angry and keeps shouting, asking if Kai is going to run away with his tail between his legs just because he failed once, because he had told him that what he is doing is just running away, and that if he really wants to redeem himself, then he must face this until the end and overcome it, because otherwise he thinks the dead will not be able to rest in peace. Kai comments that his brother speaks as if he knows everything, so he asks what he actually knows. Ray is surprised by the question, but shouts, saying that he does not know anything. But what he does know is that they have never even truly argued, and that because of that, he thinks there would be no way to understand him without even talking to him. Having said that, he tries to calm down and emphasizes that what happened is not only his fault, because he also bears responsibility since he stole his ability. So he thinks he must also redeem himself for his sin, so that an incident like the one that happened will never occur again in the future. But he emphasizes that alone is not enough, since he does not have the strength to do it by himself, and that the next time such difficulties appear, he is sure he will not be able to overcome them. Thus, he calls out to his brother and asks if he wants to work on this together, because he needs his strength so that he can redeem himself for his sin. Kai is surprised and thinks that there is no way around it, since he already knows that everything his brother said were only arguments, and that the incident that happened was the result of his own recklessness when trying to conquer a dungeon, because he went insane, and that had nothing to do with Ray. It was just a monster attack. But the destruction caused by the Purple King will inevitably be exposed by the media, so he thinks it would be much better for his brother's future if he simply erased any connection with him. But even so, he came there to say those words, so he wonders if he is really planning to share the burden of his sin. And remembering his friends, Kai smiles and says that all of them are idiots. Thus, he takes his brother's hand and says that he hopes he will not regret it if he ends up slowing him down once again. Then Kai comments that there is still a lot to talk about and that he will never again say what he is about to say, so he asks his brother to please listen carefully. Having said that, a little embarrassed, he comments that he is alive thanks to him, and that because of that, he is very grateful to his brother. Later, Ray and Kai return to the hospital and go to see Kurahashi. Kai feels a bit awkward and becomes even more awkward when he sees the redhead showing the scar left by his attack. Meanwhile, the Blue King, Yashiro, Shirai, and Azuma are observing everything that is happening. Then Shirai comments that it seems things have finally been resolved. Itsuki says yes, but asks everyone to leave the rest to him. Thus, later, the Blue King meets with the other primary color kings and says that he would like to keep Kurosaki Kai under his custody. The Red Queen comments that she does not mind his decision, just like the Yellow King. Itsuki thanks them for their understanding, but emphasizes that there is also a topic he would like to discuss since it is about the tournament competition of the battle between mages. After having the conversation with the primary color kings, Itsuki gathers everyone from his group and tells them about the mage tournament. Then he explains that there are 3 organizations under the primary color kings and that it is an event where the mages from these organizations compete to reach the top. The Blue King says that these apostles are all talented people and that this is a great opportunity for them to put their abilities to the test. The MC becomes a little intrigued about having to fight mages who are in the same position as them because he knows he will have to give his best once again. Then Kai asks if he can ask something. Then he calls his brother and asks if it is not already time for him to start calling himself the Black King. He becomes a little embarrassed and says that he thinks it is not quite like that. Kai tells him to stop playing dumb. Having said that, he emphasizes that he defeated him, the Purple King, twice already, and that alone is already enough. Besides that, if he does not consider himself a king, he thinks it would be very embarrassing to have lost to him. Aya, Yuri, and Oikawa laugh when they hear Kai talking about that, just like Kurahashi, Azuma, Yashiro, and Shirai. Kai, on the other hand, becomes annoyed and asks what they are laughing at. Meanwhile, Rei begins thinking about calling himself the Black King, because until that moment, that title seemed too heavy and he had not taken it that seriously. But he ends up concluding that his brother is right, because after saying so much to his brother, he cannot simply continue like that without being an example to him. So he calls the Blue King and says that he has already made his decision. After some time, the day of the event where the elite mages gather finally arrives, and although this event had been kept private until the previous year, this time it will be held publicly, gaining a lot of attention. And as soon as the competitors begin to enter, they receive many applauses from the audience, since the primary color kings are together with their apostles. And finally, the Blue King together with the apostles of the Sacred Bastion, who resolved the recent dungeon incident, bringing the excitement at the venue to the maximum. In addition, there is someone special who is attracting even more attention among these exceptional mages, since he is a promising mage who was recently selected as a new king, Kurosaki Rei, the Black King. He, in turn, as soon as he approaches his brother, tells him not to be nervous and to keep his head held high. Having said that, he emphasizes that even the driver of a carriage needs a uniform. Besides that, he thinks his brother looks much better than the previous year. Rei asks Kai to stop teasing him because he is still not used to this. Kai comments that he does not care about that, since as a king, his brother should not show a pathetic image to the crowd. The MC replies that he knows and that he will try. Then some girls in the audience begin shouting Miss Shina's name and asking her to look at them. Thus, as expected, the one who receives the most applause is her, Shina Mio, the Red Queen. Then, a guy in the audience looks around and asks his friend if he does not think the Red Queen has many female fans. His friend replies that it seems the proportion of her fan club is 1-9 in favor of women. The introductions continue, and it is announced that although there was no A-rank mage the previous year, the Apostles of Dawn finished in second place. Then the focus shifts to Kirimiya Kusei, the Yellow King, who keeps his eyes calm and fixed on the throne, emitting an absolute aura of a champion while leading the Apostles of Moonlight to victory. Some people in the audience become surprised when they finally see the Yellow King, since they heard that he was the mentor of the Blue King and the Red Queen. As soon as the three kings approach each other, Shina greets her master and emphasizes that she will surpass him. He takes a deep breath and says that she is combative as always, but makes it clear that it will not be them who will fight, and that because of that, he thinks she did not understand anything. He says that, and while turning around emphasizes that he knows her very well anyway, and that because of that, the result of that year will be the same. As he walks away, the Red Queen becomes furious and calls the Yellow King a useless old man. The Blue King asks her to calm down a little. Shina comments that Itsuki is acting as if this had nothing to do with him, but that in fact it has a lot to do with him. Then she emphasizes that as the old man's veteran disciple, she will not lose to the Blue King since her team will not hold back. Itsuki smiles and emphasizes that they will not lose either, and that their master will be disappointed if she continues falling behind. Meanwhile, the MC is observing the Yellow King and thinking that he is the man who taught Mr. Itsuki, because he can even feel the pressure just by looking at him. At that moment, Oikawa appears behind the Yellow King, but stays quiet without saying anything. A few minutes later, it is announced that the opening ceremony will begin. Hinata announces that first, the Red Queen has a few words to say. Shina comments that before explaining the rules, she will announce something important. Thus, she informs that as everyone knows recently, many dangerous and high-difficulty dungeons have begun to appear, and that strong individuals are necessary to conquer those dungeons. Then, she emphasizes that the winner of the tournament will receive a special gift, since they will have the right to conquer the dungeons first. She then makes it clear that those who fail there will be considered substitutes. But if they win, they will lead the army, and if they lose, they will be humiliated. Having said that, she becomes excited and shouts that the tournament is basically a place where mages put their pride on the line. The audience goes wild as soon as the Red Queen finishes saying that. Rei becomes worried, since if they lose, it will be the end for them. Shina takes a paper in her hand and says that it is the proof of their pride, since it is the letter that grants the right to conquer dungeons first, and that as soon as they open the box, the letter will be theirs. But for that, they need to possess something. So she explains that this will be the main reward of that day, the lock breaker. The Red Queen, together with the other primary color kings, begins channeling some power, and she says that the domain, which will be the main stage of that day, will be built by them. Several magical circles of the kings move toward an island, and soon the forest becomes restless, the waters of the river, and even the rocky fields. Then, a huge tower is raised, and a key is created at the top of the tower. People seeing all of this happening begin to question if this is really serious. Ray, very impressed, knows that the primary color kings are using an enormous amount of mana to create a vast and complex plane. Then he wonders if this is the possibility when someone masters red, blue, and yellow mana. Sheena points to the map and says that the key is located at the top of the tower shown, and that the first team that brings this key back will win. Having said that, she explains that 8 participants will be selected from each group and that they will form groups of 2 to compete. In total, there will be 24 competitors, and that the starting points will be random along the edge of the domain. And once the game begins, each group will be free to move toward the tower. She then emphasizes that it is allowed to form alliances with other groups, but that clearly battles and betrayals will also be permitted. Thus, she says that those were the rules, and that she is looking forward to seeing what all of them will achieve. A few minutes later, before the game begins, Hinata announces that the winner of the previous year's tournament must return the trophy. Then, she calls Hiragi Shion from the Apostles of Moonlight and asks him to step forward and return the trophy. Kai becomes irritated when he sees the guy who defeated Oikawa and comments that his expression is very disgusting. Rei becomes very surprised to hear that and immediately asks if Hiragi Shion really defeated Oikawa. Kai explains that Oikawa used to be part of the Apostles of Moonlight, but was expelled since he lost the battle for the ace position to Hiragi Shion. The MC becomes shocked upon hearing this and thinks that he had never heard of something like this, even in his past life. As soon as Hinata approaches Hiragi Shion, he takes the microphone from her hand and asks everyone not to misunderstand him, but makes it clear that the trophy belongs only to the strongest. Thus, he emphasizes that basically the trophy is his, and that placing it there was only a loan. Then he declares that the moment he takes the trophy back, he will take the title of the Yellow King. Kai and Kurahashi become furious when they hear that and shout, asking what nonsense Hiragi Shion is talking about. Rei becomes very surprised, wondering who the hell Hiragi Shion really is. Meanwhile, Oikawa cannot believe what his former rival just declared. The Yellow King himself, however, simply remains quiet without saying a single word. Then Hinata gets everyone's attention and announces that the opening ceremony has ended and that there are 5 minutes left before the mage tournament begins. She then wonders which team will take the prize that puts the pride of the mages on the line. At that moment, the MC calls out to Oikawa and emphasizes that he doesn't have to answer if it's difficult for him, but that he heard he used to be part of the Moonlight Apostles. Oikawa takes a deep breath and says he hadn't planned to hide it, but yes, it's true. With that, he explains that he lost to Shion and was expelled. Then, the Blue King reached out and helped him. Rei says he understands and thinks that in his past life, there was no Yellow King named Hiragi Shion, and that the one who ended up becoming the next Yellow King before was Oikawa. But he thinks that if Shion ends up winning and his statement is true, then maybe Oikawa won't become the Yellow King because of the tournament. In addition, he knows about the incident with his brother and that if the future has been altered, then there will certainly be more unpredictable incidents. And because of that, he needs to avoid making major changes to the future. At that moment, Hinata announces that the tournament is open and Sheena launches her ability into the air, and an explosion occurs, signaling the start of the tournament. The MC's group, Shion's group, and the twin brothers group all dash forward at full speed. Hinata comments that the race has finally begun and that all the competitors started running at once, but she explains that before following the competitors, they will review the rules once more, in which, in this race, all groups and their members compete to reach the tower at the center of the map, and that although the winner is decided by the competitors who bring the key from the top of the tower, she really wants to know which group will win. Meanwhile, Kurahashi is furious, asking why they paired Kai with him, who in turn makes it clear that he should be the one saying that, and then asks if he hasn't just recovered from his injuries. The redhead doesn't like that and asks if Kai is blind, since he's in his best condition, unlike a certain someone who ran away from the hospital. Hinata comments that the pair of the Sacred Staff Apostles, Kurahashi and Kai, are already causing trouble from the start, and that the atmosphere between them is tense. Back at the tournament, the redhead keeps shouting that Kai should be grateful because he helped him not be alone. Kai tells the redhead to shut up and not get in his way from now on. Then two people step in front of them, and Hinata, observing this, comments that the ones who appeared are from the Moonlight Apostles, and that it seems they are planning to eliminate Kurahashi and Kai. Because of that, both of them stop running and say that it seems the winners from previous years have appeared. Then one of them doesn't want to waste time and activates his ability. A huge explosion occurs, but Kai and Kurahashi jump into the air to avoid being caught in it. The Red Queen laughs and says that it's always fun to have a battle right from the start. Then she emphasizes that the members of the Moonlight Apostles are rank A specialists, or higher, and that they could have simply continued on their way, ignoring the members of the Sacred Staff Apostles. With that, she stomps hard on the table and, climbing on top of it, shouts that something like that would be way too boring, since a normal race is boring and scheming or planning is not her style either, and that if someone is a man, they should fight head-on. Hinata asks Shina to get off the table and calm down. Kurahashi comments that battling or interfering with other teams is allowed. Since the team's paths converge toward the tower, a battle isn't always avoidable, but that the two in front of them wanted to do that from the very start of the race. Kai asks if they were planning to incapacitate them to take them out of the race, because if so, he thinks that's quite overconfident of them, since they didn't even check compatibility when fighting against unknown enemies. At that moment, one of the Moonlight Apostles members says that he thinks it would be better for Kai and his partner to surrender peacefully. Then he asks if the guy in the black coat is Kurosaki Rei, since a mage's power is not determined by how many colors a person can manipulate, and if someone is not able to understand them even at a basic level, and if by any chance Kai wasn't just a colorless, useless person until recently and is still calling himself a king. Kai and Kurahashi remain silent, saying nothing. Because of that, one of the Moonlight Apostles members prepares his attack to launch at Kai, and his partner charges at Kurahashi. Then Kai loses his temper and, while shouting for them to shut up, counterattacks, just like the redhead, who lands several punches on the guy who was coming at him. After leaving the Moonlight Apostles members on the ground, Kurahashi approaches one of them and, making a bizarre face, tells them to dare mock the MC one more time. Kai also starts doing the same, and makes it clear that he won't forgive them if they do something like that again. Meanwhile, Hinata is quite impressed to see that Kurahashi and Kai defeated a pair from the Moonlight Apostles. Shina laughs and comments that those two are very interesting. At that moment, Azuma is cheering for the Sacred Staff Apostles, since he couldn't get a partner because he was the only one left. Kusei tells the Blue King that indeed, Kai and Kurahashi have incredible abilities. Shina snaps her fingers and creates 2 spheres of energy and says she will give 1 point to each of them. Hinata asks what she is doing. Shina says she is giving an MVP point, then asks if Hinata doesn't think it will be more interesting this way. Then she laughs and emphasizes that this is just for her personal entertainment. Meanwhile, the MC and Oikawa are running across the tournament map when the blonde gets startled upon hearing someone call him. Both of them stop when they see the ground ahead collapsing. Oikawa tells the MC that he saved him. Rei asks if he is okay, and if there is something about Shion bothering him. The blonde replies that yes, but it's more about the Yellow King. The MC asks him to tell him, but Oikawa says it's better to leave it aside since it's just a personal issue. Then, when looking up, the blonde sees something approaching. He becomes frightened as he sees several large rocks coming toward them. The blonde quickly activates his barrier ability to block, but another attack approaches, and as it heads toward the blonde, he comments that it seems the first attack was just a decoy. However, Rei draws his sword and completely dissipates the other attack that was coming toward them. Then the MC asks if Oikawa is okay. He says yes, and thanks the MC for the help. At that moment, the twin brothers appear laughing and saying they didn't expect the Sacred Apostles members to defend against their attacks. One of the twins comments that if they had managed to defeat them easily, Shion would be disappointed. Rei asks if children are participating in the tournament. Oikawa says it's unfortunate and that he never expected to encounter the two so soon. Rei asks if the blonde knows them. Oikawa says they are not acquaintances. Then he explains that the children in front of them are the Hidaka brothers, and that both are prodigies and the youngest to obtain a mage license. In addition, the association made an exception for them because of the overwhelming power they have when fighting together, and that if the two brothers use their combined powers, they are rank S mages. Rei cannot believe it and shouts, asking if the children in front of him can really become rank S mages. Okawa explains that in a race where they fight in pairs, they can be the worst enemies. Hinata comments that an exciting battle is about to happen as the subordinates of the Red Queen, the Dawn Apostles, the Hidaka brothers, are attacking the Sacred Staff Apostles. Shina comments that it will be a very interesting match, so she cheers for Sora and Riku to show everyone what they are capable of. Meanwhile, the MC is thinking that they are the twin brothers who became the youngest mages to reach rank S, and that he had heard about them before his regression. They don't appear much in public, so he doesn't know their abilities. But it's true that it's a hopeless fight if they are together. Still, he thinks it's good that at least Oikawa, who knows how to use a barrier ability, is right by his side, and that they just need to find an opening with their attacks while increasing their defense. Oikawa thinks they need to reach the tower quickly to win, but they ended up encountering troublesome opponents right at the start. Then, he thinks about the Yellow King and closes his eyes, reflecting that he definitely won't lose in this mage tournament, and that he will have to lead the MC, since he is the most experienced. Rei looks at Oikawa and realizes that he is more proactive than usual, since he knows that normally he is more reserved. At that moment, the Hidaka brothers comment that they will attack. One of them releases his powerful ability first, and Oikawa thinks it will be earth magic, and that they are trying to limit their vision, but he believes the brothers won't be able to see them either with all that dust. However, the other brother activates his ice power and comments that the Sacred Staff Apostles members are quite slow. Both the MC and Oikawa are trapped by the ice. Then Sora tells Oikawa that if he gets frozen, he won't be able to use his barrier ability, and both of them continue being frozen. Riku shouts, telling his brother to freeze them. Rei grabs his sword, and while channeling flames into it, says he won't let that happen. With that, he strikes the ice and frees them both. Sora says he can't believe they managed to escape. Riku tells them to try once more and for his brother to step back. With that, he turns and says they won't retreat easily. Hinata comments that the battle at the start of the race is getting exciting, since none of the teams want to give up. Oikawa becomes worried, thinking that the brothers are attacking and retreating because he believes that if they stay there any longer, the other teams will reach the tower first. Then he calls the MC and says he has a plan. Next, he emphasizes that it's true the twins work very well together, but their mana colors are different, where Riku is red and Sora is blue, and red mana users usually have high attack power but are bad at controlling mana, while blue, on the other hand, is easier to use but doesn't have as much firepower. Rei thinks that, if he remembers correctly, Sora uses ice magic, whose range is incredible but its strength is low. And thinking about that, he remembers Kai's demonic spear, which uses the strengths of both colors and compensates for the weaknesses. Oikawa tells the MC to focus on dodging when red mana attacks are launched, because they will synchronize their attacks when blue mana attacks are used. Shina comments that it seems the Sacred Staff Apostles members are planning to synchronize with the twins' attacks, so she thinks it's a good decision and that, despite being in a difficult situation, they are handling everything calmly. However, she emphasizes that the twins are not that simple. Sora tells his brother that their opponents are planning something, then asks if his brother wants to do that. Riku agrees, and soon both extend their fists toward each other. Oikawa is surprised, wondering what is happening. Rei says that it seems both of their manas are merging. At that moment, the Hidaka brothers activate mana connection. Riku says that both of them can share mana with each other. Sora asks if now they manage to guess which attack will be launched. With that, both of them charge together. Sora prepares to attack Oikawa, who in turn gets ready and thinks that a red ability is coming from Sora, so he creates a barrier to defend against the attack. Then he realizes that the next ability to be launched will be blue. However, Riku prepares his red ability and hits Oikawa directly, who thinks that the next attack was also a red ability. The Yellow King comments that since they try to predict the attacks by color, their reaction ends up being delayed, and as a result, they lost their path to victory, and that the Hidaka brothers are indeed impressive. Rei quickly goes to Oikawa and asks if he is okay. The blonde replies that yes, and that he will take the lead from now on, but he starts questioning what they should do at the moment and whether they should keep their distance, but thinks it's better to avoid this battle and head toward the tower. Then the MC shouts loudly, telling Oikawa to stop. He is surprised by the shout, and the brothers comment that they didn't understand that sudden yell. Rei asks if Oikawa doesn't want to win the mage tournament. Confused, he replies that he does. The MC comments that in that case he needs to trust him as well, and that it's true he has helped him many times, and that he finds him very reliable, but that he shouldn't carry everything on his shoulders alone, since he wants them both to fight together. The blonde is surprised by the MC's words and thinks he is right, since he had been carrying everything alone. Then, he slaps his own face and concludes that he was so focused on taking the lead that he didn't pay attention to Rei, and that this was arrogant on his part, since he knows that Rei no longer needs to be protected and that he is a mage fighting by his side. Because of that, Oikawa apologizes to the MC and asks him to join forces. With that, he smiles and emphasizes that he will be counting on him. Rei is a bit confused by the blonde's sudden change, but soon laughs and says he will do everything he can. Oikawa prepares his ability and says that now it's time for the counterattack. While a drone flies over the battlefield, Hinata comments that the Hidaka brothers' attacks are overwhelming and that it seems the Sacred Staff Apostles team is discussing something. Itsuki thinks that although Oikawa seemed nervous earlier, he is fine now, and that, as expected, pairing him with Rei was the right choice. Sheena emphasizes that in the end, it's boring to defeat a team that can't even focus on their own objective, but she is sure that Sora and Riku think the same. Oikawa tells the Hidaka brothers that now it's their turn. The blonde thinks that he regained his composure thanks to the MC and is sure they can win if they fight together. Because of that, he asks Rei to do as they planned. The MC prepares his blue ability and activates the Ice Needle. One of the brothers asks if the MC is going to use a beginner-level blue ability, and, while both of them dodge the attacks, Sora makes it clear that even if the MC changes his plan and attacks from a distance, it will be completely useless. Rei becomes worried and thinks that what he did alone won't be enough. Then the brothers approach, saying that now things will get more interesting. Rei gets ready and shouts that he will be counting on Oikawa. With that, he charges at the twin brothers while protected by Oikawa's barrier. Hinata is confused and shouts, asking what the MC is doing. Kusei comments that it's a solo suicidal attack right after creating a barrier. Sheena thinks that Oikawa's barrier is meant for defense, and that if their attack is as simple as what she is seeing, she believes the twin brothers will be able to deal with it easily. Sora and Riku prepare red mana and make it clear that if the MC dares to approach, they will simply strike him head-on. Because of that, both prepare the Comet Explosion ability and launch 2 consecutive shots toward the MC, who keeps advancing without stopping. Azuma, still cheering in the audience, shouts that it's a red ability with high firepower and that the brothers are planning to break the barrier with a massive attack. Sora laughs and asks what their opponents think, adding that he knows a barrier won't be able to defend against it. Oikawa laughs and emphasizes that he wouldn't be so sure, since it depends on the structure of the barrier. With that, he activates his quintuple barrier and protects the MC even more. Rei has in mind that red abilities are usually simple if they come directly, so in this case they can just focus the defense in the direction of the attacks. Because of that, Oikawa's quintuple barrier is completely effective against the twin brothers' ability, who soon can't believe their attack was completely blocked. However, when they look behind, they realize they are cornered, so they think that this was the purpose of the MC's initial attack. Oikawa tells Rei to go all out, and he, at high speed, attacks the twin brothers, knocking them both out. The MC looks at them and takes a deep breath. Outside, the audience goes wild, and Hinata announces that the Sacred Staff Apostles have won the match. Sheena activates her power and says she will give 2 MVP points to each of them, but admits that the Sacred Staff duo was better. Oikawa reflects that keeping things simple is the key, since he had been too focused on how to counter the teamwork of the twin brothers. Then he thinks he is very grateful to the MC because he opened his eyes. Itsuki comments that they managed to turn the situation around and, because of that, it was a great performance. Kusei replies that yes, but even so, what they did won't be enough to face Shion. But looking at Oikawa, he concludes that even so, he thinks he has matured a bit. Rei calls the blonde to move on, but he asks the MC to wait a moment. Then he apologizes for earlier, since he was worried and still ignored him. And, looking at the drone behind him, he thinks that no one should be able to hear them from that distance. Because of that, he says it's a personal problem, and that he never thought about telling his friends. But that thanks to the MC, he is fully aware now, and that is why he thinks he should talk about it properly. With that, he reveals that Kirimiya Kaos, the Yellow King, is actually his father, which leaves the MC very surprised, asking if that is really true. Oikawa emphasizes that Rei must have already heard that he was expelled from the Moonlight Apostles, but that he was abandoned by his father, and that through this mage tournament, he wants to show him that he is different from how he was in the past. Rei thinks that, so that was what was bothering Oikawa, since in his past life, Oikawa's succession as the Yellow King was through his father, but he asks the blonde to answer something and asks what kind of relationship he has with Shion. Oikawa says that simply, it's something like a rivalry, since he has never defeated him even once. At that same moment, Shion appears with his partner in front of Aya and Yuri. Aya thinks she is facing the champions from the previous year. Then she remembers moments earlier, when she wanted to know if Yuri had said that she fought Shion the previous year. Yuri replied that yes, and that she was sure Aya could imagine how it went. Aya wanted to know if even she couldn't defeat him. Yuri explains briefly that Kurahashi lost his temper and charged in without warning and was quickly defeated. Then Yuri says that the idiot was knocked out quickly and she was left alone, but emphasizes that Shion is definitely a high-level mage, and that she has experience fighting him the previous year, and that, because of that, she will tell Aya everything. After remembering this, Aya thinks that Shion is no joke, who then tells Watanabe to stay out of the fight, because he will handle both of them alone. Watanabe thinks that Shion is unbelievable, since first he made that scene at the opening ceremony, and now this. So he thinks he has been very aggressive lately, but even so, he knows that there is no way he will lose to the two of them. Then he laughs and says he will listen to him. With that, he says he will save his energy and asks Shion to go easy on them. And while he sits drinking, Aya thinks that Shion will fight alone while his partner relaxes. Itsuki asks if that is allowed. The Yellow King replies that it doesn't matter as long as they get results, and that Shion doesn't need any half-baked support, and Watanabe knows that better than anyone. Yuri gets ready and tells Aya to stay focused and concentrate on the match. Shion channels his power and activates his Evil Mind ability. Several yellow energies begin to appear across the battlefield, and Aya thinks that Shion will make the first move. Yuri shouts for Aya to stay focused. Shion, in turn, shows no excitement for the battle and activates the release of his ability. A massive explosion occurs, and he waits for the dust to settle. Then, Aya and Yuri appear unharmed and say it was close. Hinata becomes excited and shouts that despite the huge explosion, the Sacred Staff Apostles members saw the attack coming. Aya thinks that if Yuri hadn't warned her, it would have been her end, but she barely managed to escape. Yuri thinks that the Evil Mind magic turns his own mana into bombs, and that if Shion detonates them at close range, it's game over. However, fortunately, she knows she has seen this magic before, since he showed it when they fought the previous year. Watanabe thinks that's true, that the blue-haired girl saw Shion's magic and that, apparently, they came prepared with a counter-strategy, but he knows that alone won't be enough to defeat Shion, who in turn releases his strong power, which quickly spreads across the entire battlefield, and once again, several explosions occur. Aya and Yuri are thrown back, and Yuri realizes that Shion is increasing the number of mines, so she wonders if he had been holding back the previous year. Shion asks if Yuri had a counterattack, because he thinks it won't matter, since he knows she is still not at his level. Yuri calls out to Aya and says that their situation is worse than she thought, since it's a risky attempt and they need to retreat. Aya tries to stand up and says not yet. Then she says that if she gives up, nothing will ever change, and that she hasn't even shown the results of her training yet. Then she remembers Yuri asking if she wanted to become stronger. Aya had replied yes, and that the battle she had on the island made her realize something, because in the end, she is still just relying on the MC and wants to become stronger, and that she needs her help. Yuri was surprised by the request, but soon smiled and said she understood. Because of that, both of them trained a lot, and Aya focused on her mana control to improve all her abilities. Yuri tells Aya that she is right, since they haven't even tested it yet, and there is no reason to give up. Aya releases her power, and Yuri thinks she never imagined Aya would refuse her suggestion to retreat, and that apparently she has truly changed since the day they met. Sheena laughs and comments that both girls really have courage. Xian, seeing Aya's power, says he understands and that her mana capacity is impressive, but asks her to listen and tells her not to even think, not even for a second, that she can defeat him. Aya reflects that she knows she is normally no match for him, but even so, she has trained for situations like this. Watanabe looks to the side and can't believe what he is seeing. Aya is creating a massive fireball, one she has never managed to make before. Watanabe wonders if it could be high-level magic. But even so, the scale of the ability is absurdly insane. Yuri, while watching her friend channel power, thinks that Aya always had enormous mana reserves, but just didn't know how to release them. But now, with high-level magic, she can pour every drop of mana into it. Aya activates her high-level magic and launches meteor flames. Watanabe uses his barrier magic and thinks that not even Xian will be able to withstand a blow like that, who in turn simply extends his arm forward, releases his power, and completely dissipates Aya's ability as if it were nothing. Both she and Yuri are left stunned, unable to believe what just happened. Yuri starts to break into a cold sweat and thinks that there is no way that could have happened, and, observing Xian closely, wonders if he really did that without much effort. The people in the audience also go crazy, wanting to know how Xian just managed to neutralize Aya's supreme flame magic. Sheena comments that it doesn't seem like he merely neutralized it, as saying that he extinguished it seems more accurate. However, she keeps thinking that she has never heard of such magic before, so she questions what the hell the boy just did. Yuri reflects that Xian did not use explosion magic to cancel it, and also remembers that he was not using anything similar to what he did when they fought in the past. Watanabe is also surprised by his partner, since he has never seen him use this type of magic before in front of him. Yuri notices Watanabe's surprise and wonders if even he does not know what he just saw. Aya looks up and thinks that the ability she created was the strongest she has managed to cast so far, and even so, Xian dealt with it easily. He, in turn, calls out to Aya and emphasizes that he gives her credit for making him use such magic. However, there is still a huge difference between the two. Having said that, while activating his ability, he points out that no matter how much she fights, the final result will be the same. Aya becomes frightened upon seeing Xian's power very close to her body. Xian activates his evil mind ability, and a point-blank explosion occurs near Aya. She feels a lot of pain and realizes that her legs have been severely injured. Sheena thinks that the girl even fought well against Xian, but wonders if this will be the end. He, in turn, comments that to him, Aya is nothing more than stones by the roadside, and that this hierarchy will never change. Yuri goes to her partner and comments that she won't be able to keep going, but ends up being quite surprised by what she is seeing. Aya tries to stand up and says that she will not give up there, otherwise she will never become stronger. Having said that, she releases her power and says that she can still fight. Sheena is surprised by Aya's determination and wonders if she will really continue fighting, but soon becomes excited and comments that she admires her spirit. Xian prepares to attack and makes it clear that he warned Aya. However, another person launches an attack that hits the rocks near the girls and throws them away. Watanabe apologizes to Xian for the interruption, but emphasizes that he is taking too long to deal with the situation. Aya falls into a stream and surfaces coughing. Yuri, while using her mana conversion to hold onto the rocks, comments that Aya no longer has the condition to continue fighting, and as soon as she gets out of the water, says that she overdid it, but points out that she fought well, and, watching her smile, thinks that she is certain that she will definitely become much stronger. Sheena gives an MVP point to Aya and comments that she will give a point to Xian as well, but that apparently the Blue King has some very interesting students under his tutelage. Xian calls out to Watanabe, but he turns away saying that there was no need for anything more than that. as they need to move or the other pairs will surpass them. Xian takes a deep breath but agrees with Watanabe, however makes it clear that the fact that he will be the one to win to the Grand Festival has not changed. Watanabe stays quiet, saying nothing, just observing his partner's actions. Xian also comments that it does not matter who the opponent will be. At that moment, Hinata comments that the Grand Festival will finally enter its intermediate phase, and the remaining competitors will enter a completely new field. With the objective in sight, it is expected that the battles will become even more intense. Sheena comments that fighting is fun, but people get bored if it is only that, so she prepared a small surprise for the next area. Having said that, she makes a bizarre face and asks Hinata if the competitors will be able to get through. Meanwhile, inside the map, Kai and Kurahashi are surprised, wanting to know what the hell is going on, since where they have to pass is a completely bizarre place, where several explosions happen along the way. Kurahashi wants to know if they will actually have to go through there. Kai comments to the redhead that complaining will not change anything, as they still need to move forward, and as soon as they try to advance, they are immediately met with an explosion. The redhead backs away and shouts, saying that the kings of the primary colors are crazy for building something like this. Kai comments to the redhead that he will leave the role of bait to him, as he will use the opening to get closer. However, Kurahashi becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know who Kai thinks he is calling bait and whether he has become his shield. Kai also loses his temper and tells the redhead to shut up. At that moment, another pair of members of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff is passing by and sees Kai and Kurahashi acting like idiots. Yashiro comments that it is better for them to focus and worry about themselves, since they are also having difficulties. Hinata, seeing what is happening at the tournament site, comments that several explosions are happening everywhere, so she wonders if they are about to witness a mass elimination. Watanabe asks if Xian can handle this. He responds by asking who Watanabe thinks he is talking to. Then, he activates his evil minds in sequence, and, with the explosions of his ability, neutralizes the other explosions that were happening throughout the area. Hinata comments that the pair Xian and Watanabe were not affected by the volcanic bombs that fell, so she wonders if they will be the first to advance straight to the tower. However, Xian is surprised, since the pair Oikawa and Rei is also advancing without many problems through the volcanic bomb zone. Oikawa laughs and comments that if they keep going like this, they will soon make it through. Rei comments that it is a good thing he is with him. Itsuki comments that if both continue like this, they will soon get out. The Yellow King agrees and emphasizes that this will become very interesting. Then Oikawa is surprised, since right in front of him is the tower at the end of the tournament, but he and the MC end up feeling an overwhelming pressure as Xian is using his evil mind abilities to try to stop them. He, in turn, comments that Oikawa blocked the explosions with a barrier, but makes it clear that that is all he can do. The blonde comments that he has been waiting for the chance to fight him again, and, while seeing Xian preparing the next attack, points out that this time he will finally reach him, since he knew they would meet eventually, but did not expect it to be there. Having said that, he emphasizes that the promise they made a year ago when he lost the duel is there to settle the score. Xian is briefly surprised, then smiles, until he starts laughing non-stop. Oikawa becomes confused by his attitude. Xian comments that he told him to try to prove him wrong and cannot believe that he is still clinging to that nonsense promise. Oikawa cannot believe that Xian thinks it is nonsense. Xian makes it clear that he does not care at all about promises and that, unfortunately for Oikawa, he no longer deserves his time, since he is no longer even on his radar, and that he will prove his power in the grand tournament and succeed the Yellow King. Oikawa comments that anything else is just a trivial distraction, so he thinks Xian is absolutely right, but remembers that they swore they would become stronger together and that they encouraged each other, competing at every step of the way. However, at some point, Xian began to distance himself, and the gap between them only grew, and Xian was advancing with so much momentum that he ended up thinking he had simply lost his courage, and even the training they did together began to seem useless. And when he slapped his hand and he was surprised, he stopped moving forward, so he left Xian to climb the mountain alone because he thought he could not bear to watch him rot. And because of that, Xian challenged the Yellow King to a duel, and in the end, he crushed him and was forced to leave the Apostles of the Moonlight. Shion comments that that is right and that Oikawa could not even touch his shadow, but wants to know why he is appearing now and what he wants, since that was resolved a long time ago and he no longer has the patience to deal with him. Oikawa comments that Shion must be joking, and that he even thinks it is good that he is confident, as he points out that the ones who will win the grand tournament will be the MC and him. Then he comments that if Shion is really disappointed in him, in that case, he will have to force him to watch him once again. Shion tells Oikawa that he does not have what it takes. Rei, hearing the conversation between the two, thinks that it is exactly as he heard on the way there, that Oikawa and Shion are truly rivals. At that moment, Watanabe laughs and comments that, apparently, Oikawa has finally overcome his problems. He then calls the MC and asks if he can let him handle things first. Rei is surprised by the sudden request, but replies that it is fine. Oikawa emphasizes that he is not being reckless like before, but that since he has fought Shion countless times, he knows his movements by heart, and, because of that, thinks it is better to take the initiative. Having said that, he explains that the key to winning the fight will be the MC's skill drain. Rei shouts that using skill drain on a person is dangerous. Oikawa replies that he knows he is hesitant because of what happened with Kai, but emphasizes that Shion is not someone they can defeat if they hold back. Then he comments that he knows the MC can return the abilities he takes, so he asks him not to think of it as theft, but rather as a temporary seal. Having said that, he laughs and makes it clear that everything will be fine, as he trusts that he will use this power for the right reasons. Rei is surprised, but tries to calm himself and says that he understands. Meanwhile, Sheena is excited, wanting to know how the fight will unfold, as she has in mind that the two boys were in the same group and that they probably know each other's tricks. However, she thinks the real issue is the annihilation magic that Shion used before, and therefore wants to know if this fight will finally reveal what it really is. Shion stares at Oikawa, but soon activates his evil mind ability, and a bombardment begins throughout the area. Watanabe laughs and thinks that the bastard Shion really does not want to waste time. But Oikawa, inside the barrier he created, makes it clear that he will not give up so easily, as he has spent every waking moment perfecting a skill specifically to counter Shion's evil mind, and he says this surrounded by a massive barrier. Rei is surprised as he observes the scale of Oikawa's ability and realizes that the many explosions did not even leave a scratch on the barrier. Shion comments that, apparently, Oikawa created some pillars with reasonable durability and, while preparing his power, makes it clear that hiding behind a shield will not help him win. However, he is surprised when a pillar comes crashing down toward him. Oikawa thinks he found the perfect opening and that his attack will land, but Shion takes a deep breath, turns his arm toward the pillar coming at him, and completely dissipates it, which leaves Oikawa in disbelief at what he is seeing. Shion comments that he had already warned him and, with a more serious expression, emphasizes that Oikawa will never touch him. But the MC appears out of nowhere, telling Shion not to be foolish, then activates his skill drain and charges straight at him. Shion, in turn, becomes concerned about the surprise attack, but Watanabe also appears, telling the MC not to rush so much, and launches his attack. Rei dodges at the last second and then quickly retreats. Watanabe is surprised and comments that he would not have imagined that the MC could dodge from that distance, but that he would expect nothing less from someone with the title of a king. However, he wants to know what his next move will be, as he will be quite disappointed if he has already shown everything he has. Oikawa becomes worried and thinks that it is hard to imagine, given his always skillful attitude, as Watanabe is a true close combat specialist, and while observing the two together, he thinks that Shion's new magic was unexpected, but that Watanabe's magic is also much sharper than the version he remembers, in addition to the coordination between frontal and rear attacks being problematic. And at the moment, they even manage to counterattack a surprise attack using his new technique as bait. He wants to avoid a direct brute force confrontation, as he would like to regroup, but knows they will not let him escape so easily. The Yellow King, upon seeing the climax of the fight, comments that it was about time. At that moment, Shion unleashes his overwhelming power, and the MC becomes frightened as he feels the ground trembling entirely. Then the ground begins to collapse. Oikawa shouts for Rei to prepare for the fall, but thinks that if this forces a reset of the battle, they might have a chance after all. Xian makes it clear that even if they fight again, the result will be the same, as he will never reach his level, not even in 1,000,000 years, and that no matter how much Oikawa struggles, in the end, everything will be useless. Having said that, he emphasizes that they are simply on different levels. At that moment, both the MC and Oikawa fall from where they are, through a hole that opened in the ground. Itsuki asks if it was the Yellow King who set such a trap. He replies that yes, and explains that, like Sheena, he took the liberty of placing some obstacles since one of the goals of the grand tournament is the development of the mages, and that, for that reason, he adjusted it to increase the difficulty of the test. But in any case, he thinks it seems that the conclusion of the fight has been postponed for now. Hinata, while watching both pairs fall, wonders if it was some kind of collapse trap, especially since the two pairs are falling into separate pits, and that, apparently it seems that the pairs will not be able to return from where they fell, and that it also seems that both teams decided to proceed through the side tunnels. Sheena does not like this at all, and comments that, unfortunately, they will not be able to see anything on the monitors, and that all of this is that old man's fault with his unnecessary traps. Watanabe comments to Xian that what happened was truly a shame, as he thinks he would have won if things had continued. Xian calls out to Watanabe and says that he is sure he told him during the last fight that he did not need his interference. Then he emphasizes that if he does that again, he will show no mercy, even if he is an ally. Watanabe tells Xian to watch his tone, because even an old man like him has feelings, and besides, Xian did not used to be like this. Having said that, he emphasizes that he completely discarded him, even though they were always together, and now he is using magic he has never seen before, and that lately he seems like a completely different person. Xian finds that ridiculous and says that he is who he has always been. Watanabe takes a deep breath and wonders if this is what they call a teenage phase. Meanwhile, in the MC's pair tunnel, he comments that he hopes there is a path that leads back up. Oikawa remains silent, but thinks that it is not that he underestimated Xian's pair, as he took into account his potential growth and formulated a strategy, and that he entered that fight believing they could win. But even so, it seems that the distance between him and Xian has only increased. Then he becomes uneasy, calls the MC, and says that he needs to talk to him, and so asks why they do not give up the competition right there, which leaves the MC quite surprised by this sudden question. Oikawa says that they do not need to rush, since they can simply avoid any dangerous combat and prioritize reaching the objective, and if they sense an enemy, they will detour before being noticed. So he asks the MC to think about it, because the condition for victory in the grand tournament is to secure the prize and that it is not about winning a fight. Then he points out that the original purpose of the tournament is just a goodwill match anyway, and because of that, he thinks there is no need to risk getting injured by forcing a confrontation with other mages. Oikawa continues, saying that getting hurt in a practice match and not being able to perform well when it matters would be putting the cart before the horse, and that since they are both mages, the real enemies are not people, but dungeons. Rei takes a deep breath and asks why Oikawa is lying to him like that. Oikawa becomes a bit embarrassed, and the MC apologizes for that and says he does not even know why he asked that, but hopes he is just overthinking. However, he wants to know if he is really trying, and if deep down, he is actually thinking about giving up. Oikawa replies that he is not, and that he is not lying, but that he is simply making a rational suggestion for their own good. Rei asks why then he seems to be in so much pain, until he realizes something and, while observing the blonde, thinks that his behavior moments earlier was bothering him because it felt familiar, since he looks like his past self. Oikawa laughs and comments that he really cannot hide anything from the MC and that he is right, what he said before was just a facade, and that the truth is that he does not want to fight anymore, because the strategies he prepared over an entire year did not work, and Xian became far more powerful than he ever imagined, and if anything changed, it was that the distance between them only increased, and that his father did not try to stop him because he probably knew this would happen. Having said that, he emphasizes that he will never be able to reach Xian, and that it is foolish to challenge someone when you already know you will lose. Then, he is surprised to hear the MC say that this is another lie, because he knows that deep down, he did not accept the defeat, and that is exactly why he does not want to fight. Because if he fights, he will be forced to face the consequences. And he also knows that it is not the strength of his opponent that scares him, and that it is not the fear of getting hurt in battle, because it is the fear that when he loses, he will realize that his efforts were in vain. So he thinks that what Oikawa fears the most is having everything he has done, up to now rejected. The blonde becomes nervous and shouts, wanting to know what the MC could possibly know, a user of the three elements with real power, who rose to the rank of king in an instant, and that there is no way the MC could understand the feeling of being rejected by his own talent. Then, he is surprised to hear the MC say that he understands, and once again, he says that he understands it very well, but thinks that the Oikawa standing there right now is exactly who he used to be, and that he is sure he is just like he was before the regression, crushed by reality, and that is precisely why he knows it, but could not hear the words he needed. Therefore, he tells Oikawa that the way he is now is not his limit, and, while he is surprised, continues saying that he has absolutely nothing to fear, because his efforts will never be in vain. Oikawa asks how Rei can be so sure, since there is still a chance they could lose. The MC replies that he will not deny that, but emphasizes that things like that are not about logic. Having said that, he points out that they can fight and lose. They may even end up suffering much more than they are suffering now, but that they are not the kind of people who can simply give up gracefully over something like that. The blonde comments that the MC speaks as if he knows him very well. Rei laughs and replies that he does not, and that he knows nothing, but that this is just his own selfish hope. So he believes that Oikawa can truly win. He is surprised by the MC's words, then smiles and comments that he thinks he ended up convincing him after all. Rei tells him not to worry, and comments that if they lose, they will lose together. Oikawa says that he cannot give up no matter what, but thanks the MC because he really reassured him. Having said that, both of them start running, and Oikawa reinforces that if they lose, so be it. After that, after running through the tunnel for some time, they end up meeting Yuri and Aya, and as soon as they tell everything that happened, Aya comments that she cannot believe it. Rei warns that Shion and the others may already be heading to the tower, and that they need to hurry because of that. Yuri uses her mana conversion, and comments that if that is the case, they should leave it to her, as she will use the hammer she created to launch the two of them straight to the top. But as soon as they step onto Yuri's ability, Aya asks them to wait a moment. She says that she noticed something in Shion's magic, which makes both the MC and Oikawa curious to know, and, after she explains, Rei comments that he understands, and Oikawa says that she is right, because it was the same thing when Shion fought them. The MC thanks Aya for the information, and emphasizes that it will definitely be useful to them. She laughs, and comments that it is always good to help them. Thus, everyone gets ready, and Yuri throws the two of them to the top. Then she comments that it is quite frustrating, but that it seems they will have to leave things to them. As soon as they arrive at the top, Oikawa comments to the MC that from there on, it will be the final stretch, and, seeing the tower ahead, calls the MC to go all out. Thus, both of them start running, and Hinata comments that the two members of the Apostles of the Sacred Staff have returned to the surface and that they are heading straight for the tower. Sheena laughs and says that this is the final phase, but wants to know how it will unfold, as she hopes there will be a battle to settle things. Oikawa tells the MC that this creates the most exciting atmosphere and that it doesn't seem like other pairs are approaching. With that said, he points out that most of them were probably eliminated in the volcanic zone, but that Shion and his partner may have already found a way up. Rei asks if the match doesn't end until the tower key is taken back, because even if they get it first, they would still have a chance to take it. Oikawa replies that it won't work, because Watanabe, who is with Shion, is the fastest member of the Apostles of the Moon, and if they get their hands on that key, it's game over. The MC comments that it will be really bad if they arrive first, but he keeps thinking that if he has to face Shion again, the information Aya gave him will be the key. The blonde looks to the left side of the tower and tells the MC that they can enter from that direction. As soon as they enter the tower, they are surprised, since there are several defeated monsters, and they think that the Blue King placed them there to make the tournament more difficult. Then they hear the sound of combat at the top of the tower, Oikawa gets worried and comments that, in the end, Shion and the others really are ahead of them. Thus, both of them start running so they won't fall behind. The blonde keeps thinking that if the others get the key first, everything will be over, but he believes there must be powerful monsters positioned on the top floor, and if by chance Shion and Watanabe are held up there, they will still have a chance at victory. Meanwhile, a monster is hit by Shion's evil mind, who comments that he is disappointed with the monsters on the upper floor for being so weak. Watanabe reflects that Shion doesn't even let the monsters get close, and because of that, he thinks he really has become stronger. However, he suspects that something seems strange as he feels a slight sensation that something is wrong, and, watching Shion from behind, he questions what he is hiding. But he knows that in any case, the grand tournament ends there, and that he will save the questions for later. Then, a drone flies near Shion, and he notices it. Near the key, Watanabe asks what is wrong with Shion, since all he has to do is take the key ahead. Hinata gets excited and shouts that the pair of the Apostles of the Moon is about to secure victory, while Sheena is annoyed, saying that everything was very boring since there was no fight. Then, she finds something strange, as the broadcast seems to have been interrupted. Both the Blue King and the Yellow King try to understand what is happening. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Watanabe wants to know why Shion destroyed the transmission camera drone. He then quickly turns and attacks Watanabe, who is surprised by his partner's action. Next, he looks at Shion and says that somehow he already knew. Shion emphasizes that having such sharp instincts can be a real problem, since if Watanabe wants to live a long life, he should learn that ignorance and boredom are often essential. However, he thinks that, even so, it is a bit late for Watanabe to learn that. At that moment, Oikawa arrives where the pair of the Apostles of the Moon is, and ends up witnessing what Shion just did. Then he wants to know what the hell he just did. Watanabe collapses to the ground, and Oikawa becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know once again what Shion thinks he is doing. He says that Oikawa finally arrived and that he was already tired of waiting for him and the Black King. The MC notices Shion's strange hand and thinks that it is just like when Kai went through the monstrous transformation. And, looking around, he sees that apparently the drone cameras were destroyed, which means that the place is not receiving a broadcast of what is happening there. Still surprised, Oikawa wants to know who Shion really is or what he is. He opens his arms and shouts, saying that the game of being human is over, as he will make both of them disappear right there. With a completely bizarre smile, Shion emphasizes that he will eliminate those who knew him well, along with the Black King, so that he can reign as the king of humans. Oikawa, completely devastated, insists on wanting to know who Shion is. He claps his hands and says that, as expected, those close to him noticed quickly. Then he says that he is no longer Shion Hiragi. With that said, he smiles and points out that at least his soul is not. Rei asks what he means by soul. The creature curls the corner of his mouth and says that it is no wonder they were deceived. Then he explains that the body there is, without a doubt, Shion Hiragi's, and that he was simply looking for a high-quality vessel. And, with a completely bizarre expression, he says that he devoured his soul and that, because of that, the human known as Shion Hiragi is no longer in the world they live in. Oikawa is shocked upon hearing this, and, with a trembling voice, asks if Shion has really disappeared. Rei wonders if Shion is possessed by a monster, just like his brother was. Then he remembers how he was acting and considers that it might be because he is possessed. The creature says that he has all of Shion's memories, but points out that playing the role was trivial, and that he couldn't help but laugh when Oikawa started talking about that promise between them, since the blonde had no idea that it could never be fulfilled. With that said, he laughs and asks if, by any chance, Oikawa isn't happy, since he will finally fight the rival he was so obsessed with. But all that remains of him is to the empty shell that he is currently occupying. The MC looks to the side and tells Oikawa not to act rashly, but he completely loses his temper and shouts that he will never forgive the creature that did this to Shion. He then takes a deep breath and asks if this is that power of friendship thing he has heard about, because apparently humans really love that kind of feeling. But he becomes serious and, while releasing a monstrous power, asks how long Oikawa's anger will last. The blonde begins to remember some moments he had with Shion, where where he had talked about who the Yellow King really was, and Shion wanted to know if Kirimiya Kusei was his father, and Oikawa replied that yes. Then he said that he wanted to become strong enough to succeed the Yellow King one day, but he thought his father had no interest in him. Shion asked who would care about that, which immediately left Oikawa confused. Shion told Oikawa to just become strong, because if he became so strong that no one could ignore him, he believed that even his father would have no choice but to face him. With that said, he wanted to know if Oikawa was willing to do that together. Then, very confident, Shion said that they would simply become strong, but Oikawa, looking at the body of his possessed friend, becomes sad, lowers his head, but soon gets furious and makes it clear that he will eliminate him no matter what happens. The creature possessing Shion's body starts laughing and then says that humans really make the strangest faces and that eliminating people who look like that is absolutely delightful. And, while pulling at his own face, he says that when he devoured Shion, he showed a simply wonderful expression. Oikawa becomes even more furious and tells the creature to shut up. Then, he releases his power and launches his rigid pillar ability, but the creature manages to dodge all the attacks easily. Oikawa makes his next move, but the creature notices and, as a huge pillar approaches, says that he already warned him about this, then completely dispels the blonde's ability and emphasizes that all of this is useless. Oikawa does not like this and thinks about annihilation magic. The creature possessing Shion's body says that the Banishment Bite is an ability that can nullify any supernatural ability, a power truly worthy of a king like him. With that said, he laughs and adds that, in other words, it is impossible for them to even cause a scratch. Oikawa becomes increasingly nervous. The MC notices this and thinks that he had never seen Oikawa show his feelings so openly before. Then he knows that it is his job to analyze the battlefield at the moment and that he will not let Oikawa fight alone. The creature laughs, releases his power, and asks if, by any chance, they were already missing it. Thus, he activates the Evil Mind ability, and several explosions begin to occur across the area. Oikawa uses his barrier to try to block the explosions around them, which makes the creature surprised and comment that, apparently, the human is quite resilient. However, he laughs and says that he will start a durability test and asks how long Oikawa will be able to endure. Then, he launches even more evil minds. Oikawa becomes worried, thinking that he will not be able to block all of them, and also knowing that the creature is overwhelming him with absurd numbers. Because of that, he fails to block them, and they are violently thrown backward due to the impact of the evil mind explosions. The creature comments that the blonde is only on the defensive and thinks that he will never avenge his rival at this rate. Oikawa does not like hearing this and launches another rigid pillar. The creature takes a deep breath and comments that, apparently, the blonde never learns, because there is no way such a predictable attack will work. But the MC realizes that that is not it, so he starts running while shouting for Oikawa not to stop launching his ability. Then Ray jumps into the air while preparing his ability. After that, he activates his Abyss Flame. The creature thinks this is a foolish move, since the Black King is attacking from above, where he cannot move. With that said, he prepares his Evil Mind and makes it clear that the MC is simply an easy target. But Ray laughs and asks if the creature is sure about that. At that moment, several of Oikawa's rigid pillars appear, and the MC takes advantage of this and steps on one of them. And, as the pillars rush toward the creature possessing Shion's body, Ray moves freely through the air at high speed. The creature becomes confused, wondering if the Black King is really using the falling pillars as support. While moving, Ray reflects that it is exactly as Aya had said, because whenever the creature uses annihilation magic, he always touches the target with his hands. So he concludes that this means he cannot nullify an attack if he cannot react with his palms. The creature dodges the first pillar, but the MC moves behind him and then advances to strike him. But the creature quickly turns around, shouting that the MC should not underestimate him. Saying this, he grabs the MC's arm. Ray is surprised, questioning how the creature blocked it, because he did not imagine that he could react from that position. And the creature laughs and says that the Black King got very close. But Ray smiles and says that not yet. The creature becomes worried about the power he is seeing emerging in front of him. Thus, the MC activates his skill drain, and he manages to steal the Evil Mind. Ray tells the creature that it is the end for him, and that, even with annihilation magic, he has lost his means of attack and no longer has any chance of winning. The creature laughs and says that he cannot let the MC think that it is over so easily. Then, he begins to transform, and Ray becomes frightened by what he is seeing, since the creature has revealed his original body, and on top of that, is saying that the real show is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the place where the god of space and time is kept sealed, he comments that, apparently, humans can be quite ingenious after all, since he would not have imagined that they would force the creature he sent to undergo a morphological change. However, he laughs and thinks that he will finally be able to repay the debt from the incident with the evil sludge, since the MC will experience the true power of his assassin, who in turn becomes worried, wanting to know if what he is seeing is the true identity of the monster possessing Xian. He is even surprised by something else, as he is seeing that the monster's level is 105, since he has in mind that even the incredibly powerful evil sludge was only level 91. In addition, there was no monster called Abyss Veil in the world before his regression, and, apparently, there were other irregularities that did not exist in the previous world, but he questions why this is happening. At that moment, the creature, while releasing his dark power, laughs, and then releases even more of his power. Meanwhile, after they manage to restore the transmission, Sheena wants to know what the hell is happening at the tournament location. The creature finishes removing the clothes that Xian was wearing, and, with a simple movement of his arm, releases a powerful force. Oikawa tries to protect himself, but due to the amount of power, both he and the MC are violently thrown backward, and a huge explosion occurs at the top of the tower. The Blue King stands up, and the Yellow King comments that it really seems to be an extraordinary situation, and that they need to go to the tournament location immediately. Itsuki says he understands and quickly creates a bird with his ability. Sheena tells Hinata that she will go along with the kings of the primary colors. And, as soon as everyone gets on the bird created by the Blue King, they immediately head to the tournament location. Back at the tower, while the MC and Oikawa are lying on the ground, the Abyss Veil asks if they now understand why he no longer needs the Evil Mind ability, since he has a pure power that destroys everything, and that they, insignificant humans, have no chance at all. Then he makes it clear that he will crush them like the insects they are. Oikawa tries to get up and says that he will never allow himself to be annihilated so easily. Then he looks at Ray and nods. After that, he launches his Rigid Pillar ability at the Abyss Veil, who comments that it is a predictable attack, but Oikawa makes another move and says that it is not the same thing. Thus, he activates his shape-shifting, and the rigid pillars begin to change and end up turning into stakes. The creature laughs and makes it clear that this will not work either, as he thinks the blonde has forgotten about his ability. With that said, he tries to activate Banishment Bite. The MC appears saying that, in that case, he will take that ability as well. Then he uses Skill Drain, but ends up surprised and in front of the creature, questions why it did not work. The Abyss Veil prepares to strike his attack, and Oikawa realizes that this will be very bad and tries to protect the MC with his quintuple barrier. But the attack is so strong that the MC is violently thrown onto Oikawa. The Abyss Veil comments that it is simply unfortunate for the MC because his ability will not work while he is in the form he is in. Ray questions whether it could be the same as when he faced the Dullahan, or if the outer misty layer is blocking any contact with the main body. The creature comments that, apparently, the Black King is out of moves, and that, because of that, he will achieve his objective easily. Ray asks what objective and whether, by any chance, the creature plans to eliminate them and then attack the entire place. The Abyss Veil laughs and points out that it is not what the Black King said. Then he becomes serious and says that his objective is to take the place of a king using the body of Hiragi Shion. And while the MC and Oikawa are surprised to hear this, the creature continues saying that afterward, he will devour them and use their bodies as vessels as well, since Shion is the only one worthy of being the Yellow King, and that it would be quite entertaining to make them witness something like that. Ray cannot believe that a monster wants to impersonate a king, and if that happens, the human world will completely collapse, since a monster will hold the absolute rights that only a king possesses, and he could even intentionally delay the completion of dungeons to cause their collapse. Oikawa tries to stand up and says that this is no longer a game and that he will never allow a monster possessing Shion's body to become a king. Thus, he becomes serious and makes it clear that he will stop him no matter what happens. Rei is surprised by Oikawa's determination, and soon both of them prepare for combat. The Abyss Veil comments that even knowing they have no chance at all, they still dare to confront him. Then, he releases his terrifying power and says that he admires their courage. The MC thinks that he is feeling an overwhelming pressure, something he has never felt before, and, as he observes the creature, he thinks that in order to deal damage to it, he needs to do something about that annihilation magic. Then Oikawa calls out to the MC and says that it was very good that he managed to steal Shion's ability earlier. With that said, he points out that as long as they have that ability, they will have a chance to win the battle against the Abyss Veil. The creature asks what the blonde just said, then starts laughing a lot. After that, it asks if he is starting to have delusions, then makes it clear that its Banishing Bite ability nullifies all magic, and, because of that, it really wants to know exactly how they are planning to defeat it, or if perhaps the power of bonds that humans love so much will allow them to triumph. Rei gets nervous hearing this, but Oikawa asks him to calm down and says he has a plan. Having said that, he whispers quietly so only he can hear. The Veil of the Abyss thinks that these humans are nothing more than inferior life forms, and that it can even see through everything they are thinking. Then while observing Oikawa, it thinks about the Evil Mind ability, as it knows it is a spell that triggers multiple explosions at the same time, and that, apparently, they think it will not be able to keep up, since its Annihilation magic ability requires physical contact with its palms. But it feels that it will have to disappoint them, because its reaction speed in its current body is incomparable to before. Therefore, it prepares its power and thinks it can simply turn them into ash. First, Oikawa shouts for Rei to get ready. The Veil of the Abyss launches its attack and a huge explosion happens until it notices something and looks up. Seeing the MC coming at full force, Rei thinks about Shion and that he will use his ability. Then he launches several evil minds. While being surrounded by the ability, the creature points out that, once again, it is useless. Then it laughs and says it will simply nullify them, and when trying, it notices something strange and thinks it is sure it touched the evil minds to dissipate them, but questions why the ability did not disappear. At that moment, Oikawa takes his chance and launches his ability, which quickly gets very close to the face of the Veil of the Abyss. It becomes surprised, as it has just realized that the Evil Mind ability is coated with the blonde's barrier. Therefore, Oikawa shouts, saying that the creature's attack invalidated his contact-based ability drain, and that it is logical to assume that a barrier can do the same. Having said that, he makes it clear that he will not let someone like the creature destroy his friend Shion's ability. Then he undoes his ability, and the evil minds surround the Veil of the Abyss, and the explosions begin. The creature in turn becomes nervous and then screams, releasing its monstrous power. Both the MC and Oikawa are very surprised by the immensity of the power they are witnessing. The power is so strong that it even goes outside the Tower of Challenge and can be seen from very far away. Sheena gets worried and asks if the Blue King's bird cannot go faster. He asks her to stay calm and says they are already arriving, until he becomes very frightened because he is seeing a strong evil power leaking from the tower. After destroying the top of the tower, the Veil of the Abyss makes it clear that it will annihilate them no matter the cost. Rei gets worried and thinks he has never felt such dense and evil mana. Oikawa calls the MC and thanks him. Rei gets confused by this. The blonde, while looking at the Veil of the Abyss, says that if it were not for the MC's words, he is sure he would have already run away from the battle, and that he had been running away all this time, both when facing people directly, like his father and Shion, and even deceived his own heart, running away from himself. Having said that, he emphasizes that the MC taught him and made him realize the importance of continuing to fight even when facing his own weakness. Therefore, he calls the MC and asks him to pour all his mana into the next attack. Rei asks what he means. Oikawa says he knows that nothing will be left after this, but even so, he should trust him. Then he instructs the MC to aim at the center of the Veil of the Abyss, because he thinks that if he attacks there, he will be able to take care of the rest. Rei takes a deep breath and then shouts, saying he understands. The creature in turn shouts, calling the two inferior beings and saying it will crush them along with their pathetic hope. As the MC advances, he prepares his ability and thinks that he needs to do this, and that he will fully trust Oikawa and give it his all. Therefore, he channels all his mana into a single evil mind and makes it very large. Oikawa prepares his ability thinking about Shion and hoping that he might be watching, wherever he is. And as soon as the MC launches the evil mind, Oikawa coats the ability with his barrier in the form of a spear. The Veil of the Abyss tries to contain the attack, but ends up becoming worried about the amount of power it is feeling coming from it. Since it is almost as if three people are attacking it, the Veil of the Abyss begins to scream, saying that it will not be able to annihilate the entire ability and ends up being hit directly, and a strong explosion happens. Ray calls out to the blonde and asks if they manage to win. He takes a deep breath and then, seeing the sky completely clear, answers that yes, and, thinking about Shion, thanks him. Ray goes to Oikawa and says that they did it. He emphasizes that everything was thanks to the MC for using Shion's ability and that the rest was the learning factor. Then he remembers when his friend had talked about combining their techniques, as he thought that if they did that, they would create an even more powerful ability. Shion had even gotten excited, since if they trained together to achieve that, they could have something very interesting in their arsenal. At the time, Oikawa thought that was amazing, and Shion was very excited to make it happen. Then he wanted to know if Oikawa did not want his father to recognize him. The blonde was surprised, but soon agreed, and after remembering that, he calls out to the MC and laughing, thanks him once again. He also laughs and says it was nothing, until they become startled upon hearing someone calling them damned. Then they look to the side and hear the Veil of the Abyss commenting that it never imagined it would be defeated by two inferior beings. Ray shouts, asking if the creature is still alive, which in turn makes it clear that this will not end for free, as it will use what remains of its mana to impress them. Then the creature, with another voice, asks what the MC thinks. He is shocked, thinking that he recognizes that voice. At that moment, a dark energy emerges beside the Veil of the Abyss, saying that it had thought it would last a little longer, but in the end, it was a disappointment, and therefore, at the very least, it will serve as a sacrifice. The Veil of the Abyss becomes afraid and starts screaming, asking for another chance. However, it is completely consumed by this strange evil energy that has just appeared. Oikawa, completely in shock, keeps trying to understand what the hell is happening, until the god of space and time comments, within the energy, that the sacrifice was disgusting. Ray becomes terrified upon hearing the voice and starts questioning why Kronos would be there. And after the dark energy dissipates, the god of space and time appears, and the MC, observing him closely, thinks that the first time he met Kronos in the previous world was 7 years later, and that he never left the inverted castle. Oikawa quickly realizes that the creature in front is the same one that the MC fought in the dungeon that tested him, which in turn opens and closes its hands several times, and comments that even in the shadow form it is in, descending to the surface is not an unpleasant sensation. Ray, upon hearing this, questions whether it is not the original body of the god of space-time, but he knows that the aura he is feeling, coming from the shadow, is unmistakably the same as before his regression. Kronos turns and says he wants to ask something. Having said that, he wants to know who the Black King is on Earth. But first he says that all the creatures that the MC faced, he planted several irregularities in them, and that he was there in each one, ahead of every move he made, and that it was even almost as if the MC had been facing him on purpose. Ray is completely shocked upon learning this, then reflects that all those monsters that caused discrepancies in the world before the regression were Kronos all along, until the god of space and time appears behind the MC. Wanting to know if he can probe him a little, Ray turns immediately to try to land an attack with his sword. Kronos laughs and says he understands, and while holding the MC's sword, asks if he is a regression from the future. Oikawa, upon hearing this, is surprised, questioning whether he really heard it right. At that moment, Kronos throws the MC hard onto the ground, then emphasizes that if he is going to be an obstacle, he will have no choice but to proceed with his plans. Ray stands up and asks what plans the god of space and time has in mind. He activates his power, and Oikawa realizes that even the air itself is trembling. Kronos says that his current form is only temporary, as he has been trying to break the seal of his main body, using the key to break the seal and causing the collapse of dungeons. Rei is completely surprised to see two Kronos in front of him, who in turn raise their arm upward and say that they initially intended to take his time, but it seems they will have to break the seal by force. Having said that, he begins to release even more of his immense power, and Rei shouts, asking what the hell he is planning to do. He responds that with the power to manipulate time, he will force the collapse of several dungeons, which leaves the MC unable to believe what he just heard. Therefore, Kronos makes it clear that from that moment on, the rite of descent will begin immediately. In this way, his power begins to interfere with the dungeons, and not just one, but across the entire world. And after collapsing them, the monsters begin to come out. People run in desperation, screaming and asking for help. With that, Kronos realizes that his repugnant seal has finally been broken, and, with the help of his other shadow, he knows he will obtain the power that dominates all. Then, a massive surge of power erupts right in front of the MC and Oikawa, and after the power dissipates, Kronos appears with his main body, saying that now is the time for total carnage. Meanwhile, in the arena of the great tournament, people become worried, wanting to know what the light they just saw was, until, when they look up, they see the inverted castle being stained. Then they are surprised when they see a notification on their phone that several dungeons have collapsed across the entire world. Back to where the MC and Oikawa are, they are facing the true god of space and time of unknown level. Rei thinks that the pressure he is feeling is very strong, and that he even feels it will crush his entire body, and that because of that, he knows there is no mistake that the creature in front of him is the true god of space and time. Exactly the same as last time, Oikawa looks at the MC and becomes thoughtful, until Kronos creates a huge sphere of evil energy and says that he will start with a light warm-up. Rei and Oikawa cannot believe the immense energy they are witnessing, and to make matters worse, the energy becomes even greater. Then Kronos launches several attacks everywhere, destroying everything the attacks touch, including one of these attacks going in the direction of the Blue King's bird. Yuri grabs Aya and pulls her so they are not hit, just like Kai and Kurahashi, who run asking what the hell is happening. At that moment, Rei and Oikawa are caught by the impact of the attack and thrown hard against a wall. Kronos comments that it seems he exaggerated a bit in his warm-up, then says that he only intended to release a little of his mana, and that he almost blew up the entire tower. Oikawa questions whether the creature was really only releasing a little of his mana, as the attack that hit them had enormous destructive power. Kronos apologizes and says he will rewind time for them, which leaves the MC even more frightened, as he knows well this ability of the god of space and time, who in turn tries to rewind time, but ends up realizing that he is not able to, and comments that he thinks it is because he broke the seal of his main body by force. Rei, while trying to stand up, questions whether Kronos cannot use rewind, and if perhaps his time manipulation power is still incomplete, who in turn creates a rift, and comments that it is not fun at all to try to wield an incomplete power when the seal has finally been broken, and therefore he thinks he will return to the inverted castle to get used to his current form. Oikawa notices the MC ready to charge in and asks him to wait, because he knows that in the condition he is in, he will be torn apart in a matter of seconds. Rei apologizes, then grits his teeth and thinks that if Kronos recovers his original power, humanity's chances of winning will be minimal or non-existent. Then he charges forward, thinking that if they are going to defeat Kronos, he knows he cannot let such an opportunity slip away. But the god of space and time easily dodges and comments that the MC is underestimating him, since he is charging in a suicidal manner. With almost no mana left, Rei says that the god of space and time is not exactly in perfect condition either. Having said that, he attacks again, shouting that he will settle things there once and for all. Kronos channels his power and launches an attack, shouting for the MC to stop underestimating him. Rei blocks the attack with his sword, but realizes he will not be able to hold on for long, and ends up losing his strength, falling to his knees on the ground. Oikawa shouts. Worried about his partner, Kronos approaches the MC, saying that apparently he has reached his limit since he fought several consecutive battles. At that moment, the kings of the primary colors arrive at the battle. Oikawa is surprised to see his father. Itsuki apologizes to the MC and the blonde for the delay. Shina comments to the Blue King that the creature they are seeing does not seem to be a simple monster, as she can feel danger emanating from it in waves. Kiramiya Kusei steps forward, saying that he will learn the details later. After fighting the thing in front of him, Kronos comments that it is quite interesting for the kings of the primary colors to appear there. The Yellow King wants to know if the situation happening around the world is Kronos' fault. Then he becomes serious and emphasizes that if he is an existence that threatens humanity, he will not hold back. Therefore, Shina prepares her attack. As does Itsuki, the Yellow King prepares his power and says he will eliminate Kronos with everything he has. Having said that, the kings of the primary colors launch their attacks together. The god of space and time simply watches the attacks coming toward him, and a huge explosion happens with the impact of the abilities. Rei is impressed by the destructive power of the attack launched by the kings of the primary colors. However, he soon becomes surprised when he hears Kronos saying that the attack was not bad and that they really made him panic for a moment. Having said that, he thinks it is a shame and says that their time is up. Everyone feels an enormous pressure, almost as if they are being crushed. Kronos opens a rift and makes it clear that as long as he is alive, the dungeon collapses will continue, and if they wish to stop him, they should go find him in the inverted castle. Then the god of space and time calls the MC and says that if he thinks he can reach him even after the regression, he should give it his best. That is, if he can. After Kronos returns to the inverted castle, the Blue King asks what this story about regression is. The MC thinks about the god of space and time, and then, upon seeing the inverted castle in front of him, knows that it is the place where everything began, and therefore concludes that he has no choice but to go face him to settle everything once and for all. After that, 3 days pass since they fought Kronos, and the state of the world changed drastically. Because of Kronos, several dungeons collapsed, and the kings of the primary colors declared a state of emergency. In order to suppress the monsters that were overflowing, mages set out on subjugation missions. Although they managed to deal with the threat temporarily, they could not cover every district, and many people were driven from their homes. Because of that, everyone could not help but feel that the world would end up collapsing at this rate. And to put an end to this situation, it was necessary to defeat Kronos, the root of all evil. The kings of the primary colors reached that conclusion, and a forum was established to share information about the god of space and time. And, one day, with all the members of the holy staff gathered, Itsuki wanted the MC to speak, since it seemed that Kronos knew him. So, he wanted to know what kind of relationship existed between the two of them. Rei felt a little awkward, but then he said he understood and that he would tell everyone. But first, there was something he needed to say. So he said that he had returned from a world in the future. This left everyone, at that very moment, very surprised when they heard it. Kai, completely shocked, wanted to know what his brother had just said. Rei apologized for keeping that secret until now, but emphasized that it was so unreal that he thought they would not believe him even if he told them. Shirai laughed and emphasized that it really was hard to believe. Asuma wanted to know if it was that so-called time travel. Oikawa replied that it was not, and said that what the MC was saying was very possibly true. Then, he mentioned the abilities of that creature called Kronos, the words he left behind, and also the drain that the MC possesses. He thinks he stole Kronos' ability to manipulate time and return to the past. Then, he asked the MC if that was not true. A little upset, he nodded, answering yes. The Blue King emphasized that this also explained why Kronos looked at the MC with so much hostility, since, apparently, Rei had been fighting Kronos in the original world. But he wanted to know if he could tell everyone everything he knew about Kronos and everything he had seen. The MC answered yes. That said, as Rei told them what had happened, the members of the holy staff became very surprised and deeply shocked. Kai, meanwhile, grew nervous and questioned whether all of this was not his fault, since, because of him, his brother ended up carrying everything alone. Aya thought that, even so, her friend had continued fighting over and over again. Itsuki thanked the MC for telling them everything and said that now the truth had come to light. In addition, once again, they understood what they had to do. That said, he emphasized that this was no longer the MC's battle alone, because it was time to gather all their forces to defeat Kronos. So, he wanted to know if anyone had any objections to what he had just said. Kai told the Blue King not to joke, since there was no way he would have any objections. Then, he made it clear that he would never let his brother carry everything alone again, and that he would also never let him act on his own again. That said, he shouted that if his brother was going to defeat Kronos, he would put everything on the line too. Ray was surprised by his brother's determination. Then, he laughed and thanked him. However, he emphasized that, honestly, he never thought the day would come when the abominable Kai would say something like that. He got nervous, called his brother an idiot, and emphasized that he should enjoy it while he could. Kurahashi also started mocking Kai and asked what a guy who had never been honest before was talking about. Shirai laughed as well and agreed with the redhead, but Kurahashi emphasized that he felt the same way as Kai, and that any guy who knew all of this and did not get fired up was by no means a man. Shirai shouted loudly, saying that she was not a man, but that she was in either way. With that, Yuri and Aya got excited too and said that they would not fall behind. Oikawa said that he owed the MC a debt he could never repay. So, his answer was the same as everyone else's. Ray was surprised to hear that, and then thought that he had truly been blessed. Itsuki said that apparently, it seemed that they had reached a conclusion, and because of that, he would convey this to the other kings of the primary colors. However, Oikawa emphasized that the question was how to infiltrate the inverted castle, since the area around the castle was covered by a barrier, and it seemed impossible to get close. The Blue King made it clear that this was exactly the problem, because the other day, dozens of rank A mages tried to destroy the barrier, but they could not even scratch it. So, he wanted to know how the MC infiltrated the inverted castle in the original world. Ray said that, back then, there was no barrier around the inverted castle, and that the castle gates were open, and any group that obtained approval could enter. Itsuki said he thought that was most likely Kronos' doing. Kai crossed his arms and said that, in that case, they simply needed to break that barrier to face the god of space and time. Oikawa wanted to know how they would do that, since dozens of rank A mages had not been able to break it. However, he was very surprised to hear someone saying that there was no need to destroy the barrier. Oikawa turned around and realized it was his father and Shina. The Yellow King called out to Kai and said he needed to talk to him later. Itsuki wanted to know if there really was a way to infiltrate the inverted castle. Kusei replied that there was, but that it would take some preparation. However, he could guarantee a path. Still, in order to use that method, they, the kings of the primary colors, would have to remain on the surface. The MC thought that, in other words, the others would have to clear the inverted castle without the help of the kings of the primary colors. The Yellow King looked to the side and said that the creature called Kronos possessed immense power. So, he wanted to know if, even so, the MC would have the courage to face him. He took a deep breath and then replied that yes, he was prepared. Kusei said he understood and that he did not even need to ask, since it seemed there was no need to worry. Therefore, he emphasized that they would leave this in their hands. After that, the kings of the primary colors were in another, more private place, discussing strategies. Itsuki said that, apparently, the date of the operation had already been decided. Kusei replied that yes, and that, 3 nights from then, they would begin the operation to capture the inverted castle. Shina wanted to know if they could not simply do it now. The Yellow King replied that they could not, and emphasized that the barrier covering the inverted castle was no small thing, and that, even if they combined the power of the kings of the primary colors, it would be difficult to cross it. So that was why, at the moment, he was asking the Mage Association to prepare a certain tool. Itsuki said he understood and that, apparently, that preparation was what would take 3 days. Kusei became serious and made it clear that this operation would put the fate of the world at stake, and that they would gather all their strength to subjugate the god of space and time. Shina and Itsuki nodded, agreeing with the plan. Therefore, Kusei rose from his chair and said that each of them would proceed with their own preparations until the appointed time. The Blue King wanted to know where the Yellow King was going. He left, saying that it was personal business because there was someone he needed to speak with briefly. After the Yellow King left, Sheena laughed and said that this was something very rare to see. That said, she rose from her chair and said that in that case, she thought they should interfere a little too. Itsuki got confused and asked her to be clearer. Sheena said that they, the kings of the primary colors, would not be the people invading the inverted castle this time. So, she emphasized that this was why they should train the people who would invade, even if only a little. The Blue King agreed and said that it was actually a great idea from her. After that, Oikawa was at the cemetery, thinking about his friends, Shion and Watanabe, until the Yellow King appeared, saying he had thought his son would be there. Oikawa wanted to know what his father was doing at the cemetery. He said that, even before the great festival began, there had been something strange about Shion's behavior. However, he never imagined that sending Watanabe to keep an eye on Shion would lead to this. Then, he emphasized that he had put his son and Shion through something cruel, since the responsibility was his for not seeing through the demon's plan. That said, he made it clear that he also had to apologize to his son because he had made him go through a painful moment. Oikawa was surprised to hear that, but he said that he had heard from the Blue King that his father had still been watching over him even after he left the Moonlight Apostles, and that he knew the one who asked for him to join the Blue King's subordinates was him, his father. However, he clenched his fist tightly and emphasized that he had always been saved by someone, but now he could no longer remain someone who was only saved, since, in order to repay his friends Shion and Watanabe, he would fight with everything he had. Kusei said it was great to hear that, and made it clear that he would also fight alongside his son. Meanwhile, at the Holy Staff's training ground, Kai was very tired. Asuma wanted to know why he did not take a break. Shirai made it clear that Kai facing everyone at once was simply far too reckless. He told everyone to shut up, and then said that he could still keep going and that he would level up as much as possible before the operation began, just so he could land a direct hit on that worm Kronos. Kurahashi wanted to know, since when Kai had that much grit. Yuri said that if it was because of what Kai had said, they would not hold back either. Meanwhile, the MC, watching his brother's effort, said that his enthusiasm was incredible. Aya said that she thought it was because Kai had heard his brother's story perfectly. Then, she emphasized that she felt the same way, since, after hearing a story like that, she thought there was no way they could avoid giving it their all. Then, she said that she wanted to train a little with the MC. He said that was fine and asked Aya to get ready. At that moment, someone appeared, saying that they would give the two of them a hand. It was Sheena and Itsuki. The Red Queen made it clear that the MC and Aya would not find better training partners than them. Rei was very surprised, wanting to know if two of the kings of the primary colors were really going to be their opponents. Sheena approached Aya and said that she had seen her at the Great Festival, and that she seemed to have talent. That said, she said that she would pass her magic on to her. Itsuki told the MC that there was something he had been thinking about as well. Then, he said that he would be the MC's opponent, and that, if his thinking was correct, he should be able to become one step stronger. Rei looked at Aya, and both of them agreed to it. Therefore, the MC asked the kings to train them during the 3 days leading up to the operation. After that, the day of the operation to capture the inverted castle finally arrived. Rei thought that since that day, he had made it this far, but this time, he had all his companions with him, so he thought he would definitely defeat the god of space and time. Itsuki went over to the Yellow King, and he handed over the tool that amplified the user's mana for a moment. Then, he said they would use it to create a path through that barrier. That said, he wanted to know if everyone else was ready. Rei answered that they were, and that they would give it their best. Therefore, the kings of the primary colors put on the tools that amplified their mana and released a gigantic combined power. Kai and Kurahashi were left with their mouths open, surprised by the insane amount of mana the kings were releasing. Then, the Yellow King called everyone to proceed. So, everyone launched their abilities, and a path formed toward the inverted castle. The MC was surprised by such an incredible skill. After the path was made, the Blue King informed them that the other members were dealing with the dungeons on the surface, and that they should focus all their strength on defeating Kronos. Sheena asked Aya and her friends to show the results of their special training. Oikawa called out to his father and said that he was ready. Therefore, Rei took the lead and called everyone to head to the inverted castle. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the god of space and time was thinking that he never imagined the humans would manage to break through his barrier, and that apparently they were more capable than he had thought, since he was watching their movements through his magic, and there were 9 in total. But what he really wanted to know was how many of them would manage to reach him. Oikawa called out to the MC and said they were almost at the inverted castle, and it did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance. But first, everyone looked around to see if anything unexpected would happen, or if there were any traps. Shirai said that, seeing the inverted castle up close, it seemed even bigger than she had imagined. Kurahashi looked down and said that, if they fell from there, it would be the end. Asuma emphasized that they could not afford to move carelessly. At that moment, Oikawa called out to the MC and said that apparently, in the end, the gate was closed. Ray said that, in the world before his regression, the gate had already been open. Kai began channeling his power and said they just needed to force it open. That said, he created his demonic spear and prepared to throw it. However, out of nowhere, a tremendous tremor began to happen throughout the entire place. This left everyone worried, wanting to know what the hell was going on. The MC, frightened, wondered if Kronos was doing something, until Kurahashi asked everyone to look up. Apparently, the 2 statues at the entrance of the inverted castle were looking directly at them. One of them was called Seraphim and was level 100. The other was named Lucifer and was also level 100. Meanwhile, Kronos was thinking that the humans' first test would begin. At that moment, both statues charged forward. Kurahashi shouted, telling everyone to run immediately, but the creatures were much faster and soon reached the middle of them. This immediately made everyone worried. Then, they began running in 2 separate groups in order to split up the 2 statues. Shirai looked back and, seeing Seraphim approaching, began to panic. The MC reflected on the creatures' levels and on how they were in a place with terrible terrain to face them. However, the redhead lost his patience, stopped running, and said he would finish those things off. That said, he prepared his ability and launched his cursed explosion. The attack went straight toward Lucifer, who in turn easily deflected Kurahashi's ability, and, while the attack crashed into the wall of the inverted castle, the creature charged toward the redhead. Therefore, the MC's group started running again, but he noticed the hole in the wall of the inverted castle caused by the explosion from Kurahashi's ability. So, he considered that maybe they could enter through there. With that in mind, he stopped running and asked the 3 of them to stay together, then activated Mana Hand. And, at the exact moment Lucifer was about to hit them, the MC stuck Mana Hand to the hole in the wall of the inverted castle and escaped there. Kurahashi took a deep breath and said that thanks to the MC, they were saved. Lucifer looked up, and Kai told his brother that the damn statue was very troublesome. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aya's group was running from Seraphim, until Yashiro launched his freezing dust ability and hit part of the statue's body. Aya, seeing that the creature had stopped chasing them, said that Yashiro had done it. He said that he had only temporarily interrupted the creature's movement. Asuma called out to Shirai and said that he thought they could test that. Therefore, both of them stopped running, but Aya wanted to know what they were going to do. Yuri asked her to relax and pay attention. Asuma stepped in front of Shirai and asked her to go for it. Then, the blonde launched her ability and hurled Asuma with all her strength into the wall of the inverted castle. This way, they also managed to open a path. The big guy laughed and called the others to go that way. Aya and Yashiro could not believe the method they had used. Yuri then used her mana conversion and created a staircase up to the hole. It did not take long, and everyone reached the hole. Yashiro, as soon as he looked around, said that fortunately, they had managed to get inside. Yuri said that, however, they had ended up separated from the MC and the others. But when she looked down and saw Seraphim looking up, she wanted to know how they would deal with the creature. Aya stepped forward and, while releasing her power, asked if her friends could leave Seraphim to her. The MC asked the same question, but made it clear that he would definitely defeat his opponent. Asuma and Shirai were surprised by the incredible amount of mana they were feeling coming from Aya. Yashiro wanted to know if this was the result of her training with the Red Queen. Yuri was happy for her friend and asked her to give it her all. At that moment, Seraphim charged straight toward Aya, while Lucifer went after the MC. He, in turn, prepared his ability and created the Abyssal Blade. Kai said it was the same power his brother used in the fight between them. Oikawa wanted to know if the MC had learned to manifest it without the abilities absorbed from the others. Meanwhile, Aya took a deep breath and then activated her high-level fire attribute magic. Then, she launched her Nova Prominence ability at Seraphim and landed a direct hit. Ray, in turn, channeled his dark ability and applied the Abyssal Blade technique to Lucifer, cutting him from several angles. Meanwhile, Kronos was observing every movement the MC made, and he thought that, apparently, it seemed he had underestimated him and underestimated his friends, since he had expected at least half of them to have already been eliminated. However, he laughed and concluded that, at least this way, it would be more fun. Meanwhile, the kings of the primary colors are waiting outside. Kusei wants to know what is happening in there. Itsuki replies that there is no way to know, and that they just need to leave the rest to the youngsters. At that moment, the Hidaka brothers appear, calling for Shina and saying that the dungeons in Shibuya and Ueno have collapsed. She gets excited and says that the monsters have finally shown themselves. Kusei emphasizes that they just need to finish off the enemies on the surface. With that, the two of them walk away, but Itsuki keeps looking toward the inverted castle and thinks that he is counting on Rei and the others for Kronos' subjugation. Besides, they need to return safely. Back to where Aya is, she has just cast her magic, just like the MC. Both Kai and Kurahashi get excited and comment that the MC managed to eliminate the creature. Shirai starts shouting, saying that Aya is simply too incredible. Oikawa goes over to the MC, wanting to know if what he did was the result of his special training with the Blue King. He replies that it was, and says that Itsuki had told him that if he trained the mana of the 3 basic primary colors, he would eventually manage it. Besides, they are there carrying everyone's hopes, and because of that, they absolutely cannot lose. The blonde boy and the others agree and emphasize that they will give it their all. Kurahashi comments that he never imagined a level 100 monster would appear right away, even before they entered the castle. Kai comments that this only shows that the god of space and time is taking things seriously. However, Rei emphasizes that, unfortunately, they were separated from Aya and the others, but that, for now, they will have no choice but to keep moving forward. Oikawa makes it clear that he is absolutely sure they will reunite with the rest of the group somewhere very soon. As they walk through the place, Rei keeps in mind that everyone's target is Kronos, so he knows that no matter what it takes, they will reach him and defeat him, and that everyone in his class will conquer the inverted castle and put an end to all of this. After running through the dungeon for a while, the MC shouts, telling the others to stay alert. With that said, he tells them that there is a swarm of monsters up ahead. Kai wants to know if, this time, Kronos is trying to stop them with numbers. Kurahashi laughs and says he does not care, because he is actually in the mood for a good fight. With that, the redhead activates his flaming explosion skill and launches it toward the creatures. After eliminating the weaker ones, one is left. Kurahashi shouts, warning that only the big one is left and that the rest is up to them. Oikawa comments that he understands, but Kai calls out to his brother and emphasizes that he needs to preserve his mana. With that said, while releasing his power, he says that he also trained a lot to get there and that he will show him. At that moment, the enormous creature charges at the redhead, but Oikawa activates his skill and blocks the big one's attack with his barrier. Kai laughs and says that he will finally fight a little. Then he activates his overclock skill to momentarily amplify his mana. After that, he perfectly fuses the two and creates a huge demon spear. Rei is completely impressed and thinks that it is even more massive than when his brother was transformed. Kai wastes no more time and throws his demon spear skill, and when it hits the monster head-on, a powerful explosion happens because of the impact. Rei, still impressed, wants to know when his brother learned magic like that. Oikawa laughs and says it must be because of the influence of the MC's stories. Kai makes it clear that he will never let his brother fend for himself again, but when he looks back, he wants to know what Rei is doing staring at him, since he is not supposed to stand still, because they need to subjugate the inverted castle. Rei is surprised by what his brother said and quickly remembers how he used to be before. With that, he comments that Kai is right and thinks that things are different now, and with his class there, he is certain that they will be able to do this together, and that, if they maintain their formation, there is nothing Kronos can do. Kronos, for his part, is watching every movement of the humans and thinks that apparently it seems everyone's level has also risen, since the monsters he sent were not enough to slow them down. So he concludes that he has no other choice and that he will have to go harder. With that, he looks to the side and orders Fafnir to wake up. With that said, he emphasizes that he wants his creature to cause despair in those arrogant mages because of their rapid advance. A few minutes later, the MC is surprised, since he is standing before the great staircase that leads to the highest floor. Oikawa wants to know if, by any chance, the boss room is after the stairs. Rei replies that it is. Then, he thinks that the time for the confrontation against Kronos has finally arrived. At that moment, someone appears, calling out to the MC, and as soon as he turns around, he realizes that it is Aya and the rest of the class. Then, the MC comments that they arrived at the best possible time, but just as he was about to explain something, he is completely surprised when he hears a loud noise. And, out of nowhere, a huge explosion happens very close to them. Rei looks back to see what the hell caused it, and sees the violent dragon Fafnir, level 209. Kai comments that a dragon is the strongest species among monsters. Kurahashi, on the other hand, is very worried about the creature's level. Rei keeps in mind that a creature like that never appeared in the previous world. So, he wonders if this is Kronos' doing as well. However, he realizes a certain possibility and wonders if that means the power of the god of space and time has returned. Besides, he knows that either way, if his class does not defeat the dragon in front of them, they will not be able to reach Kronos. So, he gets serious, conjures his abyssal blade, and tells everyone that they will have to defeat the creature and move forward. Who, in turn, charges toward the MC, but Oikawa activates his rigid pillar ability and stops the dragon from advancing. Rei is surprised, and the blonde boy asks him to keep moving forward because the rest of them will deal with the dragon. The MC becomes worried upon hearing this and shouts, saying that the dragon is not an ordinary monster and that it would be better if they all fought together. Oikawa agrees and emphasizes that their chances together against the dragon would be greater that way. However, he makes it clear that their true objective is to defeat Kronos. That said, he explains that before they went there, his father said something. Then, he says that on that day, he was trying to understand why he should not lose sight of the bigger picture. Kusei answered yes, and explained that Kronos has the power to control time, and that, if that is true, they will not defeat him with simple brute force. And that, if someone can oppose him, that person is only the Black King, who is capable of stealing abilities. However, he knows that, obviously, it would be ideal if all of them arrived to face him together. After telling them about this, Oikawa reinforces that Kronos had said he was recovering his power, and because of that, if that is the case, they cannot afford to waste time, since the highest priority at the moment is getting the MC to Kronos completely unharmed. Oikawa also makes it clear that he wants to bet everything on Rei. At that moment, the others approach the MC and comment that they think the same way as Oikawa. Then, Aya asks her friend to keep moving forward and emphasizes that being comrades does not mean they always have to fight in the same place. Rei becomes thoughtful about this, but soon accepts it and swears that he will not disappoint them. However, Kai asks him to wait and warns that he is also going with him, since he also has a score to settle with Kronos. That said, he laughs and emphasizes that maybe he might even end up defeating Kronos before his brother. Rei says that is fine, and that this time will not be like the first time, until Oikawa notices the dragon trying to break his ability and warns that he will not be able to keep the creature controlled for long. Thus, the MC and Kai move forward and pass by the dragon Fafnir, who in turn tries to stop the two from continuing. But Aya, Yuri, and Shirai prepare their abilities and make it clear that they will not let the dragon do whatever it wants. Then, they launch all their abilities at once. Kurahashi leaps into the air and tells the dragon that it is looking at the wrong target. That said, he lands a powerful flaming punch on the creature. Rei and his brother begin climbing the great staircase and shout, saying that they are going straight to the top floor. The MC thinks that they definitely need to defeat Kronos. Oikawa watches the two of them advance and thinks that he will be counting on them. Then, he looks at the dragon and comments that now they will be its opponents. A few minutes later, the MC and his brother arrive at the entrance to the boss room. Then, he asks if Kai is ready. He answers that he is more than prepared. Ray becomes serious and thinks that the time for the final confrontation has arrived, and that after returning to the past while carrying everyone's hopes, he has made it this far. And as soon as they enter the boss room, Kronos himself welcomes them to the inverted castle. However, he makes it clear to the MC that for him, that place may become his tomb. Kai is surprised when he feels the monstrous power of the god of space and time and comments that he has finally met him. As for the MC, he is very worried because he can tell just by looking that Kronos is much stronger than when he saw him during the Great Festival. Kronos, in turn, laughs, and then, after releasing his power, comments that first they will begin with a small test. Ray is completely shocked, since he has in mind that what Kronos is about to do was what eliminated his brother before the regression. Kronos launches his attack, and Kai becomes very frightened when he sees that the attack is heading toward him too quickly. But the MC steps in front and blocks the attack with his abyssal blade. The god of space and time is surprised to see how the MC dealt with it. Ray, in turn, knows that what Kronos did was launch an invisible attack, but luckily, his abyssal blade can cut through it. Thus, Ray makes it clear to the god of space and time that this time, things will not be like before, since he is there solely to defeat him. Kronos thinks that the durability of the human sword is impressive, but that his courage in placing himself in the path of an invisible attack is worthy of admiration, and that, apparently, ever since he defeated the MC, it seems he has gone through many battles and gained experience. Then he comments that all of this is very interesting. Kai, however, is not happy with his own performance, and even though his brother had told him about the attacks of the god of space and time, he could not even react, and that, if Ray had not stepped in front and blocked the attack, he thinks he would already be dead. Then, he carefully observes the god of space and time, ends up getting very nervous, and thinks that this is not the time to despair. And, as he releases his power, he concludes that there is no way he will let his brother fight alone again. At that moment, Kronos begins to laugh, and then tells the two of them that they apparently are worthy of testing his power. Then, he wants them to fight with all their strength and entertain him. Thus, both the MC and his brother prepare for battle against the god of space and time.